straight there.
Yep. It's because these places are fun to visit, guys. You should know this by now.
Yeah, especially if you're home.
Roboting. Is he roboting for you guys?
Yeah. Hanks, the roboting. You mad bastard, yeah.
I think I heard you guys bringing up something called Snell's law as far as refraction earlier. Yeah, that's cool. I never heard of that. So
Snell's law.
Is that regarding all light refraction or just?
Yeah, it's actually the definition of refraction. And so what it is it says you have to have different mediums. So it has to be like glass to air.
Or to water or whatever.
Air to water, air to glass, glass to through water, all those.
Snell's law also talks about sound though, right?
Mm-hmm. So what about
about light changing like as it hits water?
Yeah,
like if
through different mediums. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Because there's an angle of diffraction, as it were, or an angle of, where the angle is actually changed as it goes from one medium to another, right? And basically as well, apparently the velocities of these angles change as well, dependent on the medium.
Right. So the point here is that they try to say that is density going through different density of air, and that's not even in the definition. So they don't even know what they're talking about.
Yeah. What about how do you guys think that like these effects of refraction happening, like looming, I think it's called, and sinking, and
okay, where are those phenomenon occurring?
Well, yeah, you're correct when you say that it won't lift up a horizon, right?
No, think about where are they occurring. They're occurring at the horizon. So that means there's optical effects happening at the horizon, along with the horizon itself only being an apparent location. It's apparent. It's not physical. The spherical Earth requires a physical geometric horizon, and there isn't one. If it moves to 10, 20 times further out and then back in, it can't be a ball. It wouldn't change.
Yeah.
There would be a hard stop.
Yeah. And it's ironic that these effects of refraction always occur at the so-called sagittar in their model, right? They always occur at the extinction point of what we can see in terms of the globe, right? There's no relation there, is there? Oh no, it makes perfect sense. It's a geometrical phenomena as to why we can't see this far. It's apparently the globe sagittar. This is bullshit. It's just like, well, how can we always see this effect of refraction happening at that exact place? Does light not get refracted unless there isn't a horizon? No, refraction is apparently always present in their model. Well, it just shows that there's an optical illusion, there's an optical phenomena occurring always to do with the horizon in relation to proving it's not geometrical. It's perfectly said, it's the way it is.
They tried to hijack perspective and replace it with this refraction. As soon as they do that, they're reifying a presupposition of a sphere, because in order to calculate, which I've never seen an actual calculation at different distances. I would like to see that. But as soon as they try to do that, they've presupposed an R value.
Yeah, begging the question fallacy. Reification. You need to know the radius value for the refractive index of that exact measurement.
Mm-hmm. So where the conversations develop to now is as soon as they say refraction, what they're doing is they're making a concession saying the horizon moves. As soon as they do that, horizon moves. Oh, that means it's an apparent location, not a hard location, not like a solid geometric blocking, which it needs to be if it's a globe. So they're done.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Hands us the argument straight away. That's literally the argument, right? You know. And they fall for it and give it to us, the argument, you know.
Mhm.
How do you measure a geometric shape that moves? Oh, you can. Okay, well done. So you're not measuring distance to horizon, these formulas to the horizon to give us distance and the restrictions of a sphere. We should know the restrictions based on its size. Cool. But you're saying refraction changes that size. Okay, so how do you ever prove that these formulas are correct?
Yeah.
How do you derive a radius from that which is moving? You can't.
Yeah, so
You can't measure that.
I'm going to be like, if they say refraction, I'm going to go, oh, I'm sorry. You just
Yeah.
gave it all away. Like by saying that, Bagok, it's over. Sorry you wanted to give up your position. So moving right along, thanks for the concession. We can move on to something else, like detection of axial rotation.
You ain't gonna detect something that ain't moving. Who are we talking to anyway? What's this kid's name? He sounds smart.
I talked recently.
Yeah, I've not spoke to you. That's all, dude. You sound smart. That's all. You sound like you grasp the concepts.
Yeah. After I think it was actually the star argument, which sort of woke me up to it. Like probably around almost a year ago now, last March.
Which argument?
How the stars are always the same in the sky, yet we're going at these crazy space speeds.
That's amazing, isn't it?
And it's not even like, oh, they should be a little off. It's like, no, they should be completely different. If you go around the sun in 6 months, you know what I mean? So, like, just go into a room, even if we say that the stars aren't moving, right? If you like just have stationary dots on your ceiling and you walk over and you look straight back up, they're going to be different. It's simple.
Exactly.
And that's if we assume that the stars aren't moving themselves, but they are supposedly at their own. Probably,
and then, yeah. No, you're the only perspective moving in that as well, though. Remember, they're also orbiting as well and doing their own trajectories at the same time as the fact that you're moving underneath them, and the thing you're on is also rotating, as opposed to, like you said, they'd be in a different place if you put stars on your ceiling and you move just yourself. Imagine you were also spinning as you looked at those things. Imagine the ceiling was also spinning, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you add it up, it's mental. You add up all of it together, it's craziness.
Good evening, everyone.
Someone's making an electronic noise. What's that?
Hank, I think it's in
so doesn't it take the Star Trails an entire year to make a full revolution?
Mm-hmm.
And we're spinning, supposed to be spinning at 360 degrees in 24 hours. How do they rectify that situation?
Yeah, but if you look up, it's a weird thing about the Big Dipper. It makes a swastika, I've heard, with each season. A swastika going to the left.
Right. I've heard that too.
That's probably why it doesn't really have an origin, right? Because these civilizations can just track it down with the season. That's why it doesn't have like a distinct, oh, you found it. It's also a pretty simple like shape, so.
Mm-hmm. It's based on. There's more than one explanation of what it symbolizes, right? You know, many cultures have used symbols similar. You can find more than one similar symbol to it as well. But yeah, it comes from this idea, right? The seasons, the sun, even, you know, with its rays. You know, the Big Dipper, you could even start to say it's from that. You know, there's lots of different explanations where people have picked up on that and created a symbol from it, right? This is why it's probably hard to find its origin, like you said, you know. The exact origin, anyway. People say it started with the Mongolians or the original Aryans, or what I say, you know.
Man, I saw the most beautiful sunset today. Like, I live in the coast, so I can ride my bike by the harbor, you know, and it was just a fiery sunset with these huge clouds rolling in that, like, I don't know, I could see like the top of these rolling clouds coming in. I always
Nice.
wonder like how far they are because I could see more blue sky way out beyond, and these purple colors where the sun was shining on those clouds further
Yeah, that's
out,
difficult. That's difficult though with that stuff. I tell you, like a lot of
Yeah.
people don't understand the way that shit works because they don't really teach it to us. Because if they did, then it would start to give us this idea of being able to tell the distance away the sun is, where it is. It teaches us a lot, believe it or not. These
Yeah.
colors.
No. Trip. It's like a big storm coming in, so they're all rolling in. It was all orange. It's pretty cool. What a place we live.
Mm-hmm.
I go to this place, I ride up into into the woods because there's like a big, huge park around me. So I ride to the woods, go to a west facing hill, and just like camp out there for a couple minutes, put up a little tarp as a windbreak against my bike, and sit there on the side of the hill and smoke out. And the sun shines on me for like exactly 5 minutes or 8 minutes, maybe. Shines right on that little area and shines on my face. And I'm like, wow. Check it out. You heard of like uncanny things? This is happening in nature. Like I go out there quite a bit because I rejuvenate when I go out there and breathe that air and just sit there,
Yeah.
and I feel free as a bird and nothing can harm me. And I get this connection with nature. So I was in this one place. I set up my tent because I want to be able to ride somewhere and set up a little campground if I had to in an emergency and protect myself and be all safe there, you know? So I set my
Yeah.
little tent up just to practice setting up my tarp and then put the tent out and just sit there for, 20 minutes, half hour, whatever, in my little campsite. And so I was there one day, and then I came back another day, a couple days later, and this tree had fallen, whereas where I was, it would have perfectly encapsulated me in my tent in this area. Tree fell right behind and made a perfect block so that people won't walk through that area. Like they'll see that tree falling and they'll go the other way. But
Yeah.
if I had been there, it would have been right behind me. And I'm like, what a coincidence that I would be in that place, the same place, and then the tree falls the night after I was there.
Mad shit.
So I'm like, what the fuck is that about?
Trying to kill you off, innit?
Is that random? Because
Who
I could
knows?
go into that little place in that little cubby hole and set up my tent right in that little area that the tree like went
Collapsed.
behind and created this little area right where I was sitting.
It like encapsulated it, like, you know?
Yeah, it made it a little like barrier.
Natural barrier to protect Sunny.
Yeah, man. So that's what I'm doing. And you know what? I have a lot of freedom because there are people out there walking and hiking and stuff, but a lot of them are out there outside in nature on a trail, fully out in nature and wearing a face diaper. And I'm not worried about anything like that. And I can just lay there on the side, on the hill there, and relax and just kick back, just snooze for a little while and look at the trees above me. And I don't see a bunch of people doing that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a lot of people aren't.
See anyone else doing that. And it's
People
kind
aren't
of cool.
doing it. No, right.
Yeah, because I feel I can be like kind of invisible, like off in the background where no one really be by myself, and just that's been cool, you know.
Yeah, I hear that, bro.
Seems kind of like a sign.
Like a what?
They own the universe.
A sign. There's all these signs out there. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man.
Sounds wonderful too.
I just get this feeling that I'm just going to be like that. I'm safe out there. Like, I don't know why I feel safe out there because honestly, I live in a big city, but I can go to places and go to somewhere out there, out in the woods, and I can feel safe. And I feel
Of
like I'm
course,
just protected.
bro. I've never understood the idea, like these films like Blair Witch and shit. They're basically propaganda. Because like I know so many people that watch shit like Blair Witch and they're so afraid to go out in the woods or like camp in darkness. I'm like, what
yeah,
the fuck, bro? I don't feel scared of this at all. Like I feel
yeah.
perfectly safe. I wouldn't care if there were wolves around me. I wouldn't give a shit, right? Some people, bro, that they can't do it.
Yeah, I saw a coyote last year. Well, no, probably was it last year? The year before, 2019 in the summer, I saw a coyote that looked like a wolf to me. It was that big.
Yeah.
And
Well,
like,
they will look that big.
damn, it's like wilderness. It's like wilderness almost because there's this park that's as large as Central Park, 800 square acres.
Mhm.
It's huge,
Mm.
and there's trails all through it and stuff like that.
I know all
So-
about that.
So it's very rustic. But I would be concerned with like having to deal with people like with two legs. That would be. I wouldn't want to have to be. I wouldn't want to be in a situation where I had to actually defend my life because I would, and I would be the one that walked away. I know it. Someone would get hurt if they tried to hurt me. It wouldn't be me that would get hurt.
You're
It
lucky
was
because,
them.
like, as well, it's true in a sense. The people that probably could, like, defeat you are usually the types of people that aren't insecure enough to even do it, right?
Yeah.
Because they're self-sure enough to be able to actually look after themselves and not have to harm others to
Mhm.
exist, right?
Hmm.
Yeah.
So,
It's always
Sonny, you
people
have
that
like a
will-
lot of hand-to-hand. I mean, do you have like training for that or what?
Yeah, I've done like martial arts since I was a little kid, like since I was 12 years old.
Nice, nice.
So
I'd be worried
used to
about
do- I
bears,
used to do
so-
taekwondo with my kids. Like they went to a class and I went with them, And
Nice,
so I
nice.
learned the same thing. So it was like a orange belt or something, I think. Or I forget what color I was, yellow maybe.
Nice.
Yeah, but I have my own method of that, and I'm not worried about it. Like I know if I'm in a place, like I feel like definitely that I'm the law there in that place.
Yeah, same.
And
Like
and
the
I'm
alpha
nice,
male.
but I know how to defend my area, and I don't think anybody would try unless it wouldn't be worth it to them. Just put it that way. And I
Not
think
worth
they
the
see that.
Same with me, bro. But I've said recently, people don't test me anywhere I go, usually.
Yeah,
But of recent, people are acting a bit different, and they are. Like, I had a fight with two Polish guys in a fucking shop near my house. And, I end up like having to slap both of them up. Like, I didn't punch them with a closed hand, I just slapped them up. But just like silliness as well, where it was over and it was just like, wow, like people are that frustrated at the minute that they're actually just like, I don't know, it's just a bit silly, really. Like, yeah, it's getting silly. Like people are getting pent up aggression.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to confront people like right now because I don't know. It's just really weird out there, like you said. It's definitely really strange going on, and I get the feeling tonight. And I'll just say this: I won't get too specific, but I feel like I'm watching these people with those things on their face that I'm watching The Walking Dead because they're the most vulnerable. They're going to have to go along with whatever those things are saying. But then on the other hand, I'm riding along and I hear people in a restaurant saying, now they're making us wear two of them. So people are talking about it. And there are people that are not very happy. And I see a bunch of Glovers out there with those things. They are not looking very happy. And I'm feeling just ecstatic on my bike, breathing the air. I'm smiling. I'm like
happy to hear discontent
Nice.
as well.
You're sending a good example, Sonny.
I know. So like, gee whiz.
In the UK, we have to wear them occasionally because if I go to a shop, right? Yeah,
I do
and
too.
I try and get served in said shop, and I don't have one of those things on, they won't serve you, bro.
Me too. I know. Here too.
That's why I wear a
It just won't.
bandana because they're a lot more
So I do as
comfortable.
well.
And the bandana, there's a lot of the huge opening on the bottom. It's in it. It feels
Yeah,
like I'm
yeah.
fucking the system over because I'm wearing a mask, but I'm really not, and it gets me in everywhere. So
I have a little tiny thin one that just barely hangs. It just hangs. It has no
Yep.
shape behind it, but when you see me from the front, it looks like my face is covered, but it's hanging not completely free. It's the
Nice.
lightest material you can think
and
of.
nobody even bats an eye at that too. I mean,
Nobody says that.
I remember there was a guy at the checkout complaining about his mask. I says, "Hey, I go, dude, just wear a bandana. Look at that." And I
Yeah.
imagine me fluttering my hands in front of my face. I go, "Look at all this air coming through." I was telling him, I go, "Look at all the air coming through." I go, "And it gets you in. It gets you through the door." I said, "It gets you
Yeah.
to the door."
That's right. Yeah, it's just really freaking weird. You know, the people that like stop me in the elevator, like the little Karen that stopped me in the elevator and me if I forgot it, and I'm like, she wants to be in there in an enclosed place with me and have me talking about it without being able to get away. So I just like smacked the heck out of that about the pseudoscience. Where's the test? Like all this stuff. Bam, 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 bam. The only way you would know about it is if you watch the news. I go through the whole thing, and so they know better once they hear that.
And it's crazy. Like it's like even if you do get it, you got like what they say, a 0.012 chance of dying. It's like, what the hell?
I have
Oh
more
my
risk of
God.
that of riding the streets
know.
and car hitting me or some shit. Like I'll take
Exactly.
my chances. I've been doing so pretty good so far.
I heard Lou was talking about that earlier. They were looking through some chart, and it was like really ridiculous numbers, like 0.00154% chance of
Yeah.
death,
Yeah.
or something really ridiculous like that. It's like 1 in 300,000. I don't know. It's something weird. It's like holy
Literally, NASA says you're more likely to get hit by a freaking asteroid from outer space
moly. than to die of
getting this.
COVID.
Yeah.
Oh, it's crazy. And then, of course, my dad texted me, Nancy and I got the shot today. I just says, well, I mean, I go, let's just hope for the best. So now I'm thinking like they're good. I wish he would have known. It's like,
Pray
Dad,
for
you
them.
probably you got like a point. Even people 80s probably only 0.0512% chance of dying. I go, but now I'm just gonna pray they don't have any adverse reactions and their health doesn't decline. But it's like there's nothing I can do. It's crazy. Ah.
But they're saying in my country, like people on benefits and stuff, if they don't take the vaccine, then they'll stop their benefits and shit.
Yeah, that's gonna
And
put a
that's
lot of people.
possibility.
That's terrible.
possibility.
So I'm
Yeah,
just
so
gonna.
a lot of people are on those benefits though because of something called like working tax credits. Where so basically, even if you're working in this country, your class isn't it? So it's basically everyone in this country it has to be on benefits to even survive because of the way the taxation system works here. Because we're socialist pretty much, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is like everyone. Yeah, unless you're rich, basically. Yeah.
I'm retired. I don't think they're gonna mess with that, but you never know. You know, they already taken like half of it because of debt. So whoever said there was not such thing as debtors' prisons, they're wrong.
That's a lie. Yeah.
Totally wrong.
Yeah.
There
they're
is.
wrong. Oh, I know. Someone was going to say something. Sorry. What was? I don't know. Did someone try and comment and then like I accidentally spoke again?
I don't know.
Someone.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything yet.
Oh, I thought it might have been you.
Oh, it's D. Hey, D.
No, I was just listening to you. I didn't say much.
That's alright. No, I just didn't want to accidentally interrupt someone. Fucker. No. Know how he is. Shit, where did that just... It's there. Sonny, how are you anyway, bro?
I'm doing well. Doing pretty good.
Good.
I got an electric bike, so I put an electric motor and it's full on, so I can ride anywhere
Nice.
now, man. So I'm thinking of getting like a trailer and a solar panel so I could have unlimited range.
Yeah. I don't know if you need unlimited range, but okay.
That's a good idea, Sonny, because I was thinking the same thing. Like my battery only has enough to give you maybe like 40 or 50 miles between charges. But what if they
Right.
had a a trickle charge from the sun when you're driving.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
check it out if you're interested in that. Check out this trip they did in 2018, I think it was, called Sun Trip. There's a documentary about it.
oh, nice.
12,000 kilometers
Hey,
from Lyon.
hey, I got a
France.
better idea than the solar
Oh, and
trickle charge. As a mechanical
what? Mike said
engineer-
this before. Yeah, you said that before.
Like
Yeah,
put
I
like
would-
some kind of
I
alternator
would-
on there.
I would put generators on every moving part of the car. Even the suspension could squish a gear system that turns the generator as it goes down the road.
I could do that with the trailer's wheel.
Yeah.
well, listen to this. There's
You
like
could put-
the McLaren. Listen to
you
this.
could put
McLaren
fans.
P1. Oh shit! Sorry about mod. I was just gonna say
You
one
could
thing.
put fans in. Listen, you could funnel wind and put turbines under the car that would keep the car running nonstop as long
We're
as it
talking
was
bikes.
moving.
We're talking electronic bikes, e-bikes.
We're talking about a bicycle.
You could
Yeah,
do
so-
the same thing on a bike, dude.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
PVC pipe and a 4-inch turbine, bro. I'm a mechanical engineer. I'm telling you, I can make it happen.
I have a
Yeah,
48.
nice.
Listen,
48
wait there, guys. Let me just give you an idea of what he's saying. He's on about like a turbine. So you've got like a turbo, for instance. You have an inlet. You have an inlet where the air is going in, right? And you also have a
Yep.
geared system to turn the turbine to spool it up. So you get that perfect balance. The gear is only going to work at certain parts of the gear, right? But then you can have different sizes, for instance. So it's always an actuator, and you have an
Yeah.
and then you have a
Well,
fucking-
it'll have a rotation per minute, and it'll only be homeostasis at a certain rotation per minute,
Exactly.
which should be assisted by the movement of the entire bike. You can put them on. Listen, we had bicycles in the 30s that had generators that clipped down on the wheels.
I know. I
You
know.
powered
those
the bike.
lights.
It-
We had
it-
those. They powered
Yeah,
the bike?
listen, if you, they powered light systems on the bike. If you put
Right.
10 of them on a bike, an electric motor, you can power the damn motor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
an
exactly.
alternator. You just have an alternator to collect the current. But like, if you heard what the McLaren P1, the McLaren, this is what I'm saying.
Well,
The McLaren P1.
Alternators
uses-
alternate back and forth from charging
yeah,
to not
sorry.
charging. So
Yeah.
a generator is direct charge.
Yeah,
I
but
would-
so
I would
like,
go with
have you heard
the
about the
generator.
McLaren? The new McLaren, what it does?
Yeah.
It uses the heat from the wheel and the disc brakes,
Right.
collects that heat and transfers that thermal energy back through to electrical energy. Right, so like even little things like that, if you cover your bases of like all the individual things that create energy or friction or whatever the fuck it is, if you cover
Probably a
all
lot
of
of
your
ways to
bases,
do that. So the deal is, the motor on this bike is so powerful. I could carry probably at least 100 pounds on a trailer, and me and the bike and everything else. And so it has plenty of power. I've only used up to the second gear and third, but 3 is way too fast. It has 5 forward speeds and 5.
so is this like this then?
What's
My
that?
next door neighbour's it sounds like this. My next door neighbour's got one that's illegal in our country where it's a pizza box on the back, right? And
Oh,
it does 65 mile an hour on a bicycle. I'm fucking not joking you. It does 65 miles an hour. It's fully illegal. I
Oh my
went on it.
God.
It's so fast. It does 0 to 60 in about 5 seconds. No fucking joke. I'm not lying.
No.
I mean, it's so quick. Like he even like completely ruined the wheel, like skewed it because he just put it down, like literally just went wham, put it on full
Yeah,
rev. straight away.
my motor's on the front, so the thing could literally like peel out.
Yeah,
With mine.
this is the back wheel on this one, and
Yeah,
mate,
so
it's
Pulling's a little
fucking
different, but it's rad.
Mate, it's so fast.
Did you
as well.
retrofit your bike with an engine then, Sonny, or did you buy it pre-made like that?
No, with an electric motor, a 1200 watt, 48 volt motor.
But I mean, because I guess that when I got mine, it was just already done. It was an electric bike from the get-go.
Right.
But
No, I
heard-
retrofitted mine. I bought a kit.
Nice.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's like my neighbour's one.
Put the sensor on the crank so it has pedal assist. It has 5 different pedal assists, and I can do it. I have a thumb throttle. It has a full-on display, like tells me how far, how fast, like everything.
Same as my next door neighbour's. Yeah,
Nice.
It's really cool. But see,
They're quick.
if I wanted to like go camping somewhere, like I could ride like 30 miles up the coast, go to the first campground, and just hopscotch from campground to campground with everything I need to go there. As long as I had a place to like camp out, set up tent, like I'm getting everything. I got a new pad today, and like I've never like I think I'd be like completely comfortable once I get everything I need because yeah.
And didn't I send you that video once where the guy had a little trailer he made? It was really
Yes,
super lightweight, but it's just
yes,
big enough to like
yes.
lay in, so he could sit in there and he could lay in there. Because you just need a place, like a nice, comfortable place to like sleep.
Yeah.
The rest of the day and night you're outside anyway. It's like you just need a place to be private to sleep. Yeah.
Hey, I don't even mind a tent. I could do it with tent. These people that travel all the way across Asia from Lyon, France to Jiangsu in Canton province, 12,000 kilometers from Lyon. And so they went through the whole thing, the Gobi Desert, like the Silk Road, like
My uncle did
Wow.
the Gobi Desert. My uncle did
Well,
that.
just do it Iron Man style, damn it.
what's that?
Do it like a real one. Pedal your ass.
Yeah, we need a little bit of extra
I'm
comfort.
too old for that shit.
I want
I
a little
need
bit of
the
creature
motor, bro.
comfort.
You're
I
gonna
don't
use
wanna-
an electric bike. Seriously, I seriously think you use generators that once
No, that's a really good idea, and I'm definitely
you're up to speed,
that
you can
generator
power the
thing
generator
because
through a
all I would need is
wind
a
tunnel.
step up. Yeah, all I would need is a step up unit that would step the DC from the little generator up to what I need to charge the battery, and that would work perfectly.
Well, what voltage is your battery running at?
48 volts, but there's these step up units that would
I
make
know.
like 12 volts up to 6 volts to 24, and then 24 to like 48.
Yeah, transformers,
Yeah, you can easily do it on
pretty much. So yeah, that's what I was saying. You can those small generators, dude. They only run like fucking 12 watts. You know what I mean? But you could run the ones from the bicycle.
Yeah, I could run the lights and
The ones from the
everything like that.
bicycles that run headlights and brake lights. Oh, you could run multiple.
I could do all kinds of shit.
That shit looking like Pee Wee Herman. I had one of those bikes. You just flip your little generator down, turn your little light on.
Yeah, remember those?
But if you had a production capability, you could produce a bigger one. You wouldn't have to transform or convert anything. You just use an inducer, which is
that's true. That's true.
a stage, like a multiple stage. You run it. If you're wanting to run 18 volts, you run it to an 18 volt battery. Let the battery charge it and keep it consistent, and then you flow it outside of it from the battery, so it's a consistent 18 volt.
Let's see if they even make those things anymore. I'm going to look it up right now.
But it'd just be a gear reduction system you'd had to make so that you could put a small gear on the tire, but spin the generator at a rapid rate. So you'd go from small gear to big gear in the gear reduction box. But it really wouldn't be that hard. No different than the transfer case on a four-wheel drive.
When they were doing those things, you could buy them like at the 5 and dime store. I remember. I was like 10 years old, and with that, there was those generators for lights.
There's a lot of things produced for manufacturing too that we could get a feasible gear reduction system out of with maybe a weight of 5 pounds. Put a 10-pound generator in it. There's an extra 15 pounds on your bike. You know what I mean? Because you got to weigh weight versus how much energy it takes to move that weight.
Yeah,
it'll be feasible.
They may still make these. A lot of them. Wow, Dynamo 12 volts. See, a 12 volt.
Yeah.
I could do 2 of them, putting out more wattage at 12 volts, and just step it up to 48 volts. It would charge my battery, and then I could also have it do that with a solar panel.
Yeah, but see, personally myself, I want to do 4 or 5 and then have a stage battery. So I can use the stage battery for, because you don't need electric start. Just if your battery's charged, then you can go through the entire process again once you're starting. But with the stage battery, you could charge your phone, stuff like that. You can put a lighter outlet right on the bottom bar of your bike and just plug in a lighter.
I have a USB
charge your phone.
I have a USB.
Charge a hotspot.
I'm sorry.
Dude, there's lag on the internet. I don't get pissed. I'm probably lagging, bro.
Yeah,
Probably
okay.
me.
It's all right. Kind of used to it, so it doesn't.
But I like this idea. I actually, last time we talked about it, I wanted to go in the garage and I forgot about it because it was gone. I'm gonna write it down this time.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now online. Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, I could be the first motherfucker to manufacture. Yeah, I could be the first guy to manufacture a bike you could drive all the way across America.
I've thought of even doing that coming up here. Like, why?
I think I could pull that off. Battery technology's increased.
It's true.
Damn, I'm lagging like a motherfucker.
There was this woman that did it. This woman not long ago rode all the way across, but she probably had hotel rooms and people all riding along if she got a flat or anything. So that's not, I would have to do everything myself. So I thought that I bet I could still do it. I don't care. Age doesn't bother me. It hasn't stopped me yet. I'll do it or I'll die trying. That's all there is to it. So I'm not afraid of that. Wow, it looks like they have some pretty cool ones these days.
Yeah, the ones nowadays are for that stage battery I'm talking about. You run your lights off a battery system and then the generator powers the battery. So,
wow, they even have bottom bracket generators. So that would go, your cranks would attach to that. So whenever you pedal, you would generate. But I like the idea of those little portable ones. More versatile.
Yeah, that's another way you can use the movement of the chain to power a generator through like a derailleur system.
Yeah, there's a bunch of information online about that, different lights.
Yep.
Pretty cool.
My buddy does them little single cylinder motorbike kits, and he uses a lot of
oh, like it's actually got a little motor on it, right? Like little engine?
Little gas.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of those around.
Yeah, he bores them out, puts upgraded parts on them. He pimps them out.
It's pretty cool.
Oh, this dude could take apart your $80,000 Harley and put it back together in better condition, but
yeah, that's truly an art form.
Right? Bicycle thing is a hobby. Yeah, because that's where motorcycles came from. Have you seen the first motorcycles, like a 1914 Indian?
Yeah, I'm like
a bicycle, man.
I know. I'm a fan of all those vintage bikes. I've been looking at that stuff for years. That's one of my
I've wondered why you haven't thought of. Yeah, I wonder why you haven't thought about the gas kit, bro.
I even thought of making. Having a battery system and making hydrogen gas and running a small engine with that, just the gas. And then that brings up other things you could do. Because if you had a tiny little engine that could be running on this, fuel that leaves nothing but water vapor behind in the exhaust, that's it. So you could power a small motor with that.
Yeah, honestly,
that's just from electrolysis, and then. That was one idea I had. I put a booster on my Volkswagen van. I put a booster on it. It made the gas mileage 20% better for my van with a hydrogen gas generator. And I had it going right into the throttle body of the carburetor. It was like a little race thing. Had oil.
Listen, dude, you can get the motor kits you can get them kits online for $70-$80. That motor kit I just placed, it's a conversion kit.
But I live in a building, so I can't have a gas engine because I live in a building, so I have no place outside to store it.
Oh, you couldn't bring the gas bike into the building.
No, I think somebody had a moped, but I wouldn't want that in my house where I breathe, in an enclosed place. So, yeah.
No patio.
No, the windows don't even open. I live 80 feet above the street level. I'm up here.
This engine kit doesn't make the bike that much heavier, but if you're a consistent person about cleaning, you won't have to worry about stink.
No, I would do something like that if I lived in the country. Like if I moved somewhere, we're considering moving to the Midwest, or I'm not sure where, maybe Arizona. I don't know yet, but I'm going to be getting out of here. I know it.
I build a couple of these. I build them for my kids.
I would be doing that.
I use a California.
That stuff.
I use a Chrome Molly California Cruiser.
Yeah, that's cool.
26-inch BMX.
That's a good bike to put a motor on like that, an engine.
Definitely.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And use them Use the double walled Z rims. They got They got a fiberglass ring that's double walled, so they bend and then go back into place. And you can actually, if they get warped, you can set them outside in the sun, and then when they level out, you put them on a level surface, take it in and put it in the freezer or in a cold spot, and it'll freeze back. Yep, it resets. But they got thicker spokes too.
Yeah.
Then you put the double walled Sunbeam hub on them. But I mean, there's nothing I've ever worked on that I can't tell you about the best parts. you know.
I have a picture of the motor. I'll show you. It has thicker spokes too. Hold on. It's badass, man.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how fast the electric bike was when I went on it there. I couldn't actually believe it. I was like, wow, this is impressive.
Look how big this motor. It has two torque preventing bar things on the front, so it doesn't try to twist out of the fork.
Where? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thing's radical.
Yep, it's the same type of thing, like the drum thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's yeah.
So they rode all the way from Lyon, France, all the way through China to the all the way to the end of China. 12,000 kilometers. And one guy made it in 50 days. All that way.
Yeah, that is a drum brake.
Well, it's actually the drive.
If you ran rims like that, put gears on the outside of the hubs and have generators mounted on your front forks.
Yeah.
That would with that big of a gear. With that big of a gear, you'd have to put regulators on them to reduce the output. They'd spin so fast. Put a small ass gear on the generator and the big gear on the hub, dude. I can make that motherfucker spin 3,500 RPMs per minute. Easy.
Yeah, that would probably go too fast. It would probably go faster than the bike would physically be able to manage, to be honest with you. Like I've had this bike up to 33 miles an hour or 32, something like that. And it's really screaming freaking fast. Like to get up, I'm sure I could do easily probably 45, maybe more. But I wouldn't want to go that fast.
They do 55. I know they do.
Downhill, I probably do. Like I fly downhill, I go flying downhill. So I'm probably doing like almost 35 miles an hour downhill.
Oh yeah, one sec. B-Mod. So I want to talk to you about a sec. So have you ever used a Powerball, mate?
Powerball?
Yeah,
of course.
A Powerball is it's like an exercise thing, a gyroscopic exercise ball, basically.
The thing you ride around on? You mean those things?
No, you don't ride on it. It's an exercise thing. No, it's an exercise ball. You put it in your hand, you hold it, you spool it up. Some people use a string. I just flick it with my thumb to get it going. And it's a gyroscopic ball, and it basically it's for exercise, right? It helps. It does loads of muscles, but it has resistance in every direction, basically, because it's a gyroscope, and then you're basically powering it with your own hand, right? Okay.
Oh, I get it. Do you do your arms like in a rotating, like a
Yeah, of course.
like a train type of thing? Chugga, like with your
Yeah,
arms?
you're going in all the opposite directions of which the resistance is going in order to spool it, right? So it's an intuitive thing when you use it, right? But the thing is with this, right, is like, so you could be rotating your wrist, for instance, like 6 times every like 10 seconds or 20 seconds, but you're spinning this thing at literally like 18 to I can do it at like 19,000 RPM, which is fucking fast,
That's
right?
Yeah.
So you're getting 19,000 rotations a minute off of like, maybe like, God knows, not that many, based on your hand. So like, there's got to be a way of converting that. Because I know they use gyroscopes all the time for like, stability of like
I know.
miniguns out of helicopters.
Think about things like flywheels and gyroscopes that could be utilized to like, make.
I imagine they already do it, but if you can get 18,000 RPM, for instance, out of a fucking gyroscope, right? With just a few rotations, like there's got to be a system you can make that turns a gyroscope inside of something with a like a wire ball joint.
Oh, that's a hell of a concept. If you unbalance the gyro, if you unbalance it, it needs a little more energy to start, but once it's going, you don't it takes less energy to maintain.
Right. So if you get something that takes very little,
that's a good fucking idea, Crack.
I know it is. I've been thinking about it for years. So, but I've thought about the way to collect the energy off of it. You're going to need some shaft that comes up. It's basically a wire with a ball joint on it. It's the best thing I can come up with. And then to put this thing in like a spherical bearing system, right? Where the gyroscope itself is able to rotate inside of a cylindrical,
almost like a freaking little like a Henkel engine, like a rotary engine.
It's like a 360-degree rotary engine.
Yeah, wow, exactly. So I was thinking a solid shaft in the center with the center thing wrapped on it, bar or valence. The center bar would rotate the frickin', because the gyro actually transforms all of it to the center.
Yeah, I know.
So you put dual flywheels on that with a solid bar. A flywheel is just a disc with a gear system on it that'll attach to anything else. It wouldn't be that. That's a good idea.
But the gyroscope itself needs to be able to rotate. It needs to be able to rotate in all directions, battle mod. Like, it needs to be able to rotate in all directions, right? So all you need to do is have the drivetrain in the middle, right? And then have like a bearing system attached to it so that ring that allows it to spin is able to transform it through to the ring around it so that ring can put it through the other part.
Turn it into a Rotex gyroscopic generator. Just put pickups on it.
Right.
With the articulating wire system. We got that technology. We can allow wires to spin, and then the connectors are on spins too, and it'll connect to another connector, ground in the center, positive on the outside.
Yeah.
And 2 discs rotate together, but they allow the wires to rotate freely. You could make it into a gyroscopic generator just by installing your armature. Yeah, one of them would have to be the armature, and the rest of them would be the pickups.
Yeah. Okay. See, like, just off of like what I'm saying, so just riding a bike, for instance, you're going to be able to spin it at like about 40,000 RPM, right? The power you would generate, it's massive. It's like 60 rotations in a minute. You're getting it to do 19,000 rotations in a minute. It's like, do you realize the times on that is insane? The amount you're boosting it, and you put it on something that's got the ability to have the torque to force it through as well. Because obviously you attach gears to it. You need lowest resistance possible with this gear system, right? But like, mate, if you're using either a car wheel or anything with any torque behind it, this thing is going to spin at that RPM no matter what. It could be any size. Because it helps itself spin because it rotates this way and it chucks its weight back that way as soon as you interact with it. You create the right timing on this thing, mate. It once it goes, it's going,
That got me thinking of having like arms attached to the pedals of a bike, like that are going, like the train thing, pushing one side then the other. Are you talking about a wobbling type of motion, or a straight motion of like a flywheel? Would this
No, it's
apparatus
the
be
wobbling.
staying
It's the
still or be
wobbling.
wobbling from side to side, right, to get it
It goes
started?
in all directions. It pretty much goes in all directions. That's the
Yeah,
point.
yeah. So if you had
But
it going
you
opposite
technically,
side
listen,
to
you could
side,
attach one to a pedal stationary and get about 19,000 RPM just by welding it to a pedal, but then it's collecting the energy. It's like a gyroscope. You have the gyroscope and then it's inside of a casing, right? And it spins freely inside of that casing. It's just you have to have a gear to attach to it. Because if you were pedaling just the gyroscopes on the edges of the pedal, for instance, that would be the rotationary motion needed, but there's timing to it. So that's why I'm talking about having it in a free floating system that's got the right timing so that it's able to do what it needs to do when it needs to do it, in order that it keeps it going. Because if the timing's not right, it clunks.
you're going to try to transform that energy to a generator. Is that the idea?
Yeah, or into basically into some drive shaft that is spooling based off of that thing, and then collect that energy
another drive
anywhere you
shaft.
can.
Yeah, another drive shaft going to something. Yeah,
Collect it any way you can. Basically, you could even have a system of magnets that are alternating current that collect it like an alternator. You could do lots of ways of doing it. Whatever it spins, basically, it would be good with an alternator, basically.
see, I think there's a whole lot of things done with that, the type of technology we're talking about, as far as transportation and all kinds of things, doing work. Like, yeah,
I think the military have probably already got the gyroscopic shit down because they use it in more than one
they probably
application
get
already.
power from the ether. They probably do. They probably have Tesla somewhere.
Oh no, they do collect energy from the air and shit. They've got lithium battery cells that last, ones that you can, chemically react and shit. So they can have laptops that definitely don't die and,
Yeah, but that's about as high as the technology goes. Going to like space or anything like that.
Well, they have the ability of setting up the maddest communication systems in the middle of nowhere. They always do it, and it's pretty intense. Some of the stuff they've got able to do.
The undersea fiber optic cables, right?
Well, not just that. I'm just saying, like for instance, even like artillery when it covers, let's say, an area, for instance, right? They use the data. So like people know these Excalibur rounds that they have, they've got like the ability to like go to certain longitude and latitudes. But really what they do is they use them to build like a grid reference system to make the other artillery pieces that are dumbfire more accurate, right? And yeah, it's just mad the shit that they're able to do on like relay devices and putting out signals in certain ways and collecting off of that signal because they know where they've cast the signal. They do mad relay shit that people don't realize exists, and it sort of explains how we have connectivity where we are. What's that? I'm gonna go say hi to QE, Sonny.
What are they up down in the second one?
Yeah, I gotta go say hello to him. Be right back.
Hey, can one of you give me access to the cog disk?
Hold up. Who said that?
Orion.
Yeah, I got you. Let me find you. I gave you Cogdisk VIP. Oh, that's cool.
Thanks.
Those e-bikes are all right. Huh.
What do you mean?
That the e-bike that D to the B post. I might have to buy one of them and play with it. I got no problem taking brand new stuff around and apart and rearranging it, changing around. I got no problem with that. I buy
Well, I'm gonna
expensive.
go and see if I can talk some sense into these guys.
All right. Hey, if you find somebody you want to let out, let me know. I trust you.
You mean let out back into here, not or
Well, if you
yeah,
find
yeah.
somebody you want banned, let me know that too. If you find somebody you want to let out of Cogdisk, yeah, cool. I trust you. Give me the word.
Cool. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right. I'll talk to you later then.
I wouldn't give you the role if I didn't trust you, bro.
Yeah, definitely. Likewise. All right.
Is there anybody in here? Is there anybody in here?
Yeah, I'm in here. Jin CBR1. How you doing?
Pretty good. I brought Kid C in here. Just want him to learn about flat Earth because he thinks it's like really dumb. So maybe I tried with him. So maybe you guys could debate with him on this. Like I showed him a lot of stuff, but just wanted to bring him in here.
Okay. Kid C, eh? Hello, Kid C. Are you there? Can you hear me?
He doesn't have VC check and roll. If you can unmute him, I don't know.
Okay, well, we're going to need a mod to do that. So let's have a look. Is there a mod in the house that can...
battle mod?
Yeah, go on, battle mod, if you can do it, if you're there.
Okay, 1 second. Let me just get this guy. Can you join the VC check-in room real quick?
Yeah, put him in there.
Oh, Spiral Love joined, but he's definitely muted. Just go to the VC check-in room. A mod will join. Just ask a few questions, and you get VC check-ins just to make sure people don't just join and just troll.
Yeah, not trolling. Yeah, so go to VC check-in 1. Yeah, there's quite a few in VC, isn't there? Well done for bringing him in anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll be open to it. I just wanted to bring him in.
Oh, that's all right. I mean, everyone takes their time.
Yeah.
Hold on. What happened to the party? Why is it so quiet? I step away for just a minute and it's all out the window.
It was quiet, yeah. When I got in here, there was nothing going on. It just went dead.
God damn. Okay, we'll start the party with a guy named Camden. Yeah. Yo, Camden, you have control of your mic, guy? Say hello to us.
Camden of Camden Town, yeah?
You can unmute yourself and talk, bro. We just saw you unmute yourself, bro. Do it. Say hello. Don't be afraid. Camden, my guy, bro. Come on. I'm going to put you back on mute if you don't.
Wait, don't mute me. Don't mute me.
Okay. So hello.
Hiya.
Starts with hello. How are you?
Good, cheers, mate.
Hey, can you do a favor for me? Can you increase the volume of your microphone? Kind of quiet, that's why.
Right, Camden, where are you in the world today?
Well, Camden fucked off.
Oh, he's gone, has he? Look at that.
Yeah, well, that's his problem. He got muted again.
Ah, that's a shame.
That's fine. He's going to get questioned there. It doesn't matter. I don't really care. Fuck it. Fuck it. There's probably a clusterfuck down there anyways. Yeah, usually is. Hey, what's anybody talk to Quest? Oh,
not yet.
Jamie Pleb. Ooh, what kind of name is that? Jamie Pleb. How are you, guy?
Okay,
Hello?
Jamie.
Yo, my bad, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ignore you like that.
Oh, you ignore me? God damn. I didn't feel ignoring.
my microphone wasn't on, buddy. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
it's all good, guy. Don't worry about it, man. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you increase a little bit your mic volume, or maybe it's my problem? Everybody sounds so
I will
quiet.
be straight honest. I have no idea, dude, how to do that.
Okay, cool. I'll just increase the volume of you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. Appreciate that.
Okay, cool. So what brings? Hey, hold on, Jen. Let me set it off, and then you can do whatever.
Yeah,
Jamie, what brings you to the server?
You know, it's been a long time since I've been in this server.
Oh, so you've been here
Thought
before?
it was my time to return.
Are you a Glober or a Flatter?
Kind of in between.
Oh, okay, Jen, you can take it. I'm cooking right now, so I'm gonna be in and out.
Okay.
Yeah, so Jen, you can go.
You take
my first question would be, Jamie, what is that one thing that's keeping you on the Globe side? Like, I understand you're on the fence, but what's keeping you the Globe still in your head? What's that one thing?
Well, if you think about how the Earth could be round, right, like spherical, and if you were to hold, for example, a tennis ball in your hand, like, how do you not know that the tennis ball is flat too, right?
No, not at all. There is no flat surface on a spherical ball. No matter how big that thing is, it will. No matter how big a sphere can be, there will be no flat surface on there at all. Zero. Not on a sphere. And the one thing is, right, that's clear enough, is that an engineer would not use a spherical ball that's got flat spots on it. It would be a very useless ball. So no, sorry, that's not acceptable. Not in Mother Nature's world of spherical balls. That can never be. Okay, so you've got to stop imagining that there's a flat spot on a spherical ball. There are no flat spots.
You know, I think it's just that, like, I'm so easily influenced. You know what I mean? It's like some people can make very compelling arguments, you know?
Yeah, we all are. We all are easily influenced. But once you start to look into this heliocentric model and you see and you find out that really it doesn't really exist, it wakes you up, you sharpen up, and then you begin to question everything. And that's the best way to be, to question everything, not just to accept, because they are the authorities. That was the mistake we made. We trusted them to educate us. Yeah, they're the authorities. Yeah. They've got all the equipment. They must know more than me. They must know. They've got the equipment. You know, when you actually start to take over the equipment and have a look for yourself now, you begin to see that they've been lying all your life. Okay, so let's go back. What one thing is keeping you on the ball side, as Vladimir asked you? Go on. Can you give us anything?
There's a lot of things, right? I mean, we just went over one, you know, in that the Earth could be spherical. Like I said, right, you know, the way that you look at something, just because you see it differently doesn't necessarily mean... It's like, if you were to look at the planet from space, right? It's like you can only see partially, like, different countries because it's spherical. So, like, you know, once it goes beyond a specific point, if it's spherical, then you can't see that anymore. So there has to be something behind it, right?
You use the word "it," and of course we can't go to space to ever see.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying "if." You know, like that. That's why I'm you know, I'm in the balance.
Yeah. Well, let's look. If I say to you, we can't go to space because we don't have the technology to go there. Plus, NASA themselves tell us that they don't have any real photographs of Earth from space. Neither do they have any real videos of Earth spinning on its axis. What does that mean to you now? How does that change anything?
It doesn't really change anything.
Does NASA or any other three-letter agencies ever tell you the truth?
Mm.
I mean, when has anybody told the truth, dude? Let's be real.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
There we go. These are questions, probing questions, not a troll.
Yeah, very good. So let's go back to what I just said. So if we're being told there aren't any real pictures of Earth from space, no videos from space. We can't go there, right? Then you've got to start to think, well, what about all the images that we've seen, for example? Well, all those images are computer-generated images, yeah? CGI, photoshopped composites. So the next question there is then is, well, NASA's been there for 60-odd years. Why can't they do that? They went to the moon. Well, they never went to the moon. No moon landings happened, so therefore no photographs. Next question, have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth for yourself on Earth?
No.
No. Right, so you've been to the seaside, you've only seen the straight level horizon. Is that right?
I mean, it seems to be that way, right? I mean,
it measures that way.
It's like even when you see, like, for example, when like drones fly up in the air, right? The curve that you're actually seeing is because of the fisheye lens. You know what I mean? Like, if you were to flatten that out, like, it'd be straight.
That's correct. That's correct. So when you look at the Earth without a fisheye lens, when you're looking at the Earth at the horizon with your own eyes, you see a leveled horizon. Is that right?
I mean, that's what I see, at least. I'm not.
That's
sure
what I see as well. That's what we all see. Every person in this server will tell you that. That's what they see. But not only that, we've actually done the experiments to prove that it's level. The longest laser beam experiment or observation, laser beam test, went for 25 miles. Okay? And I think the laser was like 2 meters off the surface of the ocean. And I think it was a lake, of the lake. And 25 miles. And voila, it was still there. Dead level. They hit the target. 25 miles away. Thus proving no curvature.
Why do you think they haven't tried to do it longer?
I think it would be, again, this, let's have a look. Having a power, putting up laser beam to do it that far. Time and money.
True.
Time and money as well.
Does.
Okay, but that's not the only evidence. The longest zoom camera shot is 273 miles. It's in the Guinness Book of World Records from a zoom camera, 273 miles. Now, I think that the shot was taken of a mountain range somewhere in Turkey, and there should have been 6 miles of curvature there. That's missing. If the Earth is a spherical ball, do you know what the circumference of the Earth is?
Oh, I have no idea.
Do you know what the radius is?
I have no idea. I'll be honest, I'm not very good with numbers, dude.
Okay, yeah, most of us aren't when we get into this thing, but here we go. 24,901 miles. Radius being 3,959 miles. Okay, that's the radius. Okay, did you get that? Right. So at this point, do you still think the Earth is a spherical ball at this point?
Excuse me.
Yes, right. At this point, are you still thinking that the Earth could be a spherical ball?
My question is, even if the flat Earth theory exists,
yeah, it's not a theory, by the way.
Doesn't well,
buddy.
No.
It's not a theory,
We'll see.
no, it's
Okay.
a fact.
Even if the fact that flat Earth theory exists,
it's not theory. It's a real thing.
That's why I say it's fact. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Or what are we going to do about it?
Well, I mean, that's a good question. I mean, once people begin to realize that the Earth isn't spinning and it's been a big lie, perhaps we might be able to shut down all the space agencies, for example, so that the taxpayers' money is not being wasted, perpetuating a lie that we can go to space or go to Mars.
Well, we gotta fix the issue of the Great Britain central banks.
Well, yeah, exactly.
They control, your country controls the what's it called?
The Federal Reserve.
Well, yeah, that could be Israel, could be Great Britain, could be anything. No, the Great Britain has always been the Postmaster General.
Yeah, that's all very well and done. Like I said, that's what would happen. People would want change, so the education system would have to change. So there begins the revolution, doesn't it? It's a revolution that would happen. That's what would happen if everybody gets on the same page. Well, that's what should be happening. Dispensing with government because it's not working.
Like us Americans, like we believe we have a free market, free all that. The GameStop thing is a clear example of clearly it's rigged. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So therefore, we need to learn that the Earth is indeed a flat plane, and then push that and promote that first before we jump the gun. Because everyone at the moment sleepwalking.
But what is the final goal? Even if that is established, what the we're human.
Peace and harmony on Earth is the key target here. For me, anyway, peace and harmony. So we're not wasting money making weapons. We're not going into wars that the leaders make and the taxpayers dying. Those sort of things stop. Yeah, living.
Well, yeah. Well, then why did Trump get his election stolen? Everybody, the whole world knows it was stolen.
That's again, you've made a big mistake. You're buying into that narrative that democracy exists. Democracy is actually dictatorship.
No, no. I know that.
That's right. So don't talk about Trump then. Trump is part of. Trump played his role. His role was to be Trump, the president who lost his election. That's what is ordained. That was the role he had to play. Now we've got Biden in. Yeah, Biden will play his role. No president.
You think they're all in it? You don't believe Trump is in it for the people?
No, not at all. He's a puppet. He was a puppet. Always will be. They all are.
Why did the mainstream media attack the puppet? I
don't even know why you talk about the mainstream. Yeah, it's a problem, isn't it? They're the ones who are perpetuating the lies. So you can't look to the mainstream media for anything. You can't. Got to stand up for yourself.
Obviously. At this point, it's like such a clown show, and most people see it.
It's been a clown show all your life, man. It's been a clown show all your life.
Yo, so yes, kids see it as well. We got to remember is that, so with the media, for instance, right? Yeah, they might attack somebody, but at the same time, that still paints a narrative, right? It still elicits an emotional response from you. So, what does that allow you to do, right? That allows you to feel like this guy's attacked, people are against him. So yeah, that could be genuine, right? But at the same time, it could be to elicit a response from you. So that response would be obviously emotional attachment to this person. He's the underdog, right? He's not the part of the elite. But if the other is the truth, that he is part of the elite and really it's a ruse, we don't know that Trump might actually end up back in power in about 5 weeks' time when Biden just gets
that's about a good timing. Yeah. That's good timing. Good time. Predict.
But it would paint him to be a hero, right? It would paint him up to be this person that was attacked, and then he everything was bullshit. Everything they said about him was bullshit, and then by the end of it, you're going to trust someone that's been attacked forever and withstood it basically. So there's different narratives that this could be painting, right? So it's really what the media are trying to do.
What is Boris Johnson right now? Clearly, he's being painted as a puppet, right?
He's a puppet scumbag.
Yeah. Exactly.
Right. So let's go back to establishing that the actual spherical ball isn't what it is. Can we do that at least? At least learn something today from this situation that you're in. Yeah. Now, what evidence do you have that the Earth is a spherical ball? It's supposed to be spinning as well. Which
How do I get communications to from satellites to my device? How does it circulate around a plate?
It's a good question. But how do satellites prove the Earth is a globe? Which is what I'm asking you about. How do satellites prove that the Earth is a globe? And remember this here, NASA.
They travel pretty fast. You can see them. They look like little tiny stars.
Hang on a second before you answer. NASA has told you that they don't have any real pictures of the Earth as a spherical ball, and they don't have video of this. No video images. So if they don't have it, and that's NASA, how do satellites? They can't be up there, can they? If they couldn't have gone to the moon, that means they don't have the technology to even put satellites up there. And that's just, we're not even scratching the surface there yet. Okay, so I ask you again, how do satellites prove the Earth is a globe?
I don't have trust in NASA. I don't have trust in the FBI, NSA. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't have trust. But again, how does it prove that it's a globe? That's the question. What evidence do you have? You can't use the satellite thing because they didn't even go to the moon. So they didn't have the rockets to go there.
Oh my God, he's a good looking chap, isn't he?
Yeah, it was back in 1993.
Fucking hell, how many family members are going to die? Mate, I'll come have a look in a sec. I'll read it. Sorry, guys. Hot mic.
No worries, man. No worries.
No, I just found out that one of my uncles has just died. One of my uncles died like 2 weeks ago, and another one has just died now.
Okay, well, sorry about that.
That's life, brother.
Sorry to hear that. Fucking hell, man.
Yeah, man. Every other fucking week at the minute.
A few questions real quick.
Yes, it's terrible. So basically, what we're saying is this. How does these satellites that you think are up there prove the Earth is a globe? You see? That's what we're asking for you. Don't you think that you should be measuring the ground under your feet as opposed to looking into the stars? Don't you think? A bird in hand is worth two in the bush. The Earth in hand is worth 10 planets in the sky. Yeah? In other words?
True that.
Right. So then you should be measuring the ground under your feet, shouldn't you?
Well, of course you should be, Eugene, but this is not what people want to do. They want to. So, like, the issue with satellites, people look at it and they think it's like a conformational thing that confirms this globe. I see a little thing that looks like a star. Well, let's talk about that for a second, because this little star that you see that's 240 miles up, right? 240,000 miles or whatever it is, right? It's a ridiculous number. Apparently traveling at like 17,500 miles per hour, right?
Yeah.
This thing is 100 meters by 100 meters. The biggest plane in the world, the Antonov 225, at 40,000, 30,000 feet. It's barely visible, for instance, right? Its width and breadth in those parameters of 100 meters by 100 meters is actually thicker in terms of the wingspan, the color thereof, of the white wingspan of it, the white tail, the whole body. Its angular size, when we look at it, how big it is, for instance, in our vision, at 40,000 feet, it's barely visible. It looks like a plane in the sky, right? Again.
Right.
So something that's technically got less volume to look at, that's legitimately fucking hundreds of times further away, like the ISS, and it appears to be of similar sizes of what I've seen the Antonov appear to be at 40,000 feet. But angular size is exponential almost. It's got like a inverse square law in it. As it goes away, something gets smaller and smaller. It's not like something at 80,000 feet isn't going to be exactly half the size of something when it's at 40,000.
251 miles to 253 miles off the Earth's surface, traveling at 17,500 miles, and that's more than Mach 10.
You wouldn't be able to see it. You wouldn't be able to see it, for one. But also, we do see certain things that can apparently be tracked, right? Well, what does that mean? Like, you've obviously got companies at the minute, right? Boeing, for instance, they have planes that are, not exactly high altitude, but they use hot air thermals, and this is admitted. This isn't just like hidden technology. This is military technology. This is admitted using solar panels. They've just done a 5-year continuous flight in one of these things, right?
There you go. 5 years. Look at that. So, kids see, you got to learn something here. Now that Satellites don't prove that the Earth's a globe. They don't even exist as you think they do. Satelloons, balloons with satellites attached to them, yes. Helium balloons, they exist, yeah. Satellites in space with solar panels, geostationary, supposedly around the spherical ball. If you look it up on the internet, you won't see a real picture of one. They're all CGIs again, and none of them really exist. 99%, 98% of the communications operate via fiber optic cables, which run under the sea. And then the other 2% are telecom towers.
What shape do you actually think the Earth is? If it's not a circle, if it's not a globe.
Say that again.
What shape?
So, what do you believe? What we live in?
Do you think it's like a flat donut or
hang on a minute, you're breaking up. So if you could say that again, because you broke up.
I was just saying, what do you believe that we live in? Like, what is the composition of our reality?
We're living
as far as just like living and not, you know what I mean?
I'm trying to live in the real world whilst the government is the governments of the world are perpetuating a fantasy for people to live in. That means those who believe in the governments and the narrative are the ones that are living in a fantasy. I live in the real world. Everyone around me is a drone, a robot, brainwashed.
Well, yeah, I believe that, but that doesn't mean, like, what is our, like, physical reality? I know that there's massive brainwashing going on, a bunch of bullshit.
Well, that's what we're in. That's what we are in. That is it. We are living in a world that has been hijacked by governments of the world, and we are being enslaved on it. We're imprisoned on it.
Yeah, I agree with that, but how does that deal with flat Earth? You know what I mean?
Right. No, let me address that real quick. I know what you're asking. So where do we live? You want someone just to boil it down for you.
Yeah, I wanted him to get that.
I feel like no human can boil it down exactly because
we can.
Let's tell you what we know. Okay. We have gas pressure, so there has to be containment. We have no curvature, so it has to be a vast plane. So we live in a contained, vast plane, if you want to talk about physical terms. Beyond that, you get into a lot of speculation, okay? But
it does get there. It always gets there because nobody has the goddamn answer.
The point
is, they have the answers, they just don't give them to us. The technology and the money has gone to figure out a lot of what we are living or where we are living, but that is not disclosed to the slaves.
What shape do you think the Earth actually is? So if you go on Google and type in Earthrise, and then looking at it, you can clearly see it's round.
Right, I'm going to have to intervene here a little bit. You see, it sounds like you don't want to learn or actually find out the truth. That's your position at the moment, because even this gentleman has laid it down to you, but you haven't registered it. You don't seem to take it in.
Oh, I understand that. I just like, even if it's if it's completely true, I mean, what the fuck are we gonna do about it?
Even. Why don't you make a stand first and say, yes, I've studied the heliocentric model to the point where I now realize it is not real. Because from that moment onwards, you will begin to make a change. But what if, and maybe, that you're not going in any direction here. Okay?
Jen,
you're not living real.
Mate, the point of this server
I'm living a lot. My life is much more real than yours, I'm telling you now. Because you're not really talking like somebody who wants something to happen. Okay? All right?
Well,
that's what I'm saying to you.
Here's
you're
the
just
thing.
a spare one at a party. That's how you're acting. Okay?
Jen, hold on a second, dude. I think it's a good question.
I'm not a goddamn troll. I'm just asking questions, man.
I understand that. I do understand. Listen, if there's anybody who understands the question well, it's me and knows what to do next. Right? But before you can even get onto that one, you need to know that how, to the extent that the government has lied, you need to know the history of what's been going on. You don't know any of that stuff.
let me give an analogy.
I get all of that, the lies, the brainwashing, and all of that. I understand all of that. But
he's not saying
why?
Listen.
Go ahead.
Can I give an analogy so you understand what he means by what he just said? Right. What he's saying is, because you're asking, right, even if, what are we going to do if, right? But what he's trying to say is like, what are you going to do if I throw a punch towards you, right? How are you going to block it? You don't know what angle I'm going to throw it at. So basically the point is you're probably not going to start to react to the punch that I'm going to throw at you until I've probably thrown it, right? You're not going to know what to do until you understand that the very thing that you want to react to is actually happening, right? We don't just aimlessly react to things that we don't even understand the nature of or what they're doing or where they're coming from. Point is you're in a point of skepticism at this point of even whether this is, because you said even if it exists, right? If it is true. So you wouldn't know how to react. We can't tell you how to react to something or what you would do about it until you even understand it to be true, because it's actually illogical to react to something that you don't believe exists, right?
Yeah, you're not ready yet.
So this is what he's trying to say to you, basically, is that you first have to be willing to look at certain parts of it to understand that we're saying we can falsify certain parts of the claim. And trust me, once you understand that part, you understand what your reaction is going to be and what you can do about it. You got to understand the details to hash out the details, bro.
Yeah, you'll begin to live real and in earnest, move towards that, right? That's what will happen. But at the moment, what if this, what if that? Can you please at least take a stance? Like I said, I've studied the heliocentric model to the point where I now know it is a non-entity. It is no longer real. And in fact, the Earth is indeed a leveled flat plane. You need to get to that point. Okay? That's what I'm saying. You're not there yet. You're not there yet.
No, like I'm saying, it's a possibility. But
well, let's move it on.
Other issues like that we have to deal with besides that.
But how do you then get it to become a reality? It's actually a reality. That's where you need to be going. You need to move towards that.
Sorry.
I'm trying to get you there. I'm trying to get you there, but you don't seem to want to go there.
Hey, Jen, sorry.
You're trying to make us.
I've been
You have to
fucking listening, to be honest, and you know.
Don't worry, dude. It's cool. Don't worry. You are listening. It's cool. It's just that there's more than one person asking questions. Earlier on, there was someone that said something after, so you might have thought it was one person, but he is willing to learn. Jen, don't worry, he is.
Yeah, I'm listening because I was born in 1990. It's fed bullshit my entire life, right? And that's the main thing I understand. So.
Jen, you said you've studied the heliocentric model, like as in like from the internet, or do you have a degree? Like what did you mean by that?
Okay, well, first of all, it is not a requirement. A degree is not a requirement to study any subject of your choice and become an expert to the degree of a so-called scientist, theoretical scientist, astronomer, or anything. Okay, you don't need to have a certificate or a degree to study any subject. And I've been studying this all my life, actually listening to the astronomers until 2015, when it was brought to my attention that the Earth is not a spherical ball. So I looked into it. I looked into the model, and it turns out that we can't find any curvature. We cannot find the actual spin of this Earth, and we cannot be an Earth in the middle of the vacuum of space without a container to contain the air pressure. We didn't go to the moon. They can't send satellites to Mars. They didn't do the Voyager 1, Voyager 2. So I've learned a lot in that time. Okay.
I respect that. I respect that you like to do independent research. But the reason why I disagree with that type of philosophy is, because I don't go when I go to my doctor and GP. I don't go to the textbooks he studied from and say I can do it independently. We have to go to these professionals.
Excuse me. This is where you are wrong. No one has the right to tell me how to live my life, what to know, and not what to know. That's my choice. So if I don't want to go to the doctor, because hang on a second, please, because I know I'm super healthy.
Why do you think you're more qualified?
You're interrupting and you're not listening.
Why do you think you're more qualified?
I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you. Now you listen to me.
Let him talk.
Clearly. Nobody has the right to tell me what to know and how to be and what to believe and what to not
you
believe.
are actually delusional. You're delusional.
No, I'm not delusional at all. You're the one who's delusional. So the doctor...
Wait there a second. Jin, wait there a second.
I need a vaccine when I know I don't need it. That's delusional. Okay? So don't go down that road.
Let's answer what they're saying. Jin,
What a coincidence.
wait there, guys. 1 sec. Let me calm this down a sec. Let's answer their questions with something that logically disarms what they're actually saying. So the idea of what he just said, I want to answer what he said. So I'm not going to do what the doctor does. I'm not going to try and individually verify these things for myself. Well, that would be a mistake. I can give you an example. This is anecdotal, but so if I didn't investigate certain illnesses myself within my own household growing up, people would have actually died based on actually the diagnosis of doctors. So one time my mum had Quincy's, right? Quincy's is something that's incredibly bad if you get it. It's your throat swells up and you can literally die from it. Doctors wouldn't listen. They said it was tonsillitis and they just sent her home, deal with it this way, da-da-da-da. I knew what it was, right? But why did I know what it was? How do doctors find out anything about anything? A GP, for instance, a general practitioner, meaning he's not exactly an expert on anything. He's not an ear, nose and throat expert. So for me, I'm not going to take his opinion that this is definitely tonsillitis because he himself, admittedly in his own title, is a general practitioner of medicine, not someone who's an expert in an individual field. But that's the entry gate to the medical system, right? That's your evaluator.
If you don't mind me coming back on that.
I'm just going to finish. I'll just say the end of the point. The point is that I decided, because basically in your own situation, you're looking at the problem for much longer. So it's not that saying I'm more of an expert than this guy. I'm saying that I've had the ability to observe said problem or think about it more because I'm more emotionally invested, right? Because it's my mother, right, who's ill. So therefore, my evaluation of the problem may be just something that has a lot more energy put into it, and that could make up for his level of expertise in that area.
Yeah,
more knowledge. We know that there are somebody can be misdiagnosed, but what the reasons are, and is it complex? What factors? Like for example, I know communication and articulation of your actual situation is very important for a correct diagnosis. And obviously, you've been with your mother for longer. It's very complicated, I would say. But
I was there talking to the doctor.
You do get misdiagnosis. That's possible.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can even find a statistic for it.
The fact that you said that proves that it's important to know. So if somebody wants to learn about what the doctors know on their own back, from their own knowledge, that's good. They don't have to go and get a degree in it. It's not a requirement, okay? An appeal to authority is the biggest mistake we made, okay? Because we gave them the... Okay, right. So I'm sorry. Yeah. So please don't go down that road. Right, I don't have a degree. I don't have a degree in pseudoscience at all, but I understand it very well.
Let him reply, Jim. Come on. I know you're passionate, but these guys, they can't take your passionate.
GBR1, do you think the vaccine is fake?
Yeah, we don't. Most definitely, vaccines have never been proven to work. But we're talking about the flat earth at this point, at the moment, trying to get kids to understand that the spherical ball does not exist. That's where we are at this point. That's where I'm headed.
Like vaccines.
I want kids to see. Hang on a second, please.
What I'm saying is, like, whether the fact we live on a spherical ball or a whatever the fucking
the flat Earth, which is real.
Why does that even fucking matter? When we can't do any goddamn thing about it.
Why are you in here if it doesn't matter? Why are you in here?
Why am I in here if it doesn't matter?
If it doesn't matter, yes.
Because we got other issues to deal with.
So what's better than talking is putting things to pen and sharing it. The phrase "the pen is mightier than the sword" is true.
Oh yeah, Biden clearly showed that. We lost almost 500,000 jobs just because of the pen.
Exactly. So if you take your concerns and you write them down and you share them, like for instance, I'm in a situation right now where I have to reach out to the health minister and describe my situation to see what
the health minister's not everyone, everything. Like what health minister?
in United States.
Would you like me to finish, or are you going to interrupt me?
Let's go ahead.
So I have to write a letter for my circumstances to find out what legally I'm allowed to do, because my personal charters of rights and freedoms, because I'm Canadian, interfere with visiting and participating in somebody who's dying. There is no way that there's any justification for me to preventing me from traveling from both those positions. So I'm in the midst of putting my mouth to pen, because you can talk here all day long until you confront them on pen and ask them what they are. Because my point is, I have a lawyer, and I have to reach out to them first, and then wait to get a response, and then I have to show my lawyer what they responded as, because there is no authority and no science to back up what they're doing.
Thank you.
So I have to go and do it this way, because everybody likes to bitch and whine, which is fine, but somebody has to put it to pen.
Well, to take action, exactly.
And all it is pen to paper. But in this case, modern version is an email.
Yeah. And this is why it's important. You guys are saying, well, what could we do about it, for instance? Well, the thing is this is the point. What he's saying is essentially what I've just said as well. I had to take action, in a sense, in order to get something looked at that needed to be looked at. But you ain't going to know what to do until you start to understand that you actually need to do something. At this point, it just sounds like people are in disbelief that they might need to do anything extra, that the entities and authorities that are around are apparently actually going to deal with your situation the way you want it to be dealt with. No, you've got to do what you need to do to take action. But if you believe it's all going to go hunky-dory and great,
I'm
you're never
glad that there's even a Discord with this discussion on here. You know what I mean?
But
I'm just saying
my objective
that, like, we got plane forces we got to deal with.
Yeah, my objective here is to get you to realize that the Earth is not a spinning ball. As long as you realize that, then you might be starting to make some kind of inroads into what can we do next. But if you're just going to be, well, what the fuck does it matter? Then you, like I said, you still don't get it. You've got no direction. You don't know anything. You've got to know.
It's honestly sometimes as simple as sending an email. Like, if you send a proper email and you're polite, you should get a response.
Yeah.
And if you get the right questions down, you may get in contact with somebody you can speak to. And that's at that level, when more people are feeling pressure from the average citizen at that level, that's when things start to change.
Yeah.
No, I believe we can collectively change, but
that's one road. I mean, there are.
This is a situation where we got a lot of fucking people who are just programmed to think the way that they goddamn think, that they're taught to. And if it comes down to the Earth is flat or round, what the fuck does that matter? We got other fucking issues we got to deal with.
Survival, right? So if you're going to survive, you're going to survive under two umbrellas.
I'll survive. Like, I mean, I'm an American. I got some fucking guns. Unlike y'all folks. And
what umbrella do you want to be under? The autonomy of pursuit of whatever you want to do, or somebody that says to you, you cannot do that because it's bad for the environment? You really have to come down to that choice, because you're
that's where we got to start before we get to flat Earth.
No, that's not. No, I think
you don't understand. Flat Earth is that's what it brings you to.
Yeah,
is because it can show you a way where there's real science in institutions that are valuable, and discern the difference between the two of them, the fake sciences, if you will, that, let's say, the exaggerated theoretical sciences. I'm sure there's a lot of wasted money that comes from your Americans' pockets to pay for that.
Right.
And that's done by
robbed for fucking at least since 1871.
Well, see, the thing is that people have survival mode. So for the longest time, it's been this opportunity to survive and prosper, and now it's this dependent mode, right? So they've reached the pinnacle of decadence through this idea. Now they're creating dependency, and that's when the system gets destroyed. Is when everybody's dependent on the system that was created by people who stood up and voiced an opinion that was, I guess, in congruency, right? And what happened is now we're all these little individual tribes, and there's very little congruency. And if
by design.
But here's the thing. Here's a simple thing.
There. Can I just say one thing a sec? I want to add to what you just said, just while it's on my brain, so I'll forget. So what you just said about society, right? It's true, right? Because basically, society will break down socialist, capitalist, regardless of which one it is, as people become lazy, because it will have too much pressure on the government that is supposed to provide these services, right? So the government, the society's top upper echelon will eventually fail the people below in a big way, regardless. The weight will be too much. So, because people can no longer look after themselves, right? If you can't look after yourself, eventually the government will not be able to, because they're individuals as well, also reliant on this system. So you believe in it too much, it will fail you. Too much belief, not enough action, right? It will fail you, and everything will collapse from there.
I mean, as an American, I was. Everyone got to see the censorship of free speech. The whole world got to see it. So, I mean, Americans waking up, but at the same time, we got to deal with the level that we are capable of.
That's what I'm saying.
Good news if you understand that all puppets in play have to take an ownership and responsibility. It appears that through some sort of ignorance of Biden, he's bringing.
This is the most obvious puppet.
I know, but he's bringing more people together on either side, and that's a positive thing. And ironically, here's how they've weakened you down for the new system of the Great Reset: is they get you to divide, and then they put a guy in place they know is what's going to do it is join people together, right? It's this bait and switch kind of concept, and they can do
good guy, bad guy concept.
Yeah, it's the bait and switch. Right? So
listen,
Boris Johnson's a perfect example of that.
Listen, it's true though, because what he just said. Listen. The reason why Trump, so what they do is they have to, black people and white people, believe it or not, were very fucking connected 4 years ago, right? Okay? I'm not saying that Trump divided them by what he said. It's the misconceptions of what he apparently said, all this sort of shit, right? I don't care who he is, what his agenda was, none of that. It's how the media was able to portray what he was apparently putting out, right? That he's a dog whistle for the racists. People have become, I'm saying, I speak to people all the fucking time, right? People have become more racist based on the reactions of society because they're afraid black people hate them, and basically the reactions they're getting back, this hatred towards white people, all this sort of stuff, right? It breeds it back and forth. So what they do is at certain points in society, they realize people are becoming too united. People are too aligned. So you introduce a narrative that then allows people to hate one another, dehumanizes one another. This is what war is, right? It's the same thing with evolution, okay?
We're in a different kind of war right now.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is this, right? So you sow the seeds of, hatred towards one another by putting in something like a narrative. So Trump's not the crux of it. I'm saying that the narrative that was able to be portrayed around it, right? And the Marxist views that allow people to hate one another, because if you have people of different classes, for instance, united, you end up with people that have different types of, not skill sets, but different types of mental agility towards different things, right? You never want the lower class people attached to the upper middle class people, because the upper middle class might have better skills, organization, and better skills, better, ways of dealing with things, but the lower class might be a lot more physically able to carry out, a change, for instance, right? And if those two get on too well, guess what? You have an ability to train people, cross-training. You have physical might mixed with brains at that point. So they made sure they disconnected people on a fundamental level. And now they can bring them back together, because you can't have people divided for too long, right? Because then the whole thing will collapse, because there will be a war of some kind, and they can't control that when it goes to chaos. They need to slowly eke it along. So, they have to bring people back together, but that will keep them far enough apart while they're brought back together. Controls at the same time as keeps people apart. People aren't making plans together. People aren't building together. There's been a break.
Exactly what they're doing now with the social distancing. You can't go. You can't go this. Wear 3 masks and a face shield and shut up.
3 masks.
Right,
and it's clear to see. It's clear
I promised myself if it got any weirder, I'd end up buying the Mandalorian helmet and dressing like the Mandalorian.
Oh yeah.
Seriously, why not?
A message out there. Why not? Exactly.
You're going to tell me to wear a helmet? I'm going to wear a fucking space helmet then, you space tards.
Right, there you go.
Look at my profile picture, man. That's what I wear when I go into shops.
I can't do it though. I can't do it. I get sick. I get nauseous from wearing them.
I've never worn the mask once. I've never worn the mask once. I never will.
You can't get served here.
This is my point. This is why you guys are on a topic other than flat Earth.
Yeah, we're trying to get onto flat Earth. I'm trying to steer it back.
That's what I'm saying. We got issues as a people to deal with before we even get there.
Wait there. So to that comment, let me just say, do you really think that if people understood that they had been essentially misled by the information,
people aren't going to understand until everyone agrees pedophilia is disgusting, and I would happily murder you if you were one. So
what are you on about?
If what was disgusting? What was disgusting?
No, don't ask the question. I heard what you said. You don't need to repeat it.
Yeah, what did he say?
Why are you saying that? Why are you saying that?
What did he say though? I didn't hear it.
I'm saying, if you're a pedophile, I would murder you just because that's
if you're
the
a
right
what?
thing to do.
A pedophile.
Oh yeah. I agree with that. Sure. Well, yeah, I wouldn't.
I feel like 99% of the population of the world would agree with that statement. And if you don't, then
that would be aimed at Biden, really.
I'm asking why the fuck you're bringing that up. I'm not asking whether it's a relevant comment.
Because that is what's controlling most of the world.
Yeah, you have to realize, listen, man, he's right, because in Canada, there's all these gay lawyers. No joke, dude.
I don't give a fuck if
Hold on. I know, but you know what they did? They lowered the Canadian anal sex laws from 18 to 16. When Justin Trudeau took office the first year.
Justin Trudeau, hard, dude. Everyone knows that.
I know, but that's the first year in office. He was in an interview, and a reporter asked him, says, "Hey, what do you think about the lowering the anal sex laws?" And he goes, "Oh, that was very proud. We were very proud of our first term. That was one of the first things we wanted to do." And I'm like, boom. And then when you research, you find out the lawyers there are they're gay lawyers, right? Because the association and the husbands and you know what I mean.
Every system.
So
it is a shame. It is a shame.
Here's the issue. Here's the concerning issue with it, because you brought it up.
Each other, please. I don't want to.
Here's the concern. Here's the concerning issue, because you brought it up, right? So the argument is what individual would want to change these laws and focus on these laws, right? Lowering the age of these laws. They have interest in that.
These are scumbags who are in control.
So yeah, and that's the people that are in the position of power in Parliament that are making and changing laws. Wow. So if you see that as evidentiary, you have to realize they're going to, what other laws are they going to do? Well, here's the other laws are changing in Canada, and these are by gay lawyers.
Terrible.
So, well, they have the power over the law, and they have a sexuality. So they're literally changing the law based on their sexuality, and they're allowed to do it through the process of law. So it's interesting.
You can't have your revolution fast enough. But before you can do that, we need to get everybody on the same page. And before that happens, perhaps we tell the truth about where we live. That might be a catalyst to get everyone else to wake up. You see, this is what I'm trying to say here.
Start staring it back to flat
Earth. Wake up the world.
Start staring it back to flat Earth.
Yeah, I already tried to do this. I already said, listen, wait there, guys. You're going to just turn around and say stupid shit like, right, pedophiles, I'll kill them. At least put some fucking context in there first. I was talking about something else that was actually pertinent to the thing, and you just distracted straight away from that. So you're saying that if and so to do with all the stuff with Flat Earth, right? So let's actually talk about the issues with inside of this, right? Instead, okay? You personally are saying if and so. Well, it takes 2 seconds. We've had a conversation, kid, now for quite a while. It takes 2 seconds for us to explain to you, for instance, why we have this issue, why we're saying the heliocentric model is completely ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't take us very long to explain this. So what questions would you ask us? What would you want to actually discuss about that?
The CMB background radiation, the axis of evil. Today I brought that up, and it was quite interesting how Brandon brought up the quote from what's his name? Clarence, or no, what's this? The Klaus guy. You know who I'm talking about? The astrophysics. Krauss, yeah.
Yeah, Krauss, yeah.
Yeah, so he talked about the result of the microwave background radiation and how it placed, Earth at a unique position, right? And it was a little odd with the results. Everybody's kind of shocked by it. So what do you guys think of that axis of evil?
Well, the axis part is based on the observation, because you're able to see these 7 galaxies aligned, right? Based off of the eastward out of the equator and also from the North Pole. So, essentially,
so they're lined up on cylinders, right? Cylindrical paths, these galaxies.
It wouldn't be such a problem if it was just off of the equator, right? But this is why it's dubbed the axis. That's the axial part that they're talking about. It's 2 observational points we are seeing this from. So that's an issue, because obviously if everything's expanding outwardly, even to have 7 galaxies aligned, right? Because if you're saying it comes from a singularity, expanding outwardly, crepuscular type fashion, right? Like an explosion is. How is it that these things are still on a trajectory that allows them to be aligned and then observed from 2 different positions, right?
Yeah. So clearly it's not the Big Bang Theory, then that's going to...
Yeah, so it destroys Copernicus and the Big Bang concept, because all the shelves are cylindrical, pointing inward towards Earth, right?
Yeah.
So everywhere you look, basically in a 360 degree, you're going to have these cylindrical shelves surrounding you.
Right.
Like everything's coming towards the Earth instead of away from.
Exactly, yeah.
Do y'all believe space is
Can I
fake?
ask a quick question?
Go for it.
Yeah, so come away from the science from a minute. Like what shape do you actually think the Earth is? Do you think it's like a 2D circle? Yeah, how is it not a globe? What do you think it is?
We don't really know what it is, because we can't, all we can go by is what we observe, and that is that it's a leveled plane. 71% of the Earth's surface is water, ocean, and that always lies level. As for a shape, we never make a claim to a shape. We don't know. It could be anything. We don't know what it is.
There's no such thing as a 2D shape in nature.
That was the other thing.
There's no such thing as a 2D shape in nature.
Anyway.
You got 3D, right? Length, width, height. As soon as you invoke one, you immediately invoke the other 2.
Villain, can you explain that expansion thing again? I didn't understand what you meant.
Let's
keep it with Camden.
I wanted to ask
right?
you about
Hold on a second.
With the 7 galaxies.
Hold on a second. 1 second.
What?
Camden, do you understand that?
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, well, what was that thing with the 7 galaxies? I didn't...
Hold on a second, I said. Camden, do you understand the 2D, 3D issue?
I understand what you mean. There's no 2D in real life, because just on paper, isn't it, really?
Right.
Yeah, but we're talking about real life, please. Yeah?
Yep. So go ahead, touch with the button. You can go ahead and expand on what you wanted to.
Yeah, sorry. I thought that was Villain talking.
It was a minute ago about the expansion, yeah. But
What was that? I didn't understand.
Right, so I was saying that with the axis of evil, which is an observation that uses cosmic background radiation, right? They observed galaxies that were aligned from different positions on the Earth that would not be possible on a heliocentric model, meaning a Earth that rotates around the sun and within all of its own vectors and trajectories and all this sort of stuff, and these other galaxies, these other systems, all being aligned from 2 different positions. Because to have something in a line, aligned with one another, 7 galaxies, you can't observe these things in the same sort of view from 2 different positions, right? Because if we're talking about something being started from a singularity, a big bang, so it's an explosion expanding outwardly, these things would be differently aligned from different perspectives, for instance, right? Because if you have a row of ducks, for instance, and you look at them from above, or you look at them from the water's edge with your eye in line with the water, you see them aligned, right? How can you raise yourself above and not see the duck at the back that you couldn't see from before on the floor? You can't see the duck at the back, right? Not as well, because it's blocked by the other things in front. But if you're seeing it the same as from 2 positions, how is it possible to see that the same way from 2 different perspectives? One looking down, one looking across. You can, especially when this thing is apparently all these things have their own trajectory from the expansion from the beginning of the explosion. Wow. This is impossible to see this in the heliocentric model. It makes no sense to see this.
Would I Google to read about that?
If someone got the Axis of Evil page, the one
I put the citation in the text chat 38 minutes after the hour.
Hey Q, I got a question for you. You know,
Hold on. Yeah, hold on to your questions.
You posted it.
How we can see the same aligned galaxies, or are you sure we can't see it after the Earth moves?
It was literally dubbed the Axis of Evil by the people that observed this because it flew in the face of heliocentricism and pointed towards a geocentric Earth, because it was impossible based on the model that they were following. They're the ones that are saying this is impossible. This isn't me looking at the information and estimating that this couldn't happen. This is literally their evaluation of what they saw. This is the main
Cosmic microwave background's a joke. I have a whole video on that, but this is what they come up with the Axis of Evil with Planck satellite. It's all horseshit anyway. I think this is just a diversionary tactic right here, but that being as it may, go ahead, Flat Earth Dana.
You know, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, it sounds like it's the same way as Einstein's calculations.
No, it's not.
Well, the limited variant, right, in the Heisenberg
It's
principle,
not.
right?
No.
It's not.
Do
They're
you want me to read?
basically contradictory. That's
No,
what he
they
was-
don't work together. No, they're the opposite.
Holy
but I'm saying
shit.
the limitations in each are the same.
They're incompatible. He was trying to debunk.
I
that
agree.
shit.
I agree. No, I agree.
Yeah,
They don't.
so they
don't-
can't be the same.
No, I don't mean by the same as the interpretation of it. I mean is the same as the.
There is no interpretation of it. It's just what it is.
Okay, let me get it. They're incompatible, right? Because
Yes.
there's no explanation for information. So
no, that's not it.
Quantum physics explains information along with energy and mass, right? So with Newton's, there's no information and there's no equation for light. So there appears to be in the calculations of Einstein's one position or one body, if you will, of mass. And it appears in quantum physics, there's also the one variable variant. I forget the phrase. Let me just go read it and I'll read it to you. Give me a second.
It's not.
I just kids see the thing that's important to realize is that I know it's hard to believe, but people have been looking into this shit, and I hate these appeals to authority, bro. Where constantly people are like, "Oh, you're not an expert," you know. Well, like I said, my mum probably would have died if I didn't diagnose her issue myself, right?
There you are.
Fucking expert. Who cares about that?
Oh, wait, she didn't. I thought you diagnosed her and you turn out to be right. Like she
That's
died.
what I
or
just
something.
said. I just said that. I said she probably would have died if I did not do so.
But you said would have died. She didn't actually die.
Probably would have if I didn't diagnose the issue myself and then assert myself that this issue is the issue.
Just a quick question though. How do you know you were right if she didn't actually die?
It's a lie.
Because I can read from a textbook where
situation
people...
you could possibly control and change the outcome.
Yeah. You say how. I'll explain how. Because you have attributes of certain things that have been established. But so if you have your throat swelling so much that it appears to be obstructing breathing, I just know for a fact that this is dangerous. It's just a logical fucking thing at this point, right?
It's selfish that would happen because I'm allergic.
Yeah, so it is possible to know things rather than believe things, yeah? That's the other thing. You're going on like we shouldn't know anything and we mustn't know anything and we must leave it to authority. That's never going to happen in my time as long as I'm living. Yeah?
I mean...
okay? So if you want to follow the authorities and go and do the vaccine, good luck to you.
No. Taking the vaccine is some bullshit. Anyway, no. Do not believe your governments. I mean, that should be a common thing, Todd, but it's not because you can see what's going on right now. Everyone can see it, unless you're a fucking moron.
No, Villain, I didn't mean it in a bad way, by the way. I'm happy that your mom didn't die. What I meant was before I actually thought you said you had this suspicion and she ended up dying, so the doctor was wrong.
No,
but
the doctor was wrong.
Completely different scenario.
The doctor was wrong, and then when it was finally investigated by a specialist, I pushed the issue so far. The doctor wanted to ignore it, right? I pushed it so far. I pushed the issue so far with a evaluation of what I believe the problem to be, to then be proven right by a ear, nose, and throat specialist that my diagnosis was in fact correct, that it was Quincy's, that was the issue. Okay. So I'm just saying,
I'm just happy that your mom's alive. So that's
good. And so you should be at the end of the day. It is dangerous to rely on the authorities only without checking for yourself these days. Especially these days.
Absolutely. That's something we people can control, whether the fact Earth is flat or not.
Well, we can, and we will.
We're not trying to control what it is.
Yeah, because it is already flat. What we're trying to do is get everybody on the same page as where we are. We know it is a flat. Yeah. It is not a spinning ball. We do, we will, and we are. We do that. That's what we're living for. That's one of the reasons why we're living at this point.
We're not trying to change it into a globe or anything, guys. Like, just to get that clear, like, we're not trying to turn it into a globe.
No.
Right?
We're making sure that everybody knows that the globe doesn't exist and we can't go to space. There are no things as satellites orbiting the spiral ball that doesn't exist. Yeah? That's what we're doing.
So
that's the beginning. That's
what are your thoughts of aliens?
Well, I have no interest in aliens whatsoever.
I have a question. Do you guys think that the Earth spins, or is it just a flat Earth?
The Earth
doesn't spin. The Earth doesn't spin.
As we observe it, it's never been proven to spin. Never, not once.
Everyone should notice it through the vestibular apparatus in the inner ear.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Why don't we notice it?
I mean, this would be true if the spinning is accelerating, but if it's not accelerating, like with Newton's
spinning is acceleration.
Like with Newton's first law.
You change direction all the time. It's a vector quantity. You need to know what acceleration and velocity is.
I mean, if it's accelerating in the sense that
the semicircular canals in the inner ear detect angular movement, angular rotation. You're screwed.
And you have
that's what the accelerometer is based off of.
I don't care what accelerometer is. It's based on the inner ear. So let's deal with this guy. Hold on a second, Flat Earth. Hold on a second, Flat Earth data. Back to don't touch that button. You understand the semicircular canals The vestibular apparatus in the inner ear detects angular movement. Do you understand that?
I'm honestly skeptical of the biology claims.
No, you're skeptical of the biology claims, really? Well, bend over and rotate your head, and you can confirm this. It's a duh. Jesus, you're skeptical of it.
Yeah, you don't need to be exhilarating at all.
It sounds like you're skeptical of the wrong. You know what? Let's just kill this fucking shit right now.
Yeah, exactly.
He's skeptical of his senses.
Yeah, he's skeptical of the biology of it, huh? Let me get it.
Can we clarify? Are you talking about the Are you talking about the biological explanation that he has provided, or the biology in general as relation to the vestibular system?
He prefers the doctors, of course.
I mean, the claim is coming from, the Flat Earth Discord Society, so I'm very skeptical. I want to verify.
Discord Society.
We're not a society. You got the wrong place, man.
Whatever you call it, Flat Earth Discord.
You don't even know where you are, do you?
Okay, wait there. So we can easily We can Jin. We don't need to throw that they're idiots, all that stuff. We don't need to do that. Listen, we just need to say to them, look, right. How can we confirm whether or not the information Quantum has just provided for you is false or not? How can you do that?
I mean, I think it's unfair that you guys, are very skeptical about information given to you.
Unfair.
So with their biology is a bit different, right? Biology is a bit different, though, right? Wait there, Jin. Wait there a sec. Biology is a little bit. I just want to attack what he's saying. I just want to attack what he's saying.
A good method would be, for example, you provide me with all of your claims listed and your sources, and then what I can do is I can go to various different doctors individually who are not related and not connected, and I could just, without giving them context, I'm not going to say this is the flat. I'm not going to say that this is the Flat Earth Disc. This is from the Flat Earth Discord. I don't want to taint their judgment. You know what I mean? I want them to give a fair assessment without knowing I am asking.
Fair assessment. I mean? Well, I'm going to kill it right now. I'll go back to the vestibular apparatus here in a few seconds, but just wait 1 second. 15 seconds. And we're going to kill it. We're going to kill the rotation of the Earth. Okay?
I want it in 12.
12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
You're going to kill a dead horse?
4, 3. 3.5.
Get to it, mother.
3.1. 2. 1.5. Bam. Are you in live stream voice text?
I am.
Mr. Don't touch that button.
Yes.
I want you to touch that button right there that says at 50 minutes after the hour, Moon moving in the inertial reference frame. This is a 25-minute time lapse of a stationary camera. That's a drone in the inertial reference frame. That's the atmosphere. Stationary. The moon and multiple stars are moving. You're finished. The whole heliocentric model implodes with just this.
What am I looking at? Sorry. What is this video of?
I just fucking told you. Now listen closely. It's a 25-minute time lapse, stationary camera, drone in the inertial reference frame, the Atmos. The moon and multiple stars are moving. Turn out the lights. It's over.
Yeah, this is correct. We're not actually spinning relative to our own reference.
So what?
That would be a misunderstanding of Galilean relativity.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It's over.
Dude, you're not understanding what he's saying. You're not understanding what he's saying.
Give this guy an iron bar present, will you?
Huey, so he thinks you're misunderstanding what the model is apparently saying, but he's not understanding what you're saying, which is that, that's included in what's being said right now. How is it that the moon and multiple stars, tell me how the moon and multiple stars are moving when the multiple stars are not included in the, what you're talking about, which is obviously this tidal mechanics between us and the moon, right? That, you understanding the point?
No, he's way off the point. The drone is in the inertial reference frame. That means if it looks up at the sun, moon, stars, they should not move because the Earth is allegedly rotating. It is untethered to the Earth. Therefore, the Earth is not rotating. The sky is.
Yeah, there you are.
I was confused because I thought you were talking about a camera. Now, sorry, I'm very sorry. What's going on with?
Hold on, let him speak.
I was actually thinking you were talking about a camera, so I was really confused.
Now you get it now. You get it.
So this drone is hovering, and you're saying that it's quote unquote staying on the same spot.
Yep.
Correct.
And okay, let me think.
He's not moving, but the sky and the stars, the moon, that's moving. They're moving.
This is a bit, complicated. You have to say what stuff.
No, it's not. It's simple. Second grade.
Yeah, you have to say what stuff are moving relative to.
Second grade. It's in the inertial reference frame. This game's over.
Yeah, but relative. What is it moving relative to?
Relative to what's what moving relative to?
Yeah. So what is the drone moving relative to?
The drone's not moving. It's stationary.
Yeah. So if you say that it's stationary, what is it stationary relative to? You have to say it's because of
it's stationary relative. It's not fucking moving.
Like believe me, I studied theoretical physics. I mean
theoretical physics.
Yeah,
that's not science.
Hold
on, Jen.
Obviously, I'm not an expert at astronomy.
You don't have to be an expert. You just have to have an IQ above your fucking shoe size and a second grade education to figure this one out.
And I do know Galilean relativity.
Fuck Galileo and relativity.
Why?
You don't understand this at a basic fundamental level. Shut the fuck. Don't overtalk me. You're the dumbest person in here. A second grader can evaluate this in less than 5 seconds. You're a moron. Got it? You tracking with me, sunshine? Fucking Galileo relativity.
He appeals to authority.
Can you show the experimental validation of Galileo relativity for us right here in live stream?
I mean, it's very simple.
Yeah, it is.
Have you all been in trains and cars?
Train. Don't put all. Don't include me with all. Don't stereotype phallus me. All right, you got it. You track it. Let's get to your science acumen, because I don't think you have one.
No, I didn't say I have it.
In natural science, can natural science be conducted without experiment?
No.
Really? That's the correct answer. So, astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology, are they natural sciences?
What did you ask is natural?
I said, is cosmology, astronomy, and astrophysics natural sciences?
Yes, but I think.
Oh, so they must have experiment then, right?
Yes.
All right. So we're going to need a single viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of either of those disciplines, and I want you to put that in a live stream voice text right now. I need you to identify the independent and dependent variables.
We were talking about Galilean relativity, though.
Yeah, which is valid. This is valid to that. We're first establishing whether or not it's even a valid science for us to be arguing over. It's not a science, and we can't actually establish anything with experimentation. Thus, it cannot be explained as something that is necessarily factual. So we're trying to work out whether or not you can provide for us something that validates that these things are actually forms of science in the first place, because, you know, that would be important to the validity of your claims.
With your scientific knowledge, of course.
Yeah, for example, if you jump in the air, it looks like...
I ain't talking about jumping in the air. Stay on topic. I want a viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of either astronomy, astrophysics, or cosmology right now. Don't you red herring fallacy away, or I'll kick your ass out of here. You understand me?
I'm being nice. Okay. So if you will excuse me, I'm just making a point about Galilean relativity.
I'm not. I don't want to hear it.
Listen, Kiwi, let me say something in a sec. You can go on about that point to do with Galileo relativity after we first establish, right, whether or not any of that actually matters in terms of anyone's estimation of what they believe is going on with jumping, with being in cars, any of that shit. Because for us to first establish that any of that even matters, or that information is factual, anyone's estimation of their evaluation of what that is, we first have to establish whether or not we can actually detect cause and effect relationships within inside of the disciplines that you're citing.
Yeah, regarding the importance of it, obviously, because we went into Galilean relativity because it branched off from the drone.
The citation, please.
We're not asking you that. We're going to get to that after you first establish that these disciplines are actually valid.
Experiments. Let's have it. Historical. Come on.
So, Q?
Yeah, he had the correct answer. I asked him if natural science can be conducted without experiment. He said no, that was correct. Right. Then I asked him, is astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics science? He said yes. So therefore, they must have experiment. Therefore, they must have viable scientific hypotheses. I want just one in the entire history of either of those disciplines right now. I want you to identify the independent, dependent variable. Go.
What am I doing?
If you can, you just have to say that we can move.
He's laughing because you know he can do it. That's why he's laughing.
Yeah, which is fine because no one could.
No one can, but there you go.
Okay, just listen to my point. It's interesting.
No, just make the logical part of what we're saying so we can close it and carry on. No one can, right? You can't do that, can you? You cannot provide an example of experiment in those fields, can you?
Are you getting at that we haven't ever sent any rockets?
No, I'm getting at your science acumen is below 5th grade. That's what I'm getting at. Now do it right now, or you're not going to speak again.
If it's 5th grade, then obviously you don't need a degree according to you, right? So I'm being consistent.
Yourself.
You're done. Goodbye.
I don't think he understands the exercise, QE. Can I elaborate a little bit for him?
No, he's done.
Or did he leave?
He's gone.
Oh, he left.
Too much of an appeal to authority scumbag, really. Sorry, but that's what he was.
It's just a never-ending circle jerk of his Galilean relativity, which is a friggin' tear-jerking belly laugher. He doesn't even know what science is. He's just reading it from Wiki. We have better things to do with our time.
Yeah, really. And he's telling us that we can't know anything as well, and we should listen to the authorities only. That's what he was telling us. And it's a pity that we have our own opinions. I mean, come on. That's why I said iron bar this guy the back of the head, upside his head quickly, and get him out of here.
I mean, he's still here. Just whenever he gets what QE is asking for, just bring it forward, and we'll mute you, and you can explain your.
Yeah, I didn't ban him or anything. I just put him on mute. He can stay here and listen.
We'll talk to him in a second. He needs to understand that basically to establish something as a scientific field, even first we must be able to do things inside of the parameters actually that were set by so-called scientists anyway, right? We need to be able to follow the scientific method, for instance. We can't do that with inside of the things that we're looking at that are apparently, in the science, the things that we're looking at, the moon, whatever it is, I don't care what it is, celestial bodies. We can't test or experiment using these things. We can't establish it as a science, right?
Exactly.
It's not a form of science. So if you don't understand that,
a waste of time and taxpayers' money. That's what that is.
If you can't understand the fact that these things are not in the realm of science, then why the fuck are we going to listen to you about Galileo and relativity?
Yeah.
Well, that's
precisely.
They're hoping like a judge or a district attorney that their red herring will evade you from the from the said allegation. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Well, listen to my point. And go off on a total different rant, hoping.
Yeah. It's a pity we're so skeptical. You hear what you said there? It's a pity we're so skeptical. Fucking hell.
Skeptical of the claims made about the vestibular system when all he's got to do is just realise that actually you could just Google the claims and actually the studies and the mechanisms that provide the actual ability to register for us that we are having an angular change, for instance.
It's a pity he's so spineless that he doesn't want to stand up and learn for himself or check anything out. Just wants to be spoon-fed. Well, if I had my way, I'd open your jaw and you would eat flat earth. till it came out your ears on every orifice. I'll tell you.
So I don't understand. It's like people look at Einstein, they go, "Oh, he's the smartest guy," and it's like, "I had an IQ of 148." I'm like, wait, like, yeah, I've done an IQ test. It doesn't really tell you much, but my IQ is very similar to this guy. To be honest, it's a little bit higher, and I have more information to look at. Actually, endpoints of information, ends of studies that he didn't have, the ability to look at whatsoever. So, why can't people understand that individuals might actually be way above this man in terms of the capability to understand things?
Yeah, there are many people out there with a higher IQ than Einstein.
Yeah, he's not even high, like, really. If you look at even, what's his fucking Name, the Unabomber, Ted Brzezinski, for instance, he had an IQ of 178, right? Apparently. So this guy is above Einstein massively, and he was a terrorist, apparently, so...
Oh, that's the shoe bomber, was it?
Apparently. No, the Unabomber.
Unabomber, that's the guy, yeah.
Wait a second. Einstein couldn't tie shoes.
Yes, he couldn't. That's right.
So what do you mean IQ of 148?
Well, that's apparently
Took the words out of my mouth, man. I was going to say that.
I'm sorry, man.
I'm not making a claim about his IQ. I don't. That's what is reported.
This IQ thing is bullshit, honestly, dude.
I know it is. That's what I'm stating. That's what I'm
Yeah.
stating. That's the point I'm making, dude.
Another puppet scientist to put in front of everyone. Wheel them out.
I'm saying if we go off the framework of what they say, his IQ's this much, this is why he's a genius. Well, okay, there's been many men since then that have a higher IQ, so why are we not listening to them and their opinions on the same topics? For instance, QE has probably got a higher IQ than Einstein. Why are we not listening to what QE is saying? Why don't they instantly believe QE over Einstein? Because they always cite that his IQ was so high, that's why they listened to him. That's my point. It's a fallacy, right? No, he was built up on a pedestal by propaganda to be listened to because that's the narrative they want listened to.
Because they wanted to promote the heliocentric model as a real thing, so obviously they're going to put their man in place.
Yeah,
cool.
Without the, I think what the argument was between Einstein, I got to go back and read it again, but between Einstein and George Lemaitre is that George said it was expanding, and Einstein says it wasn't. Right? It was more congealed in a way. I think that was the original argument. And then
he was a static. Einstein was a static universe guy in the beginning.
Yeah, and they needed to. They had problems over that, and I guess eventually George won, and Einstein conceded. And then there's Eddington. Was it Eddington? I can't remember. Fuck, I go back and read it again. But Eddington had an issue, or no? Who's the student of Eddington? Was it George? Yeah, I think George was a student of Eddington, right?
Maitre was a Catholic Jesuit priest.
Yeah, but he was a student of another guy.
I can't recall.
I think it was Eddington.
I remember that shit.
I don't think Eddington performed a stupid so-called experiment in 1919 that supposedly validated the non-scientific theory, general relativity.
I gotta go back and read that shit. I like reading those arguments, man, and that debate shit, and it's good. It's good stuff.
It's good shit.
Well, it's just man, right? Like in the pursuit, right? And it's based in philosophy. And if you have a secular philosophy, then you're going to have secular processes. And it appears in all the literature prior. There's a recognition of Lucifer as the information giver. And then it goes from that to more of a Neoplatonic kind of perennial metaphysical Narnia, right? And then it's all this perfect sphere shit, really.
Yeah,
even to the tiny cell or the virus,
They
right?
were doing it back in the Renaissance period, so they're just carrying on with that same shit.
Hey, I'm out, guys, for the evening. Have a good one.
Quantum, thanks for that. Well done, man.
Yep, later on, guys. Okay,
Good.
later. Have a good one.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Later, guys.
Later.
Yeah. The leveler. Quantum raised out the leveler. Levels everything out. That's it. So, Kid C, is he still here? Kid C? Want to learn something, man.
I'll get him back.
Great video, that. What quantum has it dropped in there? Where is it?
Don't touch the button. You've got control of your mic again now. If you want to talk at all.
Yeah, but talk sense, yeah?
Oh, don't jump on it. Remember, like, you know, you got to realise, guys, that when we were introduced to this topic, I always said this to people, like, we could sit there and estimate.
I wasn't like him at all. No way.
Yeah, but there's ego involved in this fucking forum, mate.
Yeah, I wasn't like him at all. Sorry.
Yeah, but everyone, yeah, I know, but you're like you. You're like you, but you're not talking to you. You know what I mean? When you were doing it, right? So you have to understand it like that. It's like, you know, I was reading.
I was respectful to the information I was being told. That's me.
I get that. But, like, it's hard with no body language, none of the, you know, tone of voice, all that sort of shit, right? Like,
well, we gave him the right tone of voice. You know, look, I told him he came in hot. He came in batting hot there. You know, we are, you know, it's a shame we're skeptical to the point where we don't listen to the authorities. Damn right we don't.
Yeah, but he just needs to explain to him why we don't do that.
It's important that
I was trying
to the definitions.
Yeah, he didn't want to listen, did he? I mean, even you were trying to tell him, and he was talking over you anyway. So, you know, come on. That's why I said iron bar the geezer at the back of the head and put him down for a little while. Send him to the
The understanding to certain definitions and on the topics that are being discussed is important, because sometimes, like, you guys are trying to explain and you're very clear and specific on what you're saying, but some people just cannot understand many of the words that come out of your mouth. They don't know the definitions. They might think they do, but while you're saying something and you're explaining something, since they don't understand what the words actually mean, in their minds they're understanding something different.
Of course. But it's actually a tactic, like, that's QE's main tactic as well. Like, he purposefully keeps it very specific with eloquent and long words, right? Because that's the point. He's trying to show that they're ignorant to a level of their knowledge base comparatively to him.
And then he'll drop a very simple video to understand that a 5-year-old understand it, and they don't get it. Confused.
He's trying to get them to think for themselves. So that's the whole point, really.
Yes.
Yeah, really and honestly. He's not trying to give too much away. He's like, look, this is the information. You need to understand why this has any relevance to the situation. And
what do you do? It's when someone thinks that you don't have the right to think for yourself. You should be listening to them. They're the experts, because that's his demeanor. That's his situation. You know. Do you have a degree? Remember, he asked us, "Do you have a degree?" Okay.
Do you even think they realize they're being trained to march for more taxes and less freedoms?
Yeah.
Do they even acknowledge that at all? Just out of curiosity.
No, is it right now? Yeah.
Some people want it. Some people think that's the correct way to go.
Yeah, they're running towards it.
They're asking for it.
That's insane. Yeah, that's insane, right?
Yeah, it is.
But guys, I've seen it where people are not thinking in the right direction, where, like, you know, like, eventually got it right, where he's like, all right, yeah, I understand how that's pertinent to what we're talking about now, okay? Because you start to adjust your thinking to understand why this is relevant right now, okay? But this is the issue. You kind of have to get into that training mode of thought, right? You can't always think in that manner, because you haven't been doing it for yourself for a long time. You haven't needed to.
Yeah.
No, I'm always with them. Look, whenever I approach anyone, I know where they're coming from. That's why I go on the way I go on.
I'm just saying in general, like, these people.
In general, yeah, that's what I'm like. I'm appreciative of where they're coming from. I was once like them, but at the same time, I wasn't as blatantly rude. Do you have a degree? And I wasn't like that. I wasn't like that. I was quite respectful to the people that were giving me the knowledge. I had to go away and check. You know, I mean, I'm not having them up in contempt. But, you know, do you have a degree? No, it wasn't like that.
They ask this question, do you have a degree? They're just basically parroting what they hear from other people, questioning facts and stuff.
Yeah, when QE came in, I didn't say, you got a degree, did I? I just said, all right, okay. I can clearly understand that this guy is knowledgeable. Let me listen to what he says. And he's had the decency to put down citations and everything, and then you lap it up if you want to learn. And then you go check it, and he's right. This guy's, well, you know, but I've known QE from like 5 years ago anyway, so bloody hell. You know, I was surprised he was on this server when he came in. Wow. Last year, but wow, he's here. What? So, you know, yeah. Some
all the newest arguments coming from this too.
Yeah, there's too much authority bootlicking, as far as I'm concerned. I'm not like that. Sorry. That's why we got into trouble. You can't know your body. You can't know if you're healthy. You can't know anything. Don't trust your senses. Just remember one thing, folks out there, those who are listening, make sure you use your senses. All of them. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in trouble. You need them all. That's why you were given them. The sixth one is common sense. So your 5 senses plus common sense. Don't forget that one.
Why can't I at that guy? That's weird. Mm-hmm. 3 points participant. I don't know. Sometimes people are listening to what we're saying in here, but they're not at the same time. It's like they're not in the live. Maybe they listen on YouTube.
I mean,
So it seems like, What was that?
I mean, I'm here. Usually there's probably not that many people listening on the live stream. And I don't think the live stream... Oh, no, it is.
Oh, no, I was just saying, I thought you were following. I just didn't see you in here. No, you said, damn, I guess I'm not thinking for myself, so sad. I just didn't know what you meant by that.
Oh, I was trying to pick fun at the fact that you guys are saying that the government thinks for me.
I don't think we said that about you, did we?
I mean, it seemed to be more of a broad statement on globe earthers.
No, it was directed actually toward someone that made a very specific comment saying that basically when it comes to things that, let's say medical issues, whatever it is, in terms of, he said maybe you shouldn't really evaluate yourself, you should just trust just the experts, right? Which is not true, right? And I gave an example as to why it wasn't true. And that's what we were really talking about.
Okay.
You know, it's not true. You shouldn't just trust the experts. Wage, you probably know that. You know, there are examples. Don't know. What's your opinion on that?
I mean, at the moment, I trust the experts, so...
Yeah, no, I know, but let's say an expert gave you an evaluation of something, let's say a doctor, and it didn't quite fit in with what you had observed because you'd spent more time observing the problem, right? You knew more about it because it was closer to you.
Okay.
Like expertise can be made up for, right? Knowledge can be made up for by time and actually how much that one thing matters to you. So
time and experience.
Yeah. So that's valid in that equation, right? You know, they might be the expert, let's say, but a GP is not an expert. They're just a landing ground for basically someone they're just a landing ground, and then they decide what expert they will send you to. Referral.
referral and dispensing of prescriptions,
which are not even basically not even actually, in my opinion, qualified to do. If they have to send me to a psychologist to do a psychology, they probably shouldn't be prescribing anything to do with mental health or anything like that, or any
Oh yeah.
antidepressant.
I mean, I believe that. I've talked to people who've had like hardcore depression, and then they like hook them onto some stuff that's crazy, and they just can't get off, or else the depression comes back. That part's stupid. But most of those systems are corrupt anyways to make money.
Of course. Doctors are the sellers of medications that insurance can cover because they have a degree.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, I live in Canada, and because the government pays for the medical instead of like U.S. or Britain, or to a certain extent, I don't actually know. No, I don't know about
England's the
Britain.
same. England's the same.
Okay.
Exact same as your country.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no.
Yep.
Like I've heard about what.
Oh, sorry, mate. Carry on.
Like I've talked with people when I'm playing games who have had like depression in like the U.S. and like depending on where they live, the doctors will get them hooked to antidepressants instead of treating it.
This is it. But unfortunately, there's a big issue with currently with allopathic medicine and psychology. So you can't, if you're teaching people like coping mechanisms, right? In psychology and all this sort of stuff, they usually give people antidepressants at the same time, but you never know whether or not it's working because you're giving them a boost in their endo pleasure system, basically. So they've got extra dopamine, serotonin. They're taking SSRI, serotonin reuptake inhibitors, so it's inhibiting the reuptake of serotonin. So it's bouncing back serotonin that's being used in the brain. So how do you know that it's what you're teaching them in the psychology, in psychiatry, wherever it is? How do you know it's what you're teaching them that's helping them, or is it this new thing that's introduced to their brain? And you never know. So all psychology has been tainted by the effects of medications used in tandem. So it's all skewed.
I mean, not all psychologists. Like, you'll find eventually that one good psychologist that doesn't need to, prescribe you some crazy stuff.
I'm not talking about outliers, though. I'm talking about what usually happens.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, I had a friend. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't believe that. Is that Gemsy?
Yeah.
I don't believe you had any friends in high school. This is a lie.
Yeah, many friends, and many of them will be like they like to mess with, fix cars and stuff like that. They will fix their own cars. They had no degrees, and not one, multiple of them will build cars from, like they'll just grab a body, put an engine in it, and they will make it run 13 seconds in a quarter of a mile.
Yeah.
And they had no degrees.
Yep. You wouldn't need one to do it. You just have to have an understanding of how it works, how the engine's aspirated, the fuel mix, the fuel to oxygen mix, all this stuff, mate, in the carburetor, that is. So, yeah, of course.
And I know another person that he was like my dad's, he was our neighbor, and they were friends for a long time. He built his own house from the bottom. He built the whole house. He also installed solar panels to the house, the electric system of the whole house to be completely off grid, and he had no degrees on any of that, on construction or electronics engineering or anything. He did it.
You don't need that shit, bro. All the fallacy that you need, all of that other shit to do another thing.
The term expert.
So if we had someone that that didn't ever practice any of these things, right? That had no experience, then he went to college to be, let's say, a civil engineer to construct the house. Do you think with no experience, just the paper, he got graduated, do you think he's gonna be able to build a house and have more experience than the other guy that probably has been doing it for 30 years and have no degree?
Obvious. You gotta do something to do it, bro. Gotta be able to do it to do it.
Yeah.
Hey, mic check.
I can hear you coming in low there.
How about now?
Still low for me. Other people might be alright though to hear you, I don't know.
Coming in good for me.
Well, this term expert is way too vague, isn't it? I mean, if you turn on the news, which I don't anymore, but they would always just say things like, experts say, and experts say this, and experts say that, and they never follow it up with why they're an expert or who an expert is. So most of the world just hears that word. It's kind of like a dog whistle or something. They just hear expert says, and their ears perk up, and they believe everything that comes after that. So nobody ever validates anything anymore. They just trust that somebody has figured it out. It's stupid.
You can just replace the word expert with authority, and there you go.
These days, you could buy a degree. You don't need to know anything. You just buy it. You're an expert.
Yeah.
In some people's eyes. But Crack Villain was mentioning the medical industry. Have these guys that believe in the experts ever heard of a medical malpractice?
Exactly. This is my whole argument. It's like my mum might have died if it wasn't for me, not being not an expert, but pushing forward the fact that there is something definitely wrong with her that is higher than your estimation, worse than what you're stating. And I was right, down to the T.
Well, I had a doctor get in her knees and ask me to allow me for them to do everything they wanted with my newborn, right?
Yeah.
And they wanted to do this, do that. I'm not gonna mention it, right? But I said, thank you for the offers, but no thank you. We're gonna evaluate those options and make our decisions in the future,
Mm-hmm.
And they told me, these doctors say that your kids will die. This is the word that she said. They will die.
If you didn't do what? Say again?
Yeah, because it's dangerous. What you're doing is dangerous.
Yeah, what were you doing again? Sorry.
Not allowing them to put antibiotics, draw blood from the newborn, and inject them with stuff.
Right, I understand.
And guess what? The child are healthy, thriving, super smart. But this doctor told me back then that my daughter will die if I don't allow them to do this stuff.
Yeah.
Liar. She's a liar.
Mate, it's probably what they're taught as well, and they just believe it. Fuck knows why.
Doctor got on her knees and begged me to allow them to do what they wanted to do.
What?
That's
I'm serious.
On my family, like, I'm serious. I wasn't expecting something like that, but this doctor, she got on her knees. She wasn't the first one to come in and ask me to do this stuff, because since the beginning they wanted to take the baby away when the baby was born, and they were gonna take the baby to another room, and before that they wanted to do other stuff with the baby mom, and I was like, you know what, this is not needed, right? All right. Good.
Yeah.
So when they said they want to take the baby to another room, I said the baby is not leaving my eyesight.
Yeah.
The baby is not going anywhere without me.
Mm-hmm. Sounds great. Yeah, every one of my godkids after they had vaccinations, bro, I noticed changes in every one of them. You know, they were all ill from it. You know, you could just tell. You know what I mean? And it definitely affected, you know, a couple of them more than others. But you could just tell there was a difference straight away. It was like, wow. It's like, yeah, they might not all become autistic, but it's like, what damage is it doing? Let's face it, like the things that are in vaccines are definitely poisonous. So it's not, you know, whether or not they get very badly injured from it. It's just, you know, it's the extent. How much is it? You know, how much do you notice? How much does it? What's its permeability to do damage in the individual? There's going to be damage no matter what, basically.
You said poisonous. You can also include toxicity of things.
Exactly.
And also another thing what do you think about this, guys? Informed consent. You know, you as a guardian, make a decision for the young one. You must be informed to the decisions that you're gonna be taking. And if you don't even have the consent of the baby, what will you make an uninformed decision that might affect them for the rest of their lives?
Exactly. It's difficult putting foreign things into other people's bodies that cannot give consent for said thing is actually deeply frowned upon, isn't it?
It is.
But medical experts will get on their knees to beg you to do that, you know, at the point of the most vulnerable point of a child's life, which is when they're, you know, unable to defend themselves in any capacity, when they can't speak or walk, right? Just a bit weird.
Dude, the approach that they took, I'm pretty sure they will convince other people. The things they did and the words they used, to me, I was like a freaking brick wall to everything they were telling me.
Yeah.
But other people will just say, you know what? You're the one that knows. Okay, you're in your knees. You're saying my children might die. You know, they wanna use that emotion, that emotional side of the people, and so people can give way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'll break most people down. You're right. Most people will cave very quickly. Yeah, you know. That's whether or not they're even needing to be convinced in the first place, right? A lot of people don't need to be convinced of anything like that stuff, you know. They just trust from the beginning. So,
yeah.
But it was obviously abnormal to them, the reaction that you gave. So they're just like, what the fuck, you know? It was weird for them even to get that reaction. That's why it like elicited such like a weird response. Do you know what I mean? Like, your baby might die. It's like, yeah, you'd probably give someone an abortion though, right? Why do you give a fucking shit then? Type thing. It's true though, right? It's like, yeah.
I know another person that the mother got a test they do tests when the mother is like pregnant in the first months, and so apparently they can tell if the baby has some Down syndrome or something.
Apparently, I've heard this. Yeah.
And they told the mom and the dad that the baby was gonna be born with Down syndrome, and they should abort it, abort the baby. And they said they stick to their guns and they say no, and they had the baby, and the baby is perfectly normal.
Yep.
Yeah.
That happens a lot, mate. My friend at school was someone who was told that they were going to have Down syndrome if they were born.
But wait, they're the experts.
Yep. Constant misdiagnosis, bro, all the time, everything. I don't even know how they're diagnosing Down syndrome like in the womb. I'd like to know how they do that. Sounds a little bit like shaky science, to be honest. Like, how would they even establish this shit? But that's one I'd definitely like to look into. I might look into that, in fact. How would they establish Down syndrome in the womb?
Just sticking with the topic of medical malpractice, my grandmother went for your routine sort of what you would say would be a kidney stone removal. And she never came out She was abused. We have. Well, this is going back probably about 9 years. Photo evidence, forceful intubation. She had bruises everywhere, to the point where she went into a coma.
Yep. Mad shit, innit?
Yeah.
Terrible.
Many examples like this. It took years for us to get a hip replacement for my great gran, and then after the operation, they left the basically the arm parts, the supports of the beds down, and she fell out of the bed, mate, and she was left there for like 10 hours, and she completely shattered her hip, broke her hip. She just got it replaced, and then like when my mum went into hospital with this Quincy's thing, they literally took her to a different city without even like letting me get there first, so I couldn't give her any money or anything. So she didn't have any way of getting back, and they didn't bring her back. So they took her, didn't bring her back. And then they left her to get a train with no money or nothing like that. Right, while she's ill, she's disabled as well, bear in mind. And she like nearly got she'd already gone into hospital, basically like near pneumonia type shit and Quincy's and all this crap. She got sepsis while she's in hospital because the place is fucking dirty and disgusting.
Terrible news.
So it's like, and then they, kick her out, and fucking make her own way home after they're the ones who took her there in an ambulance, right? Without informing me about, times and stuff like that. I even spent money to get a taxi to go provide money for her. And they'd already left, told me like the wrong times and shit, right? So, these people are just manic, like they just think it was shit almost, it seems like, right?
How long ago was all this going on?
This is like not that long ago, it's like 3 years ago, bro. Three
National Health has gone right down the bucket, isn't it? Hey?
Yeah. It's sort of not fit for purpose anymore anyway, though, bro.
Used to be that they used to give you back the money you spent to get to the hospital. That's what they used to do.
Yeah. Well, they used to have hospital cards and everything, bro, and they don't have any of that now. It's like all the nurses and that I know, they're all off work at the minute. Why are you all off work? Well, COVID lockdown, isn't it? All right, lockdown, so none of you at work. Yeah. All right. Fucking pandemic, innit, I thought.
Bloody hell. I mean, they're giving you claps every Thursday, weren't they, at one point?
Yeah. It was built for a purpose, though, wasn't it? We had all of the amputees, all of the people from World War I and World War II, and it was to take the pressure off of, the massive amount of damage that was done, right? From that. So it was based on that. But now it's become a conflict of interest type situation, mate. You know what I mean? You've got doctors that are estimating your value to society, right? Looking at you going, right, if I give you they're going to give you the best care they can, right? So, but at the same time, they've got to lower the burden of cost on the state. So they're like, right, cool. What is the best treatment to give you that's the cheapest? So, well, that's a conflict of interest. You're better off in a capitalist system, really, believe it or not, for the best care. Maybe not the most applied equally across the whole society because you might not have the money, but realistically for the best care, But it's conflict of interest, basically, when a doctor is like not willing to give you the care you need because he is also the insurance man trying to cut costs, then that is unethical at best.
Dude, I know of a case where this man was given, just in a normal doctor visit, he was given three how do you say, the beatings, the injections, and next thing you know, after that he had a sore shoulder, right? And then he suffered from what is called shoulder injury by vaccine administration. It's a term that the government made because they know this happens. People get their shoulders damaged by the administration.
It's a regular occurrence.
Yeah, it's a regular occurrence. They even compensate people for it.
Right.
so he had to get 2 surgeries. In total, he got 3. In total, 3 surgeries. But after the second surgery, they give him antibiotics. You know how they open people up and they give him medication so no infections happen, whatever. So he was given an antibiotic. So his immune system, I guess, was kind of low back then. So after a little bit, he got a freaking infection, and they call it a systematic infection, and he lost his eyesight in one eye completely, 100%, and the other eye he lost probably like more than 60% of his vision on that eye. And the crazy part is that they were gonna they were trying to treat him with antibiotics in the eyes, but they also injected him with they call it what was it, some type of steroids. And when I was looking through all this stuff to the adverse reactions and everything, the steroids that they injected him with weren't necessary, but they did it just in case for some reason. And one of the adverse reactions of the steroids was how do you call it, detachment of the
retina.
Of the retina, yeah. And guess what? He got a few months after detachment of the retina.
Yeah.
So he had to go through many procedures, and then he after the detachment, they did surgery like 2-3 times, and now he's just like basically a blind man.
Mate, it happens. Sometimes they do too much, Gemsy, right? Or sometimes they don't do enough, right? And I get that there's going to be problems and malpractice, but like that's kind of the point in it. It's like, yeah, you can't say these people are the experts, that they're infallible, they don't do any wrong, because they do. This is the point. That is the point. They definitely do shit wrong sometimes. They definitely fuck up all the time. You know? These people aren't all experts.
The guy went for a normal check in the hospital, and they, hey, you're up for, these shots, and he trusted the expert. And yeah, the expert gave him what it was recommended by the other experts, and he was damaged. On his shoulder was damaged.
Yeah, it's a form of information, like where.
And that's a chain of events, a chain of events that happen, and now he's basically blind.
Yeah, of course.
Can I butt in on this one real fast? So let's say that I worked at a tire shop, right? And sweet old lady does business for me for 20 years, right? And she keeps having bald tires on the front passenger, right? And for 20 years, I keep selling her that tire over and over and over again. And I've never checked her tire rods or her front suspension or anything like that. And then one day, she's in the hospital, and her son takes it to a different guy, and he fixes the tire rod for a couple $100, and then she doesn't need new tires on that side anymore. After her son figures out what I've been doing to her, he's going to be really pissed because she's been buying this new tire every month, right, for years. Yep. And then all 3 other tires, she only has to buy them once every 6 months, right? Well, it's because, you can't just treat the symptoms, right? You have to find out what's causing this, right? But when this happens in the medical industry, right, nobody really says anything.
Yeah, I know. To be fair, the tire expert guy, he might not know about anything to do with anything above the tire, but probably logically would, right? This is the point. And that's why they have everything so segregated in the medical industry to like these. Well, we have this expert, we have a general practitioner. That's why general practitioners are the ones that give out the plasters for our ailments in medication form. Because then they can always go, well, they're not really an expert. And it's like, well, okay, so they're not to blame because you allowed them to have the power in order to make decisions based on stuff, even though they're not experts. So it's a flaw with the whole system, and system flaws get buried. You have to argue against the whole system if you want to argue against misdiagnoses and wrong application of certain things. You have to argue against a whole system, and you're not going to win. You can't drag a whole system down based on case-by-case basis. And that's why they do it that way. They protect themselves with these intricate designs. Chain of custody.
You know, I think a lot of it has to do with the paperwork that you sign too, right? Because every time you sign paperwork, you're basically giving a little bit of your rights away, right? So when you go in there and you sign the paperwork, you're saying that you trust them to handle your medical interventions and treatments and stuff. So they can pretty much practice on you, right? Which is what it's called, right? And you gave permission to do it because you signed the paperwork.
Yeah, most of medical stuff that I get done, I have to sign waivers to the hospitals, doctors, every freaking thing. They might as well just say, you're our guinea pig. If you die too bad, whatever happens, que sera, sign here.
Yep. And can somebody define waiver? What's a waiver mean?
I don't know. Waiver of liability.
It's a legal document where you waive your right to sue. You waive your right to sue if something goes wrong.
If anything goes wrong, like the horse farms in South Carolina, they're considered deadly and dangerous beasts, and every farm has to put up a notice, a waiver. It's just a sign that informs people that they're there at their own risk. If they get hurt by one of the animals or on the farm period, they can't sue. No matter what happens.
I think that's different than a sign that tells you there's dangerous things that are out of our control, as compared to
It's still a state-mandated waiver for the horse.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. It's not a waiver though, because you don't sign that. People just see it and understand that exists.
There are places, you can sign a waiver to go on a property and sign a right-of-way for permission to be on the land, or get a right-of-way from the owner.
I've signed waivers before, right, in the medical industry, but the first waiver, I had my mom sign it because I wanted to go to my friend's house and swim in his backyard. And his friend, my friend had a lot more money than I did, right? His family was borderline wealthy, right? So this waiver that was signed said that if I get drowned or anything, they couldn't sue, right? Yeah. And that didn't really make sense to me because I was a hell of a swimmer, like very, very athletic, and actually timed myself swimming back and forth underwater. But as an adult, it makes sense, right? You wouldn't want that liability just because you allow some neighborhood kids to swim in your pool.
It's pretty fucked up that they even thought about drawing up a document, though. I'll be honest, bro.
It gets crazy. Like a pool, if kids jump the fence at 3 a.m. and drown in your pool, you can be sued anyway. So waivers don't mean much for a pool. That's why a lot of pools are.
Not true. It's not true. I'll be honest. Legally, that's not true.
Well, that's true in California, but not here.
It's that if a kid jumps in your pool over your fence, you can get sued.
Right. If it's not locked, right, you can get sued. But if you got a lock on the gate, even if the gate's only 4 feet tall, like your average size chain thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's private property and it's clear that it's private property and someone enters said property, at that point they're punching it. It's like hitting someone in the face who's not going to be there. You're punching air, according to the fact they got no permission to be there, so there should be no liability.
The beginning of 2020, I ended up in the hospital by emergency. Right, I was taken in my sugar levels was 900, right, and that was the COVID time. So none of my family knew where I was. They took me. They told my family they took me to a certain hospital, but I ended up in a different hospital. And when I came in, they asked me a few questions I barely was able to answer. And I told them I was type 1 diabetic, and I checked my sugar before I came in, and I had really high sugars. And they took me to the room. It looks like a space movie because everybody was wearing these freaking suits, And they went to me and they did the COVID test and all that stuff, and then gave me insulin shots, all this kind of stuff, right? And then during the night, a nurse, they were giving me these IVs, right? And during the shift change, a nurse brought a few bags that they were supposed to connect to my IV, right? And at that moment that she brought the bags, these fluid bags, she left the room without telling me anything. And after that, it was like a change of I'm sorry.
There's a shift change.
Yeah, shift change. Yeah, new nurses. A new nurse came in after a little bit, and then when the new nurse came in, she introduced herself. She spoke to me, asked me a few questions, checked my sugar, and we spoke. I spoke to her about a few things, and then when she checked the bags that she was supposed to connect to my IV. She saw one of the bags and looked at me, and she was looking at the bag, looking at me, looking at the bag, and she said, "You know what this is?" I was like, "No, this is insulin." It was a bag of it was insulin, and the thing about that is she said if they will connect this to my IV to get this, it's a huge bag of insulin. She said that would kill me.
Yeah, that would kill you straight away.
Yeah,
For
and
sure.
you know what she did? She threw it to the trash.
What a legend.
I would think it would kill you. That's a lot of insulin.
If it's a whole IV bag full of it, and it's connected to your main line, if that starts to drip, you're gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, but imagine, how many poor people could have had that, like, bag of IV. I don't know why I think like that. But.
Oh, that's happened before, for sure. Be certain of that.
Wasting it all. He's on about wasting it all. Like,
So if she would have connected that bag, they probably would have killed me and had me like a COVID death or something.
Yeah, I know, but they shouldn't have wasted the whole bag of insulin. Like, I agree with that.
Yeah, but that's not what Dempsey's talking about.
Right. She knew what would have happened.
It doesn't mean I'm not saying I don't understand his point. I'm just disagreeing with what Hank said. I'm saying I feel his sentiment that why'd they waste that? There's a lot of poor people out there.
Well, they have lots of medical accidents, stupidity, where they'll like inject babies with Coumadin dose for an adult and stuff. Lots and lots of medical mistakes out there.
She probably threw out the bag because it was in physical contact with your bed.
Maybe that's true.
That would be what my excuse.
Bit past the patient threshold almost to the point where it's like technically they're not allowed to give it to anyone else now. Would
have killed me. So that's why she threw it to the trash, and she knew what was gonna happen.
She could have took it away. Is my point, mate? Right?
Yeah.
And put it back in storage. That's all that Hank meant, is that they could have put it back in storage to be used in its equivalent and proper dosage. But they do shit wrong all the time. Like literally, my friend's nan went into hospital about 6 months ago and was given the wrong blood type in a transfusion.
Ouch.
These people are fucking dumb sometimes. Trust me. I don't know how that's possible to give someone the wrong blood type. It happened though.
Hospitals are the last place you want to be right now.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. And to be clear,
not a whole bag of
medical advice. Sorry. To be clear, none of this is medical advice or legal advice. You should consult your lawyer or doctor. This is all for entertainment purposes only.
Exactly. Yeah, you can be in and out of hospital for 2 years, like my nan was for 2 years, in and out of hospital, and they didn't detect that she had heart and kidney failure. Till after she died.
That's really bad because
they don't do anything here. They don't do anything here to investigate. They don't, unless you're showing that your heart's dying. They won't look. Yeah, they don't care because you're old.
You know what they did to my dad? He was 49, right? About to turn 50. He had stopped taking his water pills and medication, and he began to get pneumonia, water in the lungs. When they laid him down in the hospital bed, it suffocated him like turning a 2-liter on its side. And he passed away for 30 minutes and then died in the hospital several days later.
Wow. Shit. To be fair, like, you know, yeah. That's pretty fucked up, isn't it? Some of the stuff that goes on. To be honest.
Yeah, he was fine until they laid him down. He walked in on his own accord, and when they was like, "Here, lay down on the bed," that's when he started choking.
Yeah. I've heard of stories like this, bro. Definitely. Heard of a few stories like that. Where people...
What do you do with kidney failure? That's a tough one.
Kidney
So
failure.
with kidney failure, they take your blood out, run it through a machine that cleans it. Yeah, it's a real tough one. That's how my grandpa passed. He had diabetes.
Got to replace the plasma.
That's right,
and
dialysis.
Dialysis is
Yeah.
the name of it.
Yeah.
He said every time they hooked him up to the machine, it just zapped all the energy that he may have had that day, like out of his body.
Of course. They're taking all of the plasma and platelets and all that shit out of your blood and trying to basically, you know, clean it out. Replace it almost. Pretty mad procedure, really. Dialysis.
No, it's better than dying.
Well, not according to him. After 3 years of it, he decided he was done with dialysis and literally committed suicide.
You know, you gotta look at it this way. It's no fun for anybody, but that's a very personal thing. Your quality of life, how you assess it in your end days or whatever, even if it's not your end days. But it's certainly in your end days, if you're dying, if you're having these things, whose choice is it? Who's suffering?
Yeah, I respect his choice. We all did.
Oh, no,
I'm gonna have to look up to alternatives because that's where I'm going. I'm a type 1 diabetic, and that's the history of type 1 diabetics, basically.
You know, the fear of death is one of those things we shouldn't have because, well, we have a creator and there is an afterlife. Life is eternal, everlasting. It was made that way. So this flesh dies. You have a spirit, a soul, whatever you want to call it. It don't.
Yeah.
Jim, to be fair,
the first law of thermodynamics dictates, though, that energy cannot be destroyed, only transferred. We have got a lot of energy in our bodies. Fact.
yeah, to be clear, Jimsy, he wouldn't listen to nobody. He always abused food. He would go out to eat with his friends because he was an old-fashioned man. Wife at the house. He would go out to eat and eat whatever he wanted. And while he was on dialysis, he would come home from getting the treatment and get like a full large shake from Dairy Queen. So he would not listen to anybody, and he basically formed his own path. So, you know, it doesn't have to go down the way that you said, like he did. He chose to abuse food.
I guess for some it's better to burn out than fade away. I don't know. People are very different, and, you know, some what we look at as creature habits are like smoking. People think it's a psychological thing to quit, and it's psychological addiction. It's actually at a cellular level you get hooked on the nicotine. Just like with food, sugars, other stuff, we're actually addicts to them.
Yeah.
Like most addicts, like I have diabetes and a hard time with the food. Food can kill me. It causes neuropathy, extreme pain, lethargy. I wish I was dead sometimes.
Same.
And I try. But it's
Jimbo, I
fight.
think
You starve
you
sometimes.
Yeah, Jimbo, I think I do understand that as well, and I can see that in you in some way.
Yeah.
Weird. I go through the same, believe it or not.
Yeah, it's a tough fight, you know?
Yeah.
It is a tough fight. Imagine that pain, feeling it in your head, your organs, and even the end of my feet, and also gotta take needles every day.
Yeah, one thing I'm happy
that's a
now.
torture.
I can't get it covered with insurance, but it's just a little electrode, a sensor that you can take your sugar 24/7 without, pricking yourself every day, which I hate to do. I hate pricking my finger twice a day. You don't know how bad. So this thing's about $400 and works with a cell phone app, a little transmitter. 24/7, I can know my sugar levels. Maybe that.
Pricking your
Hey,
finger,
Jamsey, you should.
the least of the problems. Pricking your finger done. Nah, that's.
I
that's not-
barely prick my fingers because I have enough with the needles of insulin.
You should try being a carnivore.
I got
Red
it. You
meat
can get here,
carnivore.
you
Eat
sample
lots
that.
of fat and salt, water.
Well, they call it the Himalaya diet. People with diabetes that go and eat a high butter, fat, salt, and it cures them. If you go to
Don't eat pink Himalayan salt. Eat Utah
eat
salt
the-
because pink Himalayan salt has minerals in it that you don't want.
They say the Himalayan diet, what the Sherpas use,
Yeah.
which is
I
high in salt.
think the best I felt is by eating lots of meat and fats. But the moment I don't take the insulin, I feel like going in a coma.
So for me, the best salt is the Celtic salt. It's where they basically boil seawater and get the salt out of it. Because during World War II,
your insulin is a 10% pork beef mixture, right?
Yeah.
So it's
Just real
not.
fast.
Sorry, there's actually a kind of I don't know how they do it, but it's a natural or almost a human reproduced insulin they can give people and do give people now, so they get off the pork beef mix. But I guess it's not everywhere.
So just real fast about the Celtic salt where they boil the seawater. During World War II, they run out of blood, right? And what they would do is they would take seawater and do a blood transfusion with seawater, and it worked. Like saved a lot of lives. So apparently, everything but 2 minerals that your body needs is in seawater. I forget what those 2 minerals are. Forgive me.
Yeah, there's something about that. Yeah.
Yeah. On top of that, seawater happens to have exactly the same concentration of salt in it as human blood or sodium. I'm not sure if it's salt or sodium, but
Yeah, that's what he's saying. I think that's what he was. Yeah, I think that's what he meant as well. It's pretty crazy, right?
yeah, he was talking about all minerals, right? Because I was just talking about primarily sodium.
Well, no, I'm saying I'm asking him kind of. Is that what you're sort of saying? Hey, is that what you meant? I'm just confirming.
Yeah, it would just be one aspect, but he was talking about multiple aspects.
Yeah. No, I wasn't saying it to take away from what you were saying. Don't worry.
I remember hearing something like that. Like there were some doctors in South America, Colombia specifically, and they were treating people with a lot of issues. They will mix seawater with normal water, and it will help people with a lot of problems.
Well, sometimes people with dermatitis can dip in the ocean for a few days in a row, and a lot of their skin condition clears up. Cuts,
Yeah,
sprays, little infections.
Magnesium and shit. Right.
Yeah, I would definitely say that if I ever got cancer, I would probably just go to the sea and live off of the ocean and see if like the natural food and everything cured me. And then if that didn't work, I'd probably go to the forest and try it there. You know?
Dead Sea. Go to the Dead Sea.
Well, you'd probably want to make sure your system was basically alkali, slightly on the alkali. That you don't drink acidic stuff. It'd be a big start because cancers can only grow in acidic media. If
Yeah, but it's the spectrum. You can go too far either way.
The acid, then your cancers grow. If you're
And yeah.
alkaline, you don't.
Yeah, you can be too alkaline too.
Absolutely,
I don't know
no
what that causes, but it
question,
causes something.
Blood is buffered. It's supposed to be able to take a little bit of excess base and a little bit of excess acid. But normally it's buffered. It wants to be at the same pH. So blood is basically a buffered solution to protect you from acid shock or base shock.
Careful not to accidentally make it so that your stomach acid isn't acidic enough, because then you can't digest food properly.
There's more to digestion than just the acidic level of your stomach, though.
Yeah, much more. Pancreatic juices, all kinds of stuff.
I heard a rumor somewhere once from, I guess he was a doctor, that drinking the alkaline water that you see advertised is like a few cents extra or something. That does that to your stomach acid to the point where it would inhibit your ability to absorb certain nutrients as a result.
It's not really true, though. It's a bit more nuanced to it. I'll be honest, it's a lot more nuanced than that. Like, you could have a very low acidic stomach acid and be able to absorb lots of things. It's to do with the different. It's your microbiome at the end of the day. It's what your stomach contains in terms of the very small, microscopic bacteria. It's a lot of it to do with that.
And your stomach turns on these things to produce acid and stuff. So trying to neutralize them with like calcium and stuff doesn't always work. Sometimes it's true that a little bit of vinegar will tell your stomach that it's got enough acid, and instead of like continuing to burn, and like people do take Tums or Rolaids, if you take a little bit of vinegar, it can solve your problem. Where
apple cider vinegar, just like a couple tablespoons in your glass of water before you eat.
Even one, you should be good. It's hard to take. Some of them are pretty bitter. You can dilute it in some water, though. But yeah, it's sometimes better to take a little bit of acid if you have acid indigestion.
I remember having a Labrador. He was my brother's dog and my dog, our dog, and he will go outside. We will take him outside. He will engage with dogs that were like dogs from the streets and stuff, and he was totally fine. And then one day we found one of the dogs dead that was normally around the house, and then many dogs around the area started dying. Like we're talking about 6-7 dogs died around the area.
Someone poisoning them?
I don't know, but they were dying.
That sounds like a poisoning, especially if these are all like just rogue dogs. What do they call them there? Not mangy, but feral, like abandoned.
Stray dogs.
Strays.
No strays. Dogs that had been in there outside, like since.
Then that really sounds like someone was poisoning the neighborhood dogs. I've seen it with everything from the raccoons to people's cats. You get neighborhood killers one time who do these things.
So our dog got really sick. He was throwing off his food, like he threw up black, dark liquid, and he was like in the floor, breathing, like dying. And we gave him apple cider vinegar, and he came back. He was just fine. He came back after a few days. He was just a normal dog again.
Charcoal too can help sometimes if you suspect your animal's poisoned, or even if you got some gut problems. Capsule of activated charcoal.
Yeah.
It's funny, that stuff too, because inanimate stuff is not supposed to be intelligent, but activated charcoal acts as if it has a mind of its own. It can absorb things that are very toxic to you and leave everything else alone. Just like gas in an activated carbon filter. It doesn't matter the poison in the air, it lets you air through that's breathable.
Yeah, so NBC filters are designed. So you make an NBC nerve agent filter for a gas canister, for a gas mask, for instance. Charcoal.
Morning.
Grub.
Morning, everyone.
Morning. But that's sort of what I was talking about, Jimbo, though, bro. Like, is that your microbiome, your stomach, right? It's more than it's like things that indicate to it, right? Like it's interactive. So like with the apple cider vinegar acid to get rid of acid reflux, it's why doesn't acid reflux always go if you neutralize it to the right pH level? Well, maybe it's because it's being fizzed up by a different cause, right? You know, there's something else reacting, and maybe it's the interaction between the acid and something else that's in your stomach that's alive, for instance, and it won't stop reacting because it's doing a job currently, right? Because otherwise it would be a clear-cut thing, much like with carbon, right? It does something different at a different time based on what it's interacting with at the time, right? Again, the same with, like I was saying, like, you know, there's nuances to it because there are different aspects.
And a lot of people don't know it, but they're running around with this thing in their gut called heliopyrobacche. And if you have it, you should get it treated. Or if you really have stomach problems regular and stuff, it's easy enough to get tested for it because it really is the precursor to stomach cancer. If you don't have heliopyro, you have a 95% better chance of never getting stomach cancer because it's one of the causes, the main cause. So if you have regular bad tummy stuff, at least get it checked out. And, you know, could be worth it in the long run.
Well, it's like when we chew as well, right? And we produce saliva. The saliva that runs down our throat indicates to our stomach to start doing stuff. Well, this thing doesn't change the pH level of our stomach.
When you need some, and it's an important enzyme, what they call SPID is salivary amylase. Amylase is a very important enzyme. You should, as much as it's clean and natural, swallow it because it's for your digestion. When they say to masticate your food at least 25 times, you should, because the more amylase and the more you chew your food, the better it'll pass through your stomach and everything and digest. If you have a problem, it comes up easier than chunky food and blowing chunks out your nose.
That's my point, is that interacts with your stomach, right? And tells it to digest differently. What's it telling to digest differently? Is it increasing the acidity of your stomach to eat through the food better? No, it's not doing that. The enzyme is a production line key almost. It's like it's telling it that this thing's about to happen.
Yep. If there's not enough that goes down with the food, it might produce more acid in your stomach to compensate for that. Maybe you're getting too much acid,
but it's your microbiome.
Your food enough.
Yeah, I'm just saying acid doesn't take in information though, right? This is the point what I'm trying to get at. It's like acid itself doesn't take in information, but enzymes can interact with microbiological things, right? And they can understand what that means. When we see this enzyme, we know food is coming, right? And that's why chewing gum gives you like, gas and airy feeling in your stomach if you chew it too much, and makes you hungry even, right? That's my point, is that these things are more based not just on pH level. A lot of it's to do with the interaction of these enzymes and all these different pieces of information being fed to your microbiome, your stomach, right? You know.
Pepsi used to have an ingredient called pepsin. I think, I'm not sure if it's another thing in arrowroot, my bad. But pepsin, it's an enzyme that helps you to digest. And Pepsi used to be sold as a medicine. But after, in America, you got the doctors formed the American Medical Association and imposed rules and controls. They had to take the pepsin out of Pepsi, just like Coca-Cola had to take the cocaine out of Coca-Cola. They were both medicines sold as, tonics or for medicinal purposes before. But Coke definitely had cocaine in it, and Pepsi, it had something more healthy. It had the pepsin. It's partly where its name comes from. But it don't have none in it now. But you can still get over-the-counter pepsins and stuff. Lactase and other things. If we don't have certain enzymes and stuff, we can't digest milk. We can't digest beef.
can't digest certain proteins.
That's it. That's the point. You know, like the stomach shit that's going on. It's like people fight for years against acid reflux, all this sort of stuff, right? And they do it by trying to adjust the acidity of their stomach, and it never works. And then they just change their diet to different food, and then that works. And it's like, well, okay, they've compared the pH levels of the same foods ingested that create different effects, and it's like, so that doesn't create a different effect to the pH level than that food, but it works to help it. It's like, well, yeah, because there's different minerals that are interacting and different enzymes that are interacting with your microbiome. So a lot of it's more down to that.
You know, a lot of people eat meat, and when they come here, sometimes you have the opportunity to eat moose meat. Don't. If you've never eaten moose meat, you'll be hurling buckets of it back up because it just won't go through you.
Yeah, I've eaten it, I think.
It will make you sick.
Yeah, I think English people can eat it. Fair enough, though, I'll be honest. I think it depends on like your background, where you're from, what you've eaten in the past.
Yeah, and you know some beef on the hoof can give you some of the, well, it depends on the animals you eat, basically, and their transition, crossovers, habitat. I don't know, there's so many variables, right? It's like, you know, cows are bred genetically to be lysine deficient. They can't digest and absorb lysine. So they can have a full stomach and starve to death.
Yeah, that's so weird.
Just not getting that one protein. Same with us. It would cripple you, and it would possibly kill you in the long term.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know, I've done the keto diet several times in the past. I didn't ever do it like full time because I was told that you can't do it all the time. But recently, I've seen CAT scans of people who've been doing it like nonstop without stopping the keto, and they don't actually have a fatty liver or fatty kidneys. In fact, the doctor said after the CAT scan or MRI or whatever, he said that if I didn't know your age, I would say that you were a 16-year-old female athlete, right? And I gotta say, as far as cutting out a bunch of the unnecessary carbs, like as a middle-aged man, like it makes you feel amazing if you've never done it before. After you get over a little keto cold.
Listen, I want to make one thing. So, like, why would they say you can't continue to have this makes sense with a ketogenic diet, because really a ketogenic diet, believe it or not, even if some people are taking ketones, right, but that isn't technically what ketosis is. Ketosis is actually a state of your body. You know, it's a conversion it's conversion into ketones, which are a different form of energy to burn instead of calories, which are more efficient for your body to burn. They last longer, for instance, right? That's just more a state that you can put your body in. That's actually a good state to be in. We're always producing ketones. It's just
magnetic fields. I actually have a lot of literature that from nutritional practitioners and medical doctors and naturopathic doctors, and a lot of studies done that I think, as far as I can tell, I mean, it depends on your DNA as far as what food you should eat, shouldn't eat. Because I've met vegans that are much healthier without any animal products at all. But what I'm saying is, for the most part, that whole fatty liver thing, that's just a fallacy as far as I know. And, there is no such thing. Like, take, for instance, I heard this confirmed by several doctors. I mean, several. I cannot find anyone with any credibility that's refuted this. You cannot ingest too much cholesterol. It's physically impossible to eat too much cholesterol. So when somebody say, "Oh, watch your cholesterol," or something like that, I'm not saying your blood cholesterol levels can't be too high or too low. What I'm saying is correlation is not causation.
That's right, because in China they have the highest salt per day intake of anywhere, and they don't have the so-called heart disease, hardening of the arteries that they claim salt causes over here. And diet, the Sherpas, they're pretty healthy. They have an extremely high fat diet.
Yeah,
and, they live normal, pretty much everyone else. So this
and salt and fat go together. The more fat you eat, the more sodium your body needs in order to process that fat, both as a construction source and a fuel source. So that's why I was And the less fat you eat, the more carbs you eat, you still need a certain amount of sodium even to process the carbs, but you need less to process the carbs than you do fat.
Believe it or not, the brain is mostly fatty acids. You need fats and greases for your brain function too. So
yes, indeed, and that's along the lines of eating more fat. I was going to say to Genzi, and for all of you, really, like I've mentioned on it before, you should really it's cheap. You can do it for $1 a pound or for free. Is typically how much you'd pay or get it for free. Just go to your local butcher shop, whether it's a halal place or not a halal place. And I just did it today. I went and I got 3/4 of a pound of fresh beef fat, fresh as you can get, grass-fed, for 75 cents because it's 3/4 of a pound. And, it's like, all you got to do is just bring it home, dash a little tiny bit of garlic, little tiny bit of onion, little tiny bit of salt. I use real salt from Utah because it has a lot of the trace minerals in it that you'd want from pink Himalayan salt, but it doesn't have the minerals in it that the pink Himalayan salt has that you don't want in your diet, the minerals that don't do you any good. So, just get some good salt on there. And just, it's cheap calories, it's fresh calories, it's good for your brain. And yeah.
At the deer processing to make deer hamburger, we have all this beef fat, boxes and boxes of beef fat we break open and blend in with the deer meat. Otherwise, it's just too dry and stuff.
Can be, yeah.
No secret.
There's that guy who's on Joe Rogan. I forget his name. He's on Life Below Zero or whatever it was, one of those type shows, right? And he thought because of the amount of fat he'd eaten from the deer that he'd been eating, because it's all he'd eaten for a year basically. It's just deer fat and deer meat. He thought he was going to be extremely unhealthy, and they're like, dude, his health was so good when he finally got to the doctor. Right.
The Inuit eat blubber, much blubber, and they're pretty. The ones that don't, they're down here with diabetes.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It's like it's the environment you're in. It's what work you're doing. It's based on, and I think all of it's very well adjusted actually to
and your food.
what you're needing to do to obtain what you're using. Right. So this is why I think a high fat diet, for instance, or certain types of diets that we think might apply to be good here based on what we're looking at in another place might not work always, because we're not actually doing the very prerequisite things needed to do to obtain said items of food where we are, but if we were doing those things, it would probably be that it would be all right to eat them, but we're going to get a different effect if we're living a different lifestyle.
Do you know what percentage that guy you're talking about who was eating just deer for a year, do you know what percentage of his gram intake throughout the day was fat and what percentage was protein?
Oh, he said that he went whole, basically to make it, take it further, because he would eat all the deer first. So for 3 months, he essentially ate, I think he was using about 10% of deer meat, 90% fat, and he was just like cutting them up and mixing them together.
Well, he had to have some.
So 90% fat. I mean, a deer is more lean typically than a cow.
No, listen, because he's curing the meat, right, smoking it, and he's eating the basically the pure meat first. So,
well, the point I'm trying to make is very simple. I'm just trying to say that if he was actually making all of his calories come from the deer, then he has a problem right there, which is that I'm not sure if he did this or not, but I've done this myself. He might accidentally eat too much protein and not enough fat, and that's not the way the human body is meant to work. It's supposed to be a 70-30 ratio, or 60-40.
I'm saying what he said, mate. At different times, it was different, but based on that he would at first probably eat a lot more of the protein based, less fatty cuts, and he would end up with a lot of fat left over, right? And he would even melt the fat down when he could, and drink it in broths. And he was drinking a lot of fat, eating a lot of fat at different times. Right?
These are good tips, guys. So you're saying 70-30, fat 70, protein 30. That's what
he said himself. He thought it'd be really unhealthy. He believed that of himself.
No. Yeah, no, you're right, Gemsy. I guess I didn't clarify that. Yeah, so the human body on a carbohydrate-starved diet, typically 30% protein as far as grams that you eat throughout the day, and 70% fat as far as grams that you eat throughout the day is what you want to aim for. You can go as low as, say, 60% fat and 40% protein, but I don't know, because it kind of all changes a little bit. It's depending on how much you're working out or not working out. Maybe if you're working out a little more protein. I'm not entirely sure how these things work, but the point is you need more gasoline in the car than you do replacement parts for the car. So you need more fat than you do a construction source. Both protein and fat have the potential to, in different ways, function as a construction source and a fuel source, but fat is more so a fuel source and protein is more so a construction source.
And I gotta say, from my personal experience, if you are doing keto or low carb, you want to make sure that you get some fresh spinach and cooked spinach in your diet, because they both have different properties when they're uncooked and cooked.
Cool.
So make sure you get that potassium, because potassium is responsible for protein synthesis. And you do not want to over-protein your body. It is a poison.
So I kind of feel that what you're saying about the more fat than protein. But when you say fat, right? Like, you mean like any animal fat? Could be any animal fat. Like, you mean like
personally, I would recommend sticking to. No. Don't eat any vegetable oils, because ultimately they're just going to cause damage on your arteries.
That makes sense.
Yeah, me too. I can never eat canola oil. That's why a long time ago I had to stop eating so much stuff at Trader Joe's, because the canola oil was making me sick before other things did.
Yeah.
They put a lot of that in their products. And but anyway, just try to stick to beef tallow if you can find. There's this company called. You can order this in the mail. I've actually done it, but it's fresher when I get it from the grocery store. So I do it that way.
Right
as far
now,
as expiration dates.
I do have like 5 pounds of beef tallow.
I'm not careful.
Oh, okay. You have plenty. Yeah. I was gonna say but it's just that there's different flavors to different ones, and like some are more palatable than others, in my opinion. But because this one that I use, it's so versatile that I can actually use it to make sweets.
Someone's having problems with the mic and he's being talked over, or he's got a hot mic or something there. Crack villain.
I'm alright.
You're all right. Okay, I thought you were talking and not getting hurt or something.
Because I've seen like dog fat, bison fat, goat fat, and also lamb.
Well, you got to watch out with what you call saturated fats. You want your fats to have like double bonds on the glycerin side of it, because these.
Yeah, don't wait. Hold on. Don't watch them too much though. There's a specific ratio, and you don't want that ratio to go down. So be careful with that. It's about 25% of your diet.
Okay, now again, because people don't understand, there are many different kinds of fat.
Yep.
I know but I'm just talking about the ratio with monounsaturated, saturated, and polyunsaturated. There's a specific ratio. Polyunsaturated is 18%. Monounsaturated is 55%.
Wait a second.
And saturated is 30-something.
Why are you fucking talking over me,
Ryan? Come on.
Fucking hell. Did it a minute ago as well when I was just talking. He just interrupted me like madly. Like, fucking hell, mate.
My bad.
Cool. Yeah, I'm just saying, look, we know you're passionate about this, but that's what he's trying to say is that, if there's a balance between these different types of fats, if someone doesn't have an understanding at the same level as you, they're going to have to understand, it's a bit confusing for them. They need to understand what things are what and what they need to be doing. That's all. That's what Jimbo's trying to speak about. I believe.
It's funny because when people go to the doctor, they think they're seeing a physician, but they're not so much worried about your, bruised ribs or soft tissue damage. It's your chemistry, what's happening in your blood work and stuff. Yeah. Even if they don't take it, just by looking at you and doing their exam, they can tell a lot of stuff. It's hard to believe, but it's true. But the real key thing is your blood work and what's happening at that level, Do you have a good balance, red and white and plasma, What's happening in your bone marrow where your blood is actually being produced? Is it producing proper whole red blood, or is it producing some leukodienes and leukotrienes? If it is, well, take some primrose oil, the gamma-lanolinic acid.
cures the problem. And for a lot of people who have hay fever, instead of taking like, I don't know, Claritin and all these antihistamines and stuff, they take primrose oil and their allergies go away because they don't have any more leukodines and trienes in their blood to cause the allergic reaction. Just taking primrose cured their problem of diene and triene in the blood.
Yeah, you higher your level of histamine in your body, don't you? Basically, by not.
Well, the pollens and stuff that trigger your allergy stick to the unsaturated bonds in the leukodienes and trienes and trigger the reaction. If there are no dienes and trienes to bond to, no reaction.
Yeah, you can't process those two things bonded together to even have the interaction for it to react to. If you lower it, that's why. Yeah, you say evening primrose oil, right?
Yeah, and it's a more natural substance to take than something like a chemical like Claritin puts in, or whatever these other dangerous antihistamines. They can cause your accelerated heart rate, all kinds of stuff. You won't get that with primrose oil, 0%. It's so natural too. It's not like one of these chemical synthetics that industry.
I take that stuff.
I love my primrose oil.
I don't get allergic reactions at all anyway. I never have, really.
It cured mine.
And to be honest, I've seen people get used to it, man. Build a tolerance to it, to allergic reactions. People allergic to horses, exposing themselves over long periods of time, they just get used to it, mate.
Yeah, even having your blood whole with no dienes and trienes, it doesn't mean that you don't necessarily have an allergy to wasp or bee sting or other stuff, That's just for pollen and that type of allergy, dust and dust mites, other stuff.
Yeah. Can I ask a question about that? I have a 5-year-old son who's been went through some allergy tests about a year or so ago. And basically, he's tested for, he reacts to about everything. So would primrose be beneficial for a 5-year-old?
Did they do what they call patches on them?
Say again, sir?
Did they do a test where they put a strip along his arm? His inner arm?
Yeah, there was a prick test.
Patches test. For me, I'd really have to know the results, and I'm not allowed to give medical advice to anyone. I try to stick with the chemistry and stuff, but I do know lots of shit. I do know the patches and what they're putting on them and testing for with different people, and they do them and why they test for certain things. It's all based on the information that on the patient or whatever. When I don't know if you're close to the south or whatever, but and I can almost be certain that your child was probably born during the winter months.
Yeah, he was born in January, and we live in Virginia.
Yeah, that's because children born in the spring when there's pollen in the air don't develop a lot of allergies like children born during the winter months.
So that's what's been wrong with me this whole time. Primrose oil deficiency, and I was born in September.
Yeah, it might sound funny, okay, but your local honey, buy from different.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And another.
It does make sense. And the honey, I don't have the allergies no more.
It sounds funny too, but boiled peanuts, they're called goobers, and they allow people with allergies to where raw peanuts would, cause a reaction and other stuff. The goobers being boiled and salted, because they're just salted boiled peanuts and they're delicious. But when people eat these goobers, they don't get allergies to egg, poultry, and peanut oils and stuff. It does something that prevents you.
It's called a Jimbo, you know what it is though. It's again what we were talking about earlier with saliva and the stomach interacting with it.
And
it's giving your body it's giving your body a key It's a interactive scale of basically what you're doing. You're interacting with your body and allowing it to have a piece of information, right? That allows it to adjust itself. Well, that information that you're giving it with the goobers, right? It allows it to adjust itself in order that it's able to have the correct things there that will allow it to do the next part. It's like microdosing. It's like a microdose form, basically, to allow for tolerance change or alignment change.
Yep. Because, like I say, babies born in the winter aren't exposed to pollen from oak and other trees, so they don't know how to cope with the system.
Yeah, they didn't have the information input in order to adjust to it at the beginning stage when the system itself, when the actual, autoimmune system was being created.
Yep.
You need the information in order for it to build itself in the correct manner. And that's why sometimes actual exposure in the correct way to either a beginning compound involved in the things that you're allergic to, a less potent version, a lower dose, a microdose can give you that ability to build a blockchain in your immune system to be not be so allergic to it in the future, right? Like with the goobers and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. I never really thought about the immune system or the body actually it requires input in order for it to really be able to adjust and react to it. That's really fascinating.
We're built from what they call all life is this nucleic acid. Acids absorb bases. Our environment, our food, and a lot of stuff is base-based. Alkali earth metals, the sodium, potassium, those are all base. The proteins and amines and stuff that we absorb and build into chains from muscles and cells.
Amino acids into proteins.
Yeah, they're all basic and they attach to the nucleus or the core, the nucleic acid. Which is basically drained beer and sugar.
Well, I find that funny. But it's biochemistry at the end of the day, right? It's what it is. It's biochemistry.
So amazing and engineering the same beginning thread or code of DNA is in all life. It's not that bananas contain X% of human DNA. No.
It's just the building blocks are the same.
And core that's in the engineering design. It didn't happen.
Exactly.
Evolution. It's a design, an engineered masterpiece. Every cell and every life form.
It's the same building blocks. Everything's built of similar things, and that's why we see similarities between certain, things, because it's that simple. Realistically, at the end of the day, But that's what people need to realize.
What are you talking about, Jimbo?
Well, the life starting with the nucleic acid and absorbing the alkali metals and other, base charged elements from the environment, our nutrients, and growing. We grow from that little nucleotide, the little acid. And
what is that? How humans got created?
All life.
All life.
Every cell, every single cell life, amoeba right to giraffe. The same building block. The same nucleotide. Absolutely. With some for each of them.
Is it?
So it was those specific elemental building blocks that built all life, even conscious living human beings, like with their own ability to consciously recognize their own existence, right? So intelligence was based off like a nucleide, right?
No.
That can't be possible, though.
We're talking about biochemistry, right? So
we're talking. Well, I'm going to try to tie in consciousness or intelligence into the chemical makeup.
We're in the building blocks.
Can I stop you right there? Hold on just a second. If there's one thing that science knows the least amount about, it's definitely consciousness.
There's big text.
Tread lightly as you go about, talking about consciousness and making claims, because We have no fucking idea how this shit got here. Other than
Oh no, trust me, I have plenty of ideas of how this shit works.
Well, wait there a sec. Just to say, so some
I know Big
scientists
Tex
are
wants to
saying-
fucking make a
Wait
claim.
there. I don't know when my beginning of my fucking, when did that interrupt the end of your fucking shit? No. So wait there a sec. So I was saying, the conscious mind, as proposed, we were talking about biochemistry, right? We're not making any claims about where the conscious mind is derived from. The scientists don't know where it comes from. They don't know what part of the brain it comes from even. They can't denote that. They can't, because they've turned off certain parts of the brain and the conscious mind is still there, right? Some people are saying...
Well, you said scientists, though. Are you a scientist?
Wait there a second. Listen, wait there. So some people are saying that it's even a quantum mechanical type situation, right? On a small level where because they can't quite denote where it is, right? So that's my point, is that conscious mind, we don't actually understand where it exactly comes from, consciousness. It's that simple.
Well, there's an idea. I mean, there are a lot of different theories out there. Obviously, everybody has a certain specific, what they call their own specific idea, right? Or own theories, for that matter, right? But that doesn't.
You've got a very cool story, bro.
And maybe it's magnetic fields. Maybe magnetic fields are created by your soul outside the container, and your brain, interprets these magnetic fields and produces your own magnetic field.
Could it be it's all a phenomenon in the brain?
Well, that's the point. Is when you try and pin it down to a location in the brain, right? So they've had certain people's conscious mind turn off when certain parts of the brain are destroyed, right? But then
like in a coma or something.
Yeah, but then, well, not just that, there's other scenarios, but let me say, but then another person in the same circumstances, right, where their same part of the brain gets destroyed, their conscious mind still exists. One person gets turned off almost, and they've got many cases of this where they've looked at it, and it's almost that every part of the brain that they believed the conscious mind was held in wasn't. Like literally every fucking part. They've literally almost had a case where every individual part of the brain, or even tandem parts of the brain that work in conjunction, have either been destroyed, the conscious mind still exists, or other times it does not. And they've had this with every section of the brain, and it's basically they cannot correlate where the fucking conscious mind starts or ends.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
they have I think it's related to Huntington's chorea. It's a disease. Some people and
It's a
children
disease?
are born. Well, Huntington's.
Listen to what he said. Oh,
I don't know. Okay, but it's a brain disease that the brain is flat. It doesn't fill the cavity of the skull. But these people
Smooth
can do math, live a life, and technically they have a pancake thin brain.
Smooth brain, someone said, yeah.
And they're much like anyone else. One kid had half his brain shot out by his boss, and they, fixed his skull, and the other half of the brain worked. He had no problem.
Yeah, fair enough. That's great. Now I've heard of plenty of stories like that, and I won't deny that. But the point is that you have a clear, distinguishing between actual physical, tangible flesh, which what you call your brain, versus thought, right? They are intangible.
The brain-mind dichotomy is kind of what you're talking about, right?
Yes,
What is the brain versus what is
you have thought versus what is actual physical versus the brain.
Yes.
Like that's the only point I was trying to make there.
Yeah, and I think that seems like while the mind or the thoughts I don't think anybody would be suggesting is the soul. That physical explanation seems to be pretty good in that damage to that physical structure of the brain will alter those behaviors and those thoughts. Like there's that story of that guy getting like a aneurysm or something, like going pop in his brain, and he became a child molester, and then they found that out, cut it out of his brain, and then a few years later, apparently he's like, I'm looking at kids again, and they took him and scanned him, and like, oh, it's come back, and it seems that pushing on a section.
I no longer want to do that sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. University shooter, I think, went up in a tower and shot a bunch of people. He had a tumor in his brain the size of a baseball.
Did he? I didn't know that.
Yes, he did. Actually, he did. And so that's the biggest fundamental aspect of what what like neuroscientists are trying to figure out is like whether or not like cancers or tumors in the brain are causing this weird behavior and how it affects the brain and how it affects like general behavior. It's crazy, bro.
Look, there are insects that invade a host and bacteria, and they control them. They make them zombies. In a sense, people who are addicted to sugar.
But what is cancer, though? What is cancer? What is an actual? Oh, no, hold on. Let me ask you. You're smart. What is a cancer cell, though?
Shut the fuck up. You need to stop interrupting people.
Yeah. No, I know. You can mute me. I just wanted to ask him what a cancer cell was. That was all.
He was already saying something.
Parting now because of this, so I
Who the fuck said he was going to mute me? Who was that?
Yeah.
Was that Crack?
What do you need to do?
No, I was just asking him honestly what he thought, the whole story of what the cancer cell was and all that. And I was just going to shut up after that. I swear to God.
It's okay, dude. It's not a big deal. We all get excited, right? But it's not Jimbo's job to answer your question in the middle of a sentence. So,
no, you're right. You're totally right. You're totally right. I'm sorry for making that in fruition. Okay, so go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. Like, who the fuck was that after as well? Like, it's like. Okay.
Well, who was the? I mean, come on now.
Your mic is a little hot.
I said I would mute you if you kept interrupting people. It's like one after the other, isn't it? Like, if someone's talking for too long, then you can try and interject then maybe, but. But yeah, carry on. I'm not trying to fucking, stop anyone from talking. I just don't want it to sound like idiot.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with people like speculating about consciousness. It's just
No, I just want to apologize and say, please continue on. I apologize for the inconvenience. So continue on. Very sorry for that.
It's not inconvenience, dude. It's not inconvenience. Don't worry.
Well, it is. I mean, a lot of people are like, who the fuck are you? And all this other bullshit. That's great. Whatever. What I want is for the person who was going to tell the real good story, I want to leave it up to him. So please continue, and I'm going to mute my mic.
No, you don't have to do that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying when someone is already speaking, not a good idea to ask a question. I'd ignored it for a little while, right? Mm-hmm. And then it happened again. So I had to say something, not because... I understand why. You obviously just come into the room and you're excited to have a conversation. I don't blame you for that.
Bro.
I don't blame you for that, bro. I don't. I do the same shit, but I would want people to check me if I did it. That's all.
You wouldn't mute me, would you?
No, I would tell you that you're talking over someone and tell you before. That's all. But to be honest, I didn't even know it was you. I didn't know the person would listen to me, so I threatened because I'm not looking at the fucking screen. I thought it was like some random person. I didn't even know it was you. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, but that's what I mean. I'm just thinking the guy's just going to railroad and just keep doing it.
And you're right. You're right. I don't want to railroad. Okay, so please, the last question that was given. So the question point. So please continue. I'm sorry for interrupting. I will actually mute myself just to safeguard for that aspect. And I am muted. So go ahead, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Jimbo, what was you saying? Well, you probably forgot. Diabolical, you might as well ask a question now anyway, what you were saying. Because we think we've lost point of contact on that one.
Yeah, so Jimbo, I'm curious, what is cancer cells for 500?
I believe I know what they are. Don't know, Jimbo, where are you, bro? No, there are anomalies, aren't they, caused by cortisol? It's where cells become malformed.
No, Jimbo had a good point, and I interrupted him, and I wanted him to finish. That's what I was trying to get across.
That's why I had to go at you for it, because he's an older guy as well, and he'll probably forget.
I know there's
shots fired.
A lot more than what I can describe here, what I've seen and know about cancers, but large masses, I've seen them up to 50 pounds, tumors in people taken out. They mostly contain teeth, bone matter, hair, and keratin. Yeah, trying to build a new person. Other cancers I've seen is like an extra liver trying to grow out of the one that's supposed to be replaced. Your liver is able to replace itself. The cells that are not damaged or, cirrhotic and stuff or scarred, your liver rebuilds itself and you have a new liver a few times in life. Just like every 6 months, all your blood cells are replaced. They're not all replaced every 6 months like you change the oil in a car, but the lifespan of your red and white blood cells is a maximum of 6 months if they're not a challenge.
Just want to interrupt. Jimbo, it's funny that you say that it's like your blood renews itself, but it's a little bit different, right? Because your liver is actually an organ, and they actually grow back like salamander tails. Or if a lizard loses a leg, certain species can actually regrow that leg. Well, it's the only organ I know of that does that in the human body.
They've seen people who have lost, especially in children, lost fingers, and they've grown back. Just like,
Don't forget the tongue.
That's not
normal, right?
Well, yes,
That's an anomaly.
No, I don't think so. I think just like the lizards, and there are other things that, quote, are in nature that we don't quite understand yet. And I'll give you one example, okay? We all think that life is somehow finite, I was born in 62, going to die X date in the future, and same for everyone and everything. Well, not quite, because the brine shrimp, once they're dried out and they're in a suspended animation state, they can go through some heating, some cooling for 1,000 years. Give them a little bit of salt water, and they're back animated. But so I mean, they have a lifespan of X, undefined. As long as their cellular integrity remains intact, no matter what state they're in, we got to consider them alive, but not alive in a state where they can defend themselves or run away from enemies or be crushed by something passing by them. But if nothing happens to them at a cellular level or, physically, add water 1,000 years from now or 10,000 years, they spring back to life. Same with frogs under the desert. One thing that blew my mind in South Carolina, it was dry for weeks, really. And then it really super rained. But there was, so dry, and little ponds were dried up, everything. But when it rained and everything flooded, these frogs came up from the ground that were like dehydrated and just waiting for the water. Just like you can put a frog in the freezer, freeze it solid, and then thaw it out and it goes ribbit and jumps back in the pond.
Yep. With the reaction again for it to restart up, remember, it's quite mad, isn't it? Like, they reckon there's it's a reaction. I believe it's thermal change partially. But obviously, there's different chemicals in there.
Yep, cells.
Oh, wait. What about a tongue? Does a tongue regrow kind of like your liver?
My uncles didn't.
I wouldn't know.
My uncles didn't.
For a loop, I brain farted again, so that's okay though.
I think it does to a certain extent, but maybe it's just the individual.
It is slightly different, but like if you cut your tongue in half, as in like split it down the seam, it doesn't necessarily just join back together unless.
And scarring can sometimes add more tissue and stuff, but that's not necessarily growth from.
What I've just found online says a tongue that has been completely severed does not grow back all on its own, but a tongue that has received severe lacerations, if it receives proper ability, has the ability to recover rapidly.
Yeah, this very quickly repairs itself, the tongue, very, very quickly. But cut off, my uncle bit his tongue off, and it definitely didn't grow back.
How do you do that?
What?
How do you bite his tongue off?
Well, he bit it off. Yeah.
Was he epileptic or something?
And more, yeah. I don't know anyone who hasn't really bit their tongue at
that
least
would hurt.
by accident.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
off.
he bit it off. Yeah, my Uncle Robert. He bit it off completely. Yeah. Mad shit. Pretty sure he think he went like absolutely flying. Like I can't remember exactly what happened, but it was basically had an accident, and I believe hit his chin extremely hard.
Right.
And it completely severed through his tongue. Whatever happened, his tongue somehow ended out. It's really rare to happen.
But even eating sometimes, once in your life or a couple of times in your life, you'll bite your tongue for whatever reason. It just gets in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, I did. When I was a kid, I was like leaning forward on my chair at the table, and the chair front legs slipped out, and my front teeth, because I had two big bucks.
Mate, I've done this twice.
Clean through my lip.
Mate, I thought you were going to say what happened to me then. So they went through your lip, right?
Yeah, poking out the other side, but not. Yeah, it's still attached to my face.
Listen to what happened to me on a bus once, and then once on the bathtub when I was younger. Twice I've done this. I smashed my teeth up into my gums, as in like literally like
Owie.
Top row of teeth disappeared up into my. It's happened to me twice. That has. Yeah.
Do you still have all of them? I would imagine that'd make some of them a bit loose and.
No, they were definitely no. They're actually really tight because of it. So like to the extent where they were crossed over and stuff. But I have got a couple of missing teeth where just from altercations and stuff like that. You know, I've had a couple of my teeth knocked out and stuff like that.
Ouch.
If I was in the bathtub and I stuck one of my toes in the faucet, I get
done that as well.
in my leg, and oh my god, and I do it every time I took a bath, and I can never understand why. Maybe it's some type of electrical circuit, but I mean, it'll still touch me today if I do it. I'm sure.
It's the position of your toe, bro. You put your toe in the tap, and then it applies just enough pressure as it pulls back on that ligament, so it releases pressure from the ligament because it's got ballast, something to support itself on that it usually doesn't in that position. So the other muscle has over. Yeah, I've done this before, and I actually needed to understand why it happens. Why, if you extend your leg out and you lift your leg out while you're laying down, and push your toes out and straighten them out, right?
Yeah.
Believe it or not, your body already wants to suck one muscle the other way and come out of its equilibrium state, but it can't because they're counteracting one another. But if you get someone to grab your toe and pull it towards themselves or push into it while you keep that shape, the other muscle can sometimes take over because it has just enough support on the other side to where it's not, the equilibrium can be broken in those positions. Like extended positions, the equilibrium can always be broken by a slight difference in your usual sort of posture.
That's amazing because I used to do it to try to understand why it happened. Is it electrical, grounding, whatever? And I never really could, but I had the same effect every time. Cramps in the back every time.
Yeah, so it's just overextension, and then that little bit of ligament supports less, and then those muscles it can happen anywhere. You could get cramp in your thigh, in your back, anywhere, and boom, it allows that muscle to override. Because that's what we want to realize: cramp is literally a muscle going to the place that it shouldn't go to, but is able to go to. You know, but in the wrong timing, as in the other muscle that is essentially not the counterbalance, but the other muscle that works in tandem, like your tricep as it extends or whatever. Your bicep should be uncompressing, or you can when your bicep goes into a cramp, that's just your bicep tensing up as your tricep also isn't decompressing. Do you see what I'm trying to say? It's like when one muscle does the opposite and the other doesn't do it in the right form. That's how you get cramp.
I was sort of looking for the one time it wouldn't do it, and that would be never actually. It's like dropping something off a building and it doesn't fall, like these.
So when I do keto, the thing that keeps me from fasting for longer than about 4 days is cramps. And like if I'm just sitting down on the motorcycle and I can't ride my motorcycle because I'm cramping, because when I cramp, I call it Charlie horse. The first thing
Can I tell you how to stop that? Can I tell you how to stop it really quickly so I don't forget?
Yeah.
So you can still stay in your fast. Have a teaspoon of salt, because it's probably a form of salt deficiency. Because you're fasting, your muscles, believe it or not, the main reason we get cramp on a higher level than usual is because we have got a deficient level of salt at that one time. I don't know why, but I just know this for a fact because of when I used to work out and play rugby all the time. And as soon as I started getting cramps all the time, bro, I'd just take a teaspoon of salt and it would stop it from happening.
To the best of my knowledge, that concept applies to sodium and magnesium, so that's probably what the salt comes
in a
in.
little hot. Could you cool off your mic a bit and just gear it back a bit in your options, or back off it a bit?
I don't know if they can do that.
When you talk,
that was loud, wasn't it? It's like boom. Some people's mics work so much better. But yeah, what did he say? I didn't even hear what he said. It was too loud. What did you say, bro?
Sodium and magnesium.
Yeah, they're basically salts, right? You know, this is. You know,
Yeah. I was just saying there are two essential minerals, sodium and magnesium, and it's probably, you know, as far as I know, the deficiency of either or at different times, or maybe even potassium, but I'm not sure about that one. I just know that the sodium and magnesium, the lack of it, can attribute to your muscle cramps. Yes.
100%. Yeah. It's important. I just think the base of hydrochlorides, even like, you know, there's a solubility to salts, right? Regardless of what salt it is, there's a solubility to it. This is like the same with, obviously, you know, if you have a drug that's free base, for instance, it might be able to smoke, but it's not going to absorb very well into your body, like buprenorphine as opposed to OxyContin, for instance, and the different routes of administration. It's like salts have a water solubility factor, and I believe cramp is, as much as salt seems like something that dries something out, it's not once it's diluted, right? You dilute something that is water soluble. Obviously, the thing that may have seemed like something that dries on its own and in and of itself, now mixed with water and melted down, might be oily and might actually be a lubricant, right? So there's nuances to it, like what substances are, you know, interacting with different chemicals and fluids and shit. I think that's an important part with the salt, I think, because it's so soluble.
I think I'm gonna try again the carnivore, but I'm gonna do mostly fat. The only tricky part though is the insulin shots. That's very tricky.
Do you find that? What do you mean by that? Tricky.
I've been taking insulin shots since I'm 8 years old, and if I don't take one, if I miss one, I go out of, you know, the sugar balance, and after a day or two, it had happened multiple times that if I don't take the insulin, my sugar goes really bad and I fall in a coma.
Well, remember, if I'd suggest you try to go the direction I do and just stick to beef fat and beef protein. But just remember, if you ever end up eating eggs, try to cook the eggs easy over or sunny side up, because as far as the amino acid content of the egg white goes, it's healthier for that to be cooked so that it's white. But as far as the nutritional content of the egg yolk goes, you don't want to cook that solid. You want to eat it liquid as much as you can.
So you mean the white you want it cooked and the yellow raw?
Yes.
Because I can eat raw eggs, no problem. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, or just eat them raw. I eat raw eggs all the time.
Yeah, that's how I like them.
Yeah.
Well, not all the time, but
not all the time, but I do.
Oh, because it's just virtue of it's not red meat. You know, I have an autoimmune disorder, so pretty much like I can eat things that are not red meat, but as long as it's 10% or less of my diet, including eggs, unfortunately, I pretty much can almost never eat cheese anymore, except in small amounts here and there.
Hey, what's your name, bro? The guy who's coming in hot, autoimmune disorder?
My middle name is Orion, but my first name is Charles.
No, bro. Your avatar. Charles, your avatar.
Orion229.
Orion. Yeah, one day soon, me and you're going to have a little talk about your autoimmune disorder, and I don't know if you know about Jordan Peterson, but
yeah,
from what I understand, like elimination diets are where it's at for autoimmune disorder.
Yeah, you got to find out what reacts to your body well, you know, and you can't always go for nutritional value with that stuff because basically sometimes less nutritional value with autoimmune conditions is that basically you're better off having less nutritional value in order that you get less side effects. That's kind of the thing that Jordan Peterson's had to do with himself, right? Submit to almost an all meat diet in order to, you know, him and his daughter, in fact, isn't it, Hank? I think.
Yeah, it's really interesting too because they just had like I want to say it was like one of the big media, like New York Times, did like a hit piece on him because he was suffering from an autoimmune disorder, which gave him like anxiety. Then he starts taking benzodiazepine, and then he had like a side effect from that, right? And this, mainstream media, of course, right? They don't want you talking about carnivore diets. So they basically said that he had some sort of like schizophrenia or some sort of psychosis. Did like this huge hit piece on the guy, and all he was trying to do was, function normally. And I heard Michaela's side of the story. Yeah, it is the daughter too. She's the one that actually figured it out. She's the one that figured out the elimination diet, and a lot of people are trying the carnivore diet, and it's like there's vegans, right? Why wouldn't there also be carnivores? They say that humans are omnivores, but really we're all three, aren't we?
All right, guys, I'm going to go check some people in because people want to talk to us. All right, be back in a sec.
All three being omnivore, herbivore, carnivore.
As long as you're using herbs and spices to flavor your steak, in a certain sense, you're an omnivore. As long as you're drinking herbal tea, in a certain sense, you're an omnivore. You're just not getting a whole lot of calories from either of those things. If you're smoking weed, you're an omnivore. But yeah, Gemsy, you should definitely go carnivore because a little while ago I went to another halal shop that I don't normally go to, and I got some goat ribs. It was a lot of work to get the meat off those goat ribs, with my hands because it's kind of hard to do with a knife and fork. But man, I tell you, if you can get some good cuts of goat and lamb is where it's at, man, as far as good flavor goes.
So most places they basically discard the fat and they sell it for really low prices, don't they?
Yeah, every I know of 1, 2, 3 halal places, 2 within walking distance of me, 3 of them altogether within driving distance of me, and all 3 of these halal places will give you tons of fat for free and never charge you anything. And then I know at this other place that's a little more sophisticated and a little more. It's not that they're more sophisticated, but they get their shipments in on a more regular basis, not like 1 or 2 times a week, but like daily. And so I go there, and they'll charge me $1 a pound for the fat. So they'll charge me some money, but it's still like, in the grand scheme of things, not a whole lot of money. Like with the amount of calories you can pull out of a pound of fat, it's extremely cheap eating. But the point is, it's fresh as fresh can get, and it's like. Yeah, so even if they're charging you $1 a pound, it's still worth it.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to give it a go again and see. I need some sort of plan because like I'm saying, the tricky part is the insulin, but as long as if I don't trigger my my sugar levels, if I can stick with the 30% protein maybe and 70% fat, and I feel good, I'll try to maybe I'll say take the least insulin that I actually need, because normally I will need certain amount of insulin to be able to process what I normally eat. But if I'm only eating fats and protein, it will be less what I need. probably weigh myself out of it little by little if that's
Hey,
that's
I
even
just say
possible.
be careful, bro. Right?
Yeah, I know.
Because I'm talking about me, non-diabetic, what it does for me, and every person is different. I know you're a smart guy, right? Just make sure you got somebody watching out for you in the beginning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and remember to salt your food to taste. So put as much salt as you need to make it taste exactly the way you want it to, but don't restrict yourself from salt. And remember that it's much easier to end up with a sodium deficiency than too much sodium in your diet. You
I was
can end
gonna
up with
ask
too
that,
much
yeah.
sodium.
There's a funny thing because I always fight for older people in these older folks' homes and other places because they always have to fight for their goddamn salt. And I think just the aggravation and the rage and anger these people go through because people are fucking around and they don't want to give them salt and they want salt on their food. But everyone's saying, no, it's bad for you, blah, blah, blah. And that control issue just over salt on the food. is
Yeah,
more
and if they give them salt, it's bad quality.
people, then give them the salt. It's not going to hurt them. Let them salt to taste. I think they do it deliberately to make people go through stress and pass sooner. I don't know though, but
I agree with
I think it's done deliberately to make them have a sodium deficiency.
that too.
If I drink kind of like salty water, it makes me want less water. So I have to drink when because I've made Soleil in the past. I dilute like was it like magnesium salt? I think it was the name, or what was the name of that salt? Epsom salt, yeah. And the water was very salty, and then I was able to add some of that water into regular water, and I will need less water during the day. I'll be hydrated much better with the salty water.
So I think when they tell you like you're supposed to drink like 8 glasses of water a day, I think that's bullshit. I think if you're eating a bunch of carbs, you're going to require that much water, right?
Yeah.
Because the way I understand it is if you eat a bunch of sugar, that sugar is going to make you retain 3 times as much water as you would with salt, right? So if you cut the carbs out of your diet, you're not going to need as much water, and you're not going to retain as much water. And that's why when you're doing keto, like in the first 3 months, you're going to lose a lot of weight real fast, and you're going to kind of plateau.
Yeah, I agree with that because when I have high sugar levels, I get very dehydrated, and I need tons of water. Yeah. So yeah.
Remember, Gemsy, if you get your fat for free or $1 a pound, and that's 70% of the grams that you eat throughout the day, that means you're mostly only paying money for the protein. So it's not as expensive as people that aren't that educated on the matter think.
No, I think it sounds pretty inexpensive. If you do it smart like that, go to the places that discard the fat because people don't want the fat, you know? That's why they cut it off the meat. Yes, I could probably find a bunch of good deals because there's a bunch of halal stores around here.
And keep in mind, you can go as high as 80 or 90% fat as far as your total grammage throughout the day. But, you know, I wouldn't bother going higher than 80, but, you know.
Yeah, I get it. I think that's probably what I was missing last time that I tried carnivore. I was having a lot of meat, and if I feel decently well, but I don't know, I didn't have that much fat, I think. I was having more protein, and my sugars were still being triggered. Eating too much protein and low fat.
Yeah, that's the problem. If you over protein, you're going to have like what's that liver response every time? Is it insulin? Your liver doesn't produce insulin, does it?
The liver is
I
part
think
of
it
that
does.
process. It's part of that process, yes.
Okay,
But,
so yeah,
pancreas.
my research.
Is
Sorry,
it
go ahead.
ketoacidosis?
No,
Or is that a different one?
That's, so what I'm trying to
Ketoacidosis
say,
if the glucose in the blood is too high for periods of time.
so what else? I kind of forgot what I was trying to say. Maybe
Well, you don't want to eat too much protein.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
That's what he was saying.
If you take in too much protein, you're going to have like a huge insulin dump. Now that's like normal people. I don't know if diabetic people are going to do that, but normal folks, if you take in too much protein, you're going to have an insulin dump and your body's going to store it like fat, which kind of defeats the purpose of the whole keto diet. So when normal people are doing keto, like it's kind of hard because you're eating a steak, right? And you're thinking, oh, this is all like protein, but there's like fat involved in it too. So one of the best ways to eat the fat is to like cut it in like tiny little chunks and put some seasoning on it and just put it on like a blank cast iron skillet and kind of make it like real hard on the outside so it's like crispy on the outside. Anyway, that's what I was doing. That's when I lost the most weight, is when I was eating fat like that.
Yeah, he's right. If you eat something like, say, 50% protein, 50% fat, or certainly once you get to the range of if you're eating 60% protein, 40% fat, or even more protein than that, then at a certain point, your body will start breaking down a certain portion of that protein down into, I can't remember if it's sugar or insulin, but one way or another, it starts. It disrupts the fat burning fuel process. You know.
Yeah, I get that.
In fact, actually, along those lines, it's happened before when people were traveling from the East Coast of America to the West Coast during the days of the pioneers or whatever. Some people would every now and then starve to death, even though they had lots of rabbits to eat, because a rabbit is an animal that has lots of protein on it, or some protein, and absolutely no fat at all. So even though they were eating plenty of rabbit, they died anyway, just because they were starved from fat.
Yeah.
That's when they started using pemmican. Pemmican is like a hot fat source.
You can't
food.
eat the rabbits down south. The jackrabbits there, you just can't eat them. They're just
Some of them
meat
you can't.
stuff. There's no fat. There's just too gamey. They're unedible. There really is no season for them. Other places like here, really, it's only the winter. You can't eat these rabbit in the summer and late fall. They
A lot
just
of them have got myxomatosis where I live as well, like fucked up.
Yeah, red meat's better anyway.
Sometimes it is. Depends. You know, I don't mind eating rabbit. I don't mind eating pheasant, grouse. You know.
Salmon has a lot of fat too. So
I
you
know,
can eat like salmon
but
and
I actually had
avocados.
a vegan burger that really actually tasted like a beef burger. No joke. It didn't satisfy. You know, I get these beef cravings, and there's something in the beef that I can't get from like tofu and soy and all those things made to taste like burgers and beef.
I hear that.
They're high in carbs, and they trigger my sugar. I tried it once, and not didn't like it much.
And I'm not sure, but I think the hormones from soya do cause your breasts to become bigger, men or women, it don't matter, and fish to have multiple eyes and weird mutations, because where they have these soy processing in Hawaii, holy frick, where they dump their tailings into the rivers, and boy oh boy, the fish are mutated, to say the least, gender-wise and physically and biologically. We get that a lot, like in the Gaspé where I grew up. You know, normally without a sawmill and all the chemicals being pumped out into, you know, the bay, you wouldn't have Well, salmonated trout, a mix between trout and salmon. It doesn't happen naturally. And we had like eels that were mixed with other fish species, mutants. And I saw this growing up, and yeah, I thought it was normal because people said, "Oh, it's because of the mill and stuff." So, you know, being a
Well,
real growing up kid, you know, seeing these mutations was like Bart Simpson: jab, 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 jab. Poke one more eye, and you're going to jail.
Do you guys consume like liver oil, stuff like that, or?
I used to cod liver oil, but I don't trust a lot of things now, including, you know, how old or fresh some stuff, even from dates on box, or how it was handled temperature wise during its warehousing or transportation. Too many variables, and these oils, if they're not fresh, they can sour and harm you. Sometimes you don't notice. Some of them have a bad smell to begin with, like cod liver oil, and a bad taste. Other stuff don't taste so bad, so you know if it tastes something off or smells off, it's probably rancid, you know. I don't know, just I'd rather get some fresh cod liver and, you know, preserved or whatever on toast.
Sorry, real fast. I heard about this one doctor who like poisoned himself and almost killed himself by taking too much cod liver oil. So I really do think everything's about balance. Like if you are taking the liver oils, don't overdo it.
Anything, too much of anything becomes a toxin to your system, even food. Water, you can drink enough water to die. You drown internally. They used to have contests where people would, you know, hold their bladder for radio contests to win $500 or whatever. And people died.
I would just go for regular fish oil capsules in the regular gelatin capsule. And
yeah, if you're fresh at a place that, you know, like a popular pharmacy or chain pharmacy, brand name, you should be pretty fresh stuff. And well,
but make sure to read all the extra ingredients. Like, I mean, I don't know where you live. If you have a Natural Grocers over there, it's kind of a small chain over here in Oregon, but you know, they have a big selection of different things like that. Trader Joe's has some stuff that's not too bad.
Like Publix and stuff.
Whole Foods, Amazon, they should have some good oils.
You know, I'm always talking
that's
about-
just extra stuff.
Well, it's funny too. Like, I love olive oil, but I know that most of it on the market is not olive oil. If you have pure olive oil, you can put the jar in the freezer. It'll stay liquid. If it's a blend, it'll cloud up, you know, kind of gelify and do whatever the mixes do. So a simple test to see if your olive oil is pure, throw it in the freezer. If it turns milky and congeals and all that, it ain't olive oil, or it certainly ain't pure olive oil. And most of it's blended, no matter what's on the label. It can say 100% pure. I guarantee you it won't always be 100% pure. That's one thing really. I don't know, it's expensive and, you know, they produce it a few places, but there's so much on the market. Can it all be real and pure? I mean, as far as I know, there's Greece and Italy produce this stuff for the most part.
Yeah, butter's healthier for you and sometimes better tasting anyway. More versatile.
And if you have a cat, you might want to throw them an olive once in a while. They'll play with it till the end of the earth, you know. There's something about them they love, and they'll go attack crazy and play with it for days.
So I wanted to say something about orthodoxy. You know, I'm always talking about, you know, dogma and orthodoxy, and I think Jim does too. He doesn't want it creeping into the flat earth. And one of the orthodoxy that was a few years ago was the flaxseed, right? The flaxseed was like an orthodoxy a few years back, and everybody was talking about flaxseed and flaxseed oil. And then it comes out that it lowers like testosterone in men. So, oops, no more orthodoxy for that. Right, and then
well,
the
anything
omega-3s.
that has a laxative effect, it's probably not too good for you unless you're taking it once in a while because you're backed up or whatever. But there are better things to take certainly than flaxseed or sometimes linseed oil. But both those will make you have a shit.
Right, but what I was talking about was, a lot of people talk about fish oil and omega-3s, and, it's not all about the fish oil and omega-3s. I think we're supposed to have like a 6-to-1 ratio in our diet.
But these chains of what they call GLAs and gamma lanolinic acid are very important. Like I say, our body would produce them to make our blood products, but sometimes it's not producing enough. If your body is producing a whole red blood cell and there's no GLA, gamma lanolinic acid, to put in that cell, it makes it anyway, but it becomes a leukotriene or a leukotriene, and that in your blood will trigger hay fever, allergic attacks, other stuff. Because sometimes you're not eating enough to get, enough of these oils and stuff and the gamma lanolinics and other stuff. It's important.
So what are we supposed to eat? Honolulu La Kalika? What'd you say?
Foods that you get GLAs in. Fish oils and stuff are gamma unsaturated acids. Your body
What
can...
about leukodietrine?
When you're itchy, you know what happens when you get an itch? Well, there's some tryptophan that's near the nerve ending, and it mixes with niacin and niacinamide, and it triggers that nerve cell, and you feel an itch. It's actually a good thing. It means that nerve ending has received nutrient and a stimulation because it needed it. And that's why we get this itch triggered once in a while. It's your body that sends tryptophan and a vitamin, the niacin, the niacinamides, to that nerve ending. And they fire it. And what do you feel? An itch. That's the chemistry of an itch.
Yep. That's why when you take opiates, obviously what happens? You start itching more and stuff like that. Well, there's a relationship there, right? You work out the physiological chemical reaction
in the body. LSD, psilocybin, a lot of them trigger, a change in the tryptophan level. The
body load.
Oxytryptophan, to be precise, one of many, but that's the one that goes up from an average of 10% to 14-15% when you're on mushroom, LSD, etc. The opiates trigger, endorphin reactions and reactions in these indoles and other stuff. So your tryptophan will be a little wild, and you'll be itching all over the place.
Exactly.
And would you get some niacin? You're firing off. You're twitching, scratching, right?
Yep.
Yeah, more tryptophan to react with more niacin.
So can someone confirm to me what I said was correct about the 6-to-1 ratio between omega-3 and omega-6?
Yeah, according to at least one book, or maybe two that I've read, I'm pretty sure that's correct. I know there is a ratio, nonetheless, that's important like that.
Right. And, a lot of people are just taking the omega-3, but it turns out you need the omega-6 too. So, every once in a while, it's okay to have, something that's deep fried in regular oil.
That's why there are different fish and different oils.
Maybe walnuts would be a better way.
Nuts are really good for you. End of. Jimbo, do you remember when that guy said that mushrooms have no nutritional value?
That's not true. And
do you remember when that guy said it though?
The protein
and you were like, what?
Fat and different nuts are excellent for you. People say they're brain food, and I sort of believe it, But one thing or two, as far as chemistry goes, one of the things that I suggest you try it won't hurt you, But is it niacinamide? Let me see. Yes, it's the tiny barrels. Niacinamide. They're tiny vitamins you take as a supplement. They're really small, like microdot acid used to be. They can put more fill in them, but they're very tiny doses that you take of it. But, well, if you do things that take focus and concentration and a lot of thinking, this chemical somehow gets into your brain and clears up your focus a little bit somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know. It might be colloquial what I'm saying here, but it's cheap. You can try it. And, if you had trouble focusing before, just try something that, and see if it changes a bit after a few days on niacinamide.
All right, Joe the Thumb Rogan. Cognitive enhancers.
Well, you might stop losing your keys and other stuff. A little simple.
Right. Yeah, I'm just giving you a hard time. I know that cognitive enhancers exist. I've tried some of the different things in the past. But for me, the best cognitive enhancer is a good 3-day fast. I remember when I was debating Flat Earth back in 2015, 2016, if you're fasting, like you are on point. Like you don't have that thing where you're like searching through your files, like what was his name? What was I trying to remember? All that just dries up.
Yeah,
you have very little brain fog.
Certainly have enough reserves to, without stressing their body too much, to go through 3 days without eating and without, and detox. And it really is beneficial because you draw in from, some of the stuff that you really want to get rid of out of there so you can,
Well, do you know why it boosts cognitive function as well? Is it gets rid of
it's
your body goes into a hyper survivalistic mode for one, so it produces certain endorphins and stuff like that as well, because basically you need to be on your game at that time in the first 3 days of lack of food, because your body is going to allow you to react better in order that you're better at basically gaining the things that you need. But as well, you're basically almost like having a pipe that's blocked. It's like you're removing resistance from signals. So it's signal resistance removal, basically, meaning your whole system. So our spinal cord alignment, for instance. If your spine's incredibly straight, signals are given better to certain parts of your body. That's why men find it easier, for instance, to come quicker when you straighten your knees and your legs, because you're straightening your spine better for the signals. It's a stupid thing to say, but I'm just saying it's an analogy that I can use. It will make sense to people.
Yeah,
right now.
I can vouch for that. Yeah, seeing how I'm uncircumcised and sometimes have a little trouble.
Same, I'm circumcised, so yeah, so straightening your legs, it allows the signals to be better. But so, removing your body of everything while putting it in this more sort of hyper, sort of like reactionary state where it needs to be reactionary because of lack of food, where it's like, I need to be successful as well. It's also this idea of like removing information, where information that was being processed before, food giving signals for this, you're sort of unblocking the chain reaction, as it were, with the signals that your body has to do. So, it does definitely help for some reason. I've had it myself, mate. Very, very good concentration levels. It just really helps.
I think it's fair to say, I sort of think sitting down to 3 heavy meals a day is no good for people, but that's another thing.
No,
but taking that break and fasting for a few days gives your system a time to desaturate, because I can't speak for everyone, but we do overeat. And as long as we're super saturated, it's a toxic time for the body. It's work.
I think it's a lot of it, though, Jimbo. So for every time you put something in your mouth, your body takes that one thing in, right? But I think more of what fucks us up, believe it or not, is actually the information overload from eating so many different things. So what I mean is, it's like we were saying earlier with the, your microbiome reacting to this different enzyme and this different thing. It's like you're overloading your body with information. It's receiving information from what you're taking in, right?
Yeah.
So as you do that over a prolonged period of time, 3 meals a day, heavy meals, I believe your body genuinely starts to become it starts to skip on processes even because it can't fucking fulfill the order. You know, it's hard to create biological changes. It's not hard for our brain to process information, but it's hard for it to create biological changes based on the back of that, like a kitchen that gets backed up. And this genuinely fucking happens. That's why sometimes certain foods don't get processed into energy.
Your body says, "What the hell is coming at me now?" You know?
Yeah.
And it's just a
This happens.
blend of everything, and it has to say, "Okay, we got to produce every freaking thing again."
But a fast can sort of wipe the fucking order card, as it were, you know? Which is important. So I think it's an important part of it. Anyway, that's what I believe. Yeah. Based on what I've researched and what I've seen.
Yeah, just try to trust your body. If you have to like cheat a bit and eat and drink a little bit, it's not so bad, you know. Just make sure you're not having heart palpitations, weakness, you know, dizziness, blurred vision of any kind, you know, because you know, dehydration.
This is why it's why I think positive thinking as well, like, you know, being able to overcome things psychologically, having a strong psychological mind, no matter what situation you're in, actually goes a very long way, because it's like if your body is able, you know, if you're releasing cortisol, you know, stress, basically just stress all the time, and you're releasing loads of cortisol, that fucks your body up. That's what causes anomalies. That's sometimes what causes cancer, right? Is too much cortisol, right, in our system. But what I'm getting at is like, if you're able to stay positive even through really shitty situations, sometimes that can make up for like a terrible intake, for instance, and a terrible piece of information coming in, because you do have, you know, the acetin, the noradrenaline, the dopamine, you know, the serotonin levels like are able to stay up there. You know, you're able to keep yourself on a functional level on the brain, much higher level than what some people usually would be able to, even when you're going through shit, you know, and that can make up the difference sometimes.
Well, I sort of think when your body's toxified a bit and got that heavy thing going, it affects how you think, how you feel, how you talk, express yourself, every aspect of you.
Exactly.
The power of positive thought. I mean, this is huge, you know?
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
Well, when groups of people pray for other people for their, you know, health or whatever, they get better faster. You know, if you're in the hospital and there's a group of people you don't even know that are praying for you to get better and add you to their prayers,
exactly,
without even knowing, it's helping you. You're benefiting. No one knows why, but it's for real. Positive thinking, just good stuff.
Like when when all the stuff came out, you know, for the last year, I used to post on my Facebook status trying to stay positive when everyone else wants to be negative.
Yep. I saw a really good example of this, actually. It's anecdotal, but this documentary about people in vegetated states, Louis Theroux one, and it was like, wow, there's this one family that were just, you know, they believed in God, and they were, you know, extremely, you could tell they were connected to that. And they just didn't, not for a second did they not believe that this guy was going to wake up after over a year, I believe, and be normal. And he was the only motherfucker he did. And they didn't waver. They told the doctors they were crazy. They said you should switch off the machines. This guy at the end of the documentary, he's awake talking to people, and the doctors are crying like, wow, this is insane. Like, you know, and like that, you know, Louis Theroux is incredibly secular. He's not that way minded at all. He didn't believe in God at all. He said that is the one fucking thing that he experienced in his life that really made him think. He said it made him believe more than anything he'd ever seen, you know? And it was just like, wow, you know. The guy who got through it, basically, is the guy that had a family that was so anti-nihilistic. It sort of, like, it felt like it had to have something to do with it.
You know, it's amazing how
around him. Yeah.
It's amazing how powerful we can be, you know, when we're embraced and, you know, just wrapped in love, right? How powerful humans can be. You know, mankind is, you know, it's underrated. We're underrated of what we could actually do, right? And if a group of people were to get together and like in love, right, I kind of feel like they're almost unstoppable, right? Because even if you do separate every single soul from their body people saw that happen, and guess what? That's contagious.
Exactly.
Hey, can I interrupt? I need some help. Yes, hello.
Yeah, you interrupt. But then
Hey, Hank, are you a Gold Plus member, Hank? I would look myself, but I'm on the road.
Yeah, I think I am. Yeah, Gold Plus.
Do you know how to do the commands to give somebody VC verified?
Yeah, why?
I was taught once.
Yeah, any of us can do that.
Oh, well, if somebody in here up in lobby, he's my best friend. I can vouch for him, and OK Cool's best friend as well. His name's X-Ray. He's locked out of the VC chat. Can someone give him a verified role, please?
What's his name?
I got him to make a comment in lobby. It's X-Ray, all lowercase letters, one word.
Can't see him.
yeah, me either.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, got him.
Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry. I was
Yeah,
gonna
no,
say,
I
I
know.
don't see him. I don't see the guy.
Yeah, I see him now. I think Crypto got him.
So imagine how
Crypto
powerful
was-
we could be, like if we were like, I don't know, like at our optimal state. You know, if we were like without sin, if we were without hate, right? And only we're acting in love, like I kind of feel like we're almost unstoppable,
Yeah.
right? Because we know what happens with martyrs, right? We saw what happened with the story of the 300, right? Which is similar to the story of the Alamo. Like, you know, when something like that happens, Joan of Arc. Yeah, Joan of Arc can, like, you know, change history, right? Just, you know, one, you know, young person can change history forever.
Yeah, exactly. And people don't, you know, you can draw a line exactly to, like, even when people say, like, oh, how can you even say, like, sin equals death and all this sort of stuff? But it's like, well, you know, and anger is bad for you, all these types of things. It's like, well, if you can draw a tangent or a line toward, like, just logically speaking, that, you know, you could say that cortisol is increased by stress levels, like anger and hatred cause stress and cause you strife in your life and can create so many unimaginable disgusting, hard situations to deal with. You can understand how that actually would cause you to have a life that's not as long lived, for instance. You can draw a sort of logical tangent to those sort of in those side of those parameters, right?
That's why
So
you see. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. So the opposite of that would be, you know, a good endo pleasure system, full firing at all times, and you know the people around you basically receiving a buff off of your own working neurological system because they're able to sort of reap the rewards of you being a fully fledged functioning person on a psychological, emotional, and physical level. When all those things sort of align, you know, again, you're reaffirming the other person based on your ability to be someone that's nice to be around, even, you know. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Crit, was it you who tried to speak?
Yeah, I was pretty much, you kind of stole my thunder. I was going to virtually say exactly the same thing you were. The only thing I would add is this kind of shows you why atheists kind of form their own echo chambers, because just naturally people don't want to be around someone that negative about everything, so nihilistic and so dark.
Exactly. Yeah, that's true though. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, but it's mad to think that the Bible actually had, you know, biological, neurological, physiological truth in its advice. It wasn't based on bullshit. You get what I mean?
Yeah, for just the 10 Commandments, every single one of them just is outstanding. You know, like
Yeah.
And people try to make it sound like it's not something. You just follow 10 Commandments, and everyone treats each other right, respectfully.
Yeah.
That's like when
carry on.
I would say, like in the story where Jesus said, "Let he without sin cast the first stone," and everyone dropped the stones because they knew, hey, I got problems too. But yet the atheist would have thrown the stone because then they think, yeah, it's just a prostitute. I'm pissed at the world. And I want to lash out at somebody else.
Yeah. Yeah. If we admit that we're all doing wrong as well, it lowers the threshold for ego and shit like that as well, and it allows people to actually tell their friends when they're doing shit that's wrong and actually build one another up in a positive manner, instead of like being yes men and like reaffirming our actual terrible attributes that are probably destroying us and ruining our lives in the long run. There's real tangible gains to a lot of this advice in the 10 Commandments, for instance, like genuine, tangible, when you look at it properly, like things that come of being in, existing in that manner. It'd be there. Crypto, you here? Hello, Crypto.
Nah.
Who said nah?
Dunno.
Yes, I'm here.
Alright, me old China.
Right, me old China. What's going on, mate? You alright?
It's the ghost of Crypto East London.
Where's that
What,
kid
mate?
from South London? Where's that
Oh,
kid
mate,
from
how
South
you doing?
London? Hi, mate. How is it, mate? Oh, you good, yeah? Oh, geez. I ain't seen you in fucking time, brother.
I ain't seen you in time.
Man, it's been a fucking minute, hasn't it? Oh, fuck me, bro. Gordon Bennett, brother.
Yeah, welcome to Essex.
Welcome to Essex, bruv. What you saying? What are you saying?
Nice
Saddam
one, brother.
Hussein? Nice one, brother. People are like, what the fuck's going on here, man?
You know your brother.
Was that
the ghost of Battle Mod South Korea?
Who's that?
Oh no, wonton chicken and rice, South Korea.
Wonton chicken and rice is China, man.
I know. It's a joke, bro. Who's this guy with the pop hat on that breaking down walls posted? I know who it is, but I can't remember his name.
Who?
The guy with the Mad Hatter hat on, the breaking down walls posted. Oh, Harpo Marx, yeah, it's Harpo. Breaking down walls.
Oh, one of the Marx guys.
Yeah, the Marx. Yeah. Harpo. I knew who he was. I just couldn't remember his name.
Fuck knows, mate. I ain't got a fucking clue.
But when my parents made me watch that crap, I was always thinking, when's the channel gonna get turned? So I didn't really add his name to memory.
So the Marx Brothers, they were Groucho, Harpo, Chico, Zeppo, Gummo, and Carl. Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, there were a lot of them. Some of their shit was funny. Some of it. They all look like it. Look at him. He ain't got no pupils in that picture, man. He looked like he was smoking crack for a week.
Well, I added Karl Marx on the end, and no one noticed.
Yeah, I noticed. It went right over everyone else's boat, mate. That went right over everyone else's boat.
No, Karl Marx.
Broken mic go.
Where'd that one go?
Yeah, Harpo and Groucho are the two famous ones, but I don't remember Carl.
I mean, He was a comedian of a different sort. Came a bit earlier.
Yeah, he
I am a little. I am a little high though, so I'm not too swift on it right now.
Well, Karl Marx like to fuck with people's lives and stuff like that. Really, that was just
Yeah. He was more of a practical joker, wasn't he?
Yeah, really practical. His stuff is still applied today.
Oh, kind of like the dude that punked everybody, Ashton.
Whoa.
Am I being punked? Am I being punked?
Ashton Kutcher's being compared to Karl Marx right now, so I think you are being punked. I'll give you an example of something Karl Marx did today. Well, the Norwegians elected Black Lives Matter for a Nobel Peace Prize. That's a production of Karl Marx. That's Marxism at its best.
Okay.
A big group of white people in a cold country saying those people over there that live in a hot country in America that have destroyed loads of property should be given a Nobel Peace Prize. Fuck. Yeah. Your whole country might have been destroyed if they lived where you live, you fucking idiots. Do you know how much damage they caused? Every fucking street would be destroyed if they were over where you are, dumbasses. Your area just not big enough. You ain't in China, boy.
Well, this is why I say that these people have got a similar mindset to like the globe mindset. Like everything that is true must be reversed, and then now it's true once it's the opposite of true.
Yeah. Hate your own culture. It's horrible. I couldn't believe it when I heard that. I really couldn't. It's like, what? Nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize.
Nothing surprises me anymore. People are retards.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it didn't really surprise me. I was just like, what? I just thought it was too obvious, is what I mean. But, you know, that's more what I mean. It's like, I was like,
well, what it is, it's comfy millionaires signalling their boundless virtue to the world. But what they don't realise is that no one else cares.
Yeah.
So all they're really doing is signalling their boundless virtue to other millionaires who like to virtue signal.
Yeah, and they all know they're all doing it for that reason. Yeah, because they all know they're doing it for that reason. So they're like, "Oh, I don't believe you. No one else does, because I know why you did that. You want some temptation."
I think they actually believe it. I think that they're idiotic enough to believe it. Yeah, because remember, these people, a lot of these people have never actually had struggle in their life. So they lead these super comfortable lives, and the biggest discomfort they have is like the social shunning of other comfortable people. Right? Because they don't have to worry about paying their rent. They don't have to worry about bills. They don't have to worry about eating, you know, like most other people do. So they worry about trivial things like social acceptance.
Yeah. Well, Crypto, they do still need to eat, though. They do starve as well.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like...
I'm joking.
For someone... no, okay, fine. They don't eat in the same restaurants we do, though, because our restaurants are closed. No, but did you hear about the Italians? 50,000 Italian restaurants got together and went, "We're just going to open."
Did they?
And they did. And the Italian government went, "Oh, fuck!" Just drop the restrictions after a day.
Really?
I mean, that's all it takes. Is we don't want to do this anymore, and then the government's going to go, "Oh, fuck," and that'll be it. That'll be the end of it.
Yeah. Yeah, the Italians are good at that stuff as well. They've always been good at that shit.
Mate, 50,000 restaurants. It's not like 10.
Mate,
you know, I mean, I don't know how many restaurants there are in Italy. Probably, I don't know, maybe in the hundreds of thousands or millions. But that's still a sizable portion of their restaurant trade. Just
Montreal has
the government, you know,
6,000 restaurants on that island. A lot of them concentrated downtown. Some of the buildings have 200 restaurants in them. 2020 University, oh my God. You can walk 25, 30 miles underground to restaurant to library, movie theaters.
So an area at least 10 times the size of Montreal. Pretty much. Almost.
Yeah,
Like, we
Montreal's
can't-
massive.
Yeah, I know. So that's insane that they did an area that big, like just to
It's
revolt. So.
about 15 miles across by 30 miles long. It's an island.
Yeah.
With more than
That's right.
6,000 restaurants for 3 million or
Right.
1.5 million people.
So that's like a 300 mile by 150 miles area, basically. If we just do it simply,
So I just looked it up. Apparently, there's 160,000 restaurants in Italy. So a third of the restaurant trade in an entire country went, we're just going to open it. What you can do about it?
Fucking hell, that is mad. That's actually insane. That's cool, bro.
Fair play to
That
them.
is
We should do
cool.
the same.
Yeah,
should
you
do
can
exactly
get
the
10 restaurants. You can get 10 to do it, mate. I don't think. To be fair, some of the pubs near me have stayed open. They don't give a fucking shit where I live, I don't think. They just don't care.
Yeah, well, there's probably only about 5 cops within a 50-mile radius of where you are anyway.
Yeah, in Devon, mate, we've got... Well, to be fair, though, like, I think we've got one of the highest levels of police in the whole of Devon, where I am. Like,
Yeah,
for
but
the
I live in
amount of
London,
people.
mate. Like, Devon's... there's like 1.3 policemen per head of population in London.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
joking,
insane. isn't it?
but
I know,
we have loads of
I know,
police.
it's insane.
It's going to be more than in Devon.
Oh yeah, I know that it's definitely well, maybe not overall, but because obviously Devon's like the biggest, it's biggest constabulary, isn't it? The whole of Devon. I mean, it's like one of the biggest areas for policing, and it's like Devon and Cornwall police, isn't it? So it's like those two places together, like biggest area. But yeah, per like square foot or square mile, definitely there's more in London. Like we have problems with police allocation because of it. Do you know what I mean? Like literally, like. And then they suppress a lot of our crime rates. People get away with a lot of violent crime where I live as well because it's almost like they just don't have the ability to deal with it. Like prison placement, like I said, police to cover the areas and shit. They just ignore a lot of shit down here, to be honest. I don't think they can police the area. Like not the whole of Devon and Cornwall, not with the funding that they get.
Yeah, probably. Probably a good thing, though, because... unless people are doing, I think people should be more or less left alone unless they're doing
mad shit. Exactly.
But like, if someone wants, look, I don't smoke weed. I don't smoke weed. But if someone's lighting up a spliff, I don't really see how that's a criminal act. I don't know. For me, it's not. I don't understand why the police would be involved in that.
Self-choice. Well, yeah, we had an order in an ordinance order in our police department. Basically, the police aren't allowed to pursue anything to do with cannabis, really, where I live now. They're not allowed to unless it's like a massive grow, or you know what I mean. Like if it's just like someone walking down the street with a spliff, the police aren't allowed to sort of just stop them just on the basis that they're smoking a spliff. I'm not even joking. That happened like about a year ago. I might be able to find it. Actually.
I've got a mate. I've got a mate who's just moved over from Bulgaria a couple of years ago. And he was saying that the attitudes towards just that in Bulgaria is like, they'll take your spliff and they'll start beating you up. And he said they will just like, fuck you up. But in England, they'll just be like, oh yeah, see you later, mate. Yeah, no way.
Exactly.
He said the attitudes are massively different even across those two countries.
Yeah. Mate, I've had police, when I was a kid, my mate had some weed on him and they took it off him and then they just threw it, in the air, it was in the car park and it just landed in the grass. And then they just was like, right, we got to go, and drove off. It's just my mate just walked over and just picked it back up. It's like, what?
Yeah, because they have to be seen to be doing something, don't they?
Yeah.
A lot of this is about appearances. It's why you see NHS staff with these surgical masks. It's not because they actually work. It's because they need to be seen to be doing something.
Yep. Mate, at the minute, it's none of them are working. All the nurses that I know, none of them are working. Why aren't you at work? And they're like, oh, lockdown. I'm like, right, okay. Yeah, we ain't got work at the minute. Lockdown. Okay, then.
That's ridiculous.
Fucking weird. The hospital was desolately. There's no one in there. It's just fucking dead.
Yeah,
there's no one in there.
Of course, because everyone's too petrified to go.
Yeah, it's brilliant. They've had the easiest. It's like, oh, a pandemic happens. The hospital has the easiest time it ever has. What? Wait a minute. Really?
Mad. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, my friend said, she's like, I've worked less hours in the last year than I ever have. And I was like, what? Like, yeah. I was like, you're being paid the same? Like, yeah, pretty much. Okay, then. Just don't really understand how that happens.
Yeah, it's all a big scam. I just wonder when we're going to actually, as a population, decide that the scam's over now.
We'll
see.
We need those restaurants, dude.
I think it starts with restaurants, doesn't it? Because the restaurants will be the first to go.
Yeah.
Because they've been shut by this. You know, people like me. I mean, I was self-employed before. I technically still am, but I can go and get a job. It's not a problem. You know, but restaurateurs, they can't. I mean, what are they going to do?
No,
just
too
not
much
pay for their
investment.
property anymore. You know, like. Yeah.
They should freeze all of that.
They have to say no, and then everyone else can follow suit, and it has to be them.
Yeah. Anyone that's got a big amount of capital in a like sort of quick, you know, cash business as well. You know, like where they're constantly buying inventory that goes off as well. That's the other thing that people forget. It's like the assets that they're investing in is stuff that can spoil, for fuck's sake. It's like all the pubs and that, you know, like some pubs that my mate runs a pub, you know, and he's still letting people in, but like just charging £1 for a pint. You know what I mean? Like, but having the doors locked and just letting just certain people in. He said because he's like, otherwise they're not going to get anything for any of the fucking beer that's in there at all, or any of it. He said it's just going to go. You know, he said not allowed to serve it after certain points. Yeah.
Yeah, beer goes on fairly quickly, doesn't it, compared to other things?
Yeah.
So you've got to get
It
rid
goes
of it.
off pretty quick. Yeah. And this place is pretty much like a beer cellar, man. You know.
Right, yeah.
Basically a beer cellar, so it's like there's a lot of fucking beer in there, you know. So yeah, but it's a lot of money, mate. Sometimes, you know, sometimes just like one order from a pub to a brewery, we're talking like £100,000 sometimes in beer.
Yeah, of course.
It's a big enough place.
But the average profit on beer is about 70 to 75%. So if they're ordering 100 grand's worth of beer, they'll sell it for 400 grand's worth. Obviously, there's the difference. So, I mean, it is a high profit margin industry, but at the same time, if you're not allowed to sell it,
Exactly.
your mate who's selling it at £1 a pint is probably selling it at cost price.
He is, yeah. That's what he's doing. He's selling. No, it's slightly above cost. Slightly above cost. Still making money on it.
Minimal, like minimum profit sort of thing.
Yep. I was like, he's still making money on it. He's like, yeah, but we're not paying any tax or anything on it again. You know what I mean? He's like, I'm just doing it all cash. He said, but I'm not losing money on it. Definitely not. He's like, not what I paid for it. And I was like, well, you paid tax when you bought it anyway, probably. He's like, yeah. But they double tax us like over and over again here, don't they? So.
But I don't know if there's VAT on beer. I don't know.
Is there not duty on it though?
I don't know what the tax laws are around beer.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But they'll pay income tax on profits.
Yeah. But then as well, it's like even the people that you pay to employ, like they end up paying tax as well.
Yeah, so
On
I
the
suppose
money, yeah.
effectively you're indirectly paying tax on their wages.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of tax to go in. National insurance payments, all that kind of stuff that gets taken out of their wage before they get to see it.
Exactly.
Which is
And it's like
another really disgusting thing that the government just does.
Yeah. Have you heard anything about COVID vaccinations and stuff in certain countries? Maybe even England. They're saying they're going to stop like universal tax credits for certain people if they don't get the vaccine and shit.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't need universal tax credits then. If that's the
I know,
price,
but I'm
if that's the
saying a lot
price
of people.
you know, if that's the price of getting a few £100 a month, I don't need it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
It's not worth it.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's a lot of people that, you know, will be left very vulnerable, you know. Certain people I know, for instance, as well. Yeah.
I don't think they can force it.
Well, they don't have to force you, do they? Just take money off you. Not being up to city code like that.
But that's coercion, and that's also illegal.
Yeah, I know.
So I don't know how they're going to force that through against international law.
I don't know, mate. I hope it doesn't happen because I think that would probably be the crux for me.
Yeah, we are compliant little sheep in this country, though. So it's weird.
Exactly. That's what I mean, man. But yeah, that's definitely something that's not a very nice thought. You know, that they force people to pay taxes to pay into welfare systems, and then they're gonna fucking use it as a weapon. For me, that's too far. You cunts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Should we get back onto the topic of the Earth?
Shit!
If there's anyone in here, otherwise, no, it's my fault as well.
No,
if there's anyone here,
I'm listening to you guys.
Otherwise, yeah, go on.
I'll say, yeah, it's also kind of fun just listening to you guys talk about stuff. I mean, I've never been to England or London, and just kind of hear a view of what it's like there. It's interesting.
All right. Well, full of leftists, and so our right wing are left wing, which means that our left wing are basically communist. So you can imagine that nobody has a libertarian outlook like I do in this country. So it's all about forcing people to do things against their will.
What about me?
Well, yeah, you as well.
Oh yeah, same person. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, Chris, just to answer your question more concisely, like the attitude in this country is that government is basically God, and anything the government says must be followed, which is obviously ridiculous. But that's the kind of communistic way of looking at the world, isn't it? It's like, if everyone is on a level and government is God, then you're not good enough to disobey them. That's kind of the attitude.
Plus, you can't really fuck up because everything's their fault, and they will always look after you.
Yeah, even though they're actually never looking after you.
Yeah, they make you think that they are, because what you realise is that because they have all these programs, no one else has to look after each other anymore. So basically, it's like, I don't have to look after my neighbour ever because the government will do it. So then what actually starts to reaffirm the idea that they're actually helping you, because no one else ever actually does help you anyway, because everyone trusts the government will do that for them. So we're all really disconnected and discombobulated, and we need to get pissed to have sex as well. And yeah, that's welcome to England. Well, I don't. I'm saying that's generally across the board. It is like that.
You haven't met Essex girls, but the general kind of outlook is like what what.
You're calling me by
it's 8 in the morning. It's 8 in the morning. It's far too early. Crack villain. What Crack Villain is saying is generally true. Like, people look at the government as their not only their god, but their father and their mother. So it's like, anytime something's wrong, oh well, the government should sort that out. No one ever thinks, oh well, I'll just sort it out. You know. So, and I'm thinking, well, I don't need the government to sort it out because I'll sort it out. Whatever the problem is, you know. But the other problem is that the government puts you in a position where it takes so much of your money that you can't afford to sort out a bunch of your problems yourself. You know?
Exactly.
So you are in this kind of weird catch-22 situation in England.
Fucking shit. What it is.
But the funny thing is, it's even worse in Germany. I've got a friend who works in Germany. They pay like 45% income tax.
I know.
It's like almost half your money goes straight to the government if you have any kind of well-paying job. It's absurd.
But I sort of see it's the same here as well. Like, it's worse in Germany, don't get me wrong, but like, so you get taxed like, sometimes more than 20% when you add in like national health insurance and fucking everything else, right? But then, council tax, whatever it is, depending on where you are, right, what you're doing. But then if you're literally like, they get so annoyed about people like spending money on the black market. It's like, why wouldn't I spend money on the black market or anything like that instead? Because I don't want to have to go to a shop and then get taxed again on the money you already taxed me on, you bastards. To buy shit. So I don't know. That pisses me off. Yeah. You want to spend your wages, mate, that we tax you 20% on? Well, here's another 20% tax.
Battlemore says he pays 35% under self-employment tax. That's quite a lot as well. Right.
Yep, that's standard business tax.
Yeah. Business tax is different though, isn't it? In a sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's all encompassing. We're saying like, you know.
It depends on the amount you make too.
Yeah.
Above a certain number, 35%. Below that, 25%.
Yeah.
So most restaurants probably pay 25% because they're not running the money through. And it's really not even based on profit. It's about the amount of money that switches hands through my business.
Yeah. Well, we have to do restrictive, like, we have to basically strategize on whether to grow a business further here, like my friend's business, right? We had to strategize whether it was worth going above the tax bracket or whether it was worth actually making less money and keeping the business stagnant, right? And it ended up being that it was much better to keep it more stagnant. And then it's like, all right, might as well just start another business, the same business model, another fucking allotment, a whole different fucking business, small again, in someone else's name. And before you know it, you're committing fraud just to live.
Some people come up with ingenious tax schemes. So there was a guy who got done in England a while back because instead of having one business that did building, he had 12 businesses. He had January PLC, February PLC, March PLC, etc. And of course, each one of those businesses generated a 12th of the total income. And then he got done for it. So,
fuck's sake. Oh, mate.
But then it makes me wonder, why can't you have like Monday PLC, Tuesday PLC, Wednesday PLC? I don't see how they could, as long as you didn't actually call it that,
Yeah.
I don't see how they could know. But, whatever.
Well, that's kind of what, someone I know has done as well, like got a big warehouse. And I said to him, I was like, look, let's just divvy it all up into like 10 different businesses. And then each employee that you have, get them to sign it over into their name, and then do like a non-disclosure agreement where they sign it and agree to give over a certain amount to you. And if they don't do it, you can sort of fuck each other over almost, right? Like, you can both get each other done, as it were. So it basically keeps everyone honest. And he only did it with like 5 different business splits to keep them all under the tax bracket, right? And then it worked out perfectly fine. And he had 5 friends that he trusted, 4 friends he trusted, and they all went in their name, and they just split it evenly in the end, and it just worked out, But really, it was one business because each department sort of supported the other department. Like they're all prerequisites for the other shit to work. You know what I mean?
Hey, can I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
Cool.
Please.
So the first one, I was doing some research on Google, and I couldn't really find any statistics comparing the economic relief packages in the U.S. compared to other countries. I'm not trying to get, super far down the list. I just want to say, for instance, like the UK, Canada, other places like that. And then
I was hoping you had a flat earth question.
And on top of that, I know. On top of that, I was curious if you guys agree that taxation is sort of a form of refined. It's a much more refined way of controlling the income. It's not so much about taking the money, just controlling how much money the people have.
Well, it's both. It's both, to answer the question. But yeah.
Sometimes taxes are actually needed. Obviously, you've got municipalities like the army. Like the way the world is currently, if you didn't pay tax for municipalities like the army or certain things, like you would just get fucking invaded by someone who's a cunt. But at the same time, it's kind of like, why does anything need to go past the point? Why don't people have enough freedom that if someone invades, the individual is able to be the army? I understand training and everything aside, it needs to be sort of well-oiled, much like a well-oiled militia. But in England, relief package isn't really a relief package. if you are fucked and on your ass, just go and get benefits like you can at any time, regardless of COVID or not. Some people are on thousands of, I know someone that gets like £2,500 a month because they've got a certain amount of kids. People get £1,000 a month sometimes. So your relief package is like a one-off thing. You can get it every month here, or
I was
every 2
gonna
weeks.
say, hey, good luck invading Michigan.
Well, this kind of circles around to one of the things that we were talking about earlier with this over-reliance on government. Like, sure, if everyone pays their taxes like good little sheep, then they can afford nice big armies that then they can use to invade other countries. But of course, if no one did that, then there would be no armies and no one would be able to invade anyone else. So, for me, it's kind of it's a self-fulfilling problem. To answer your question about control versus, because I was a little bit kind of curt with my first answer. Yeah, I mean, actually, I've been studying economics recently as part of my finance qualification I've been doing, and actually this is how they see it. They see it as a way to restrict the flow of money in certain areas. So they'll even break tax down into like direct versus indirect taxes. So you have like a direct tax, which is money on your wages, versus indirect tax, which will be money on things that you buy. So but there's different ways of manipulating those taxes. So a direct tax will disproportionately affect certain groups of people versus an indirect tax, which will disproportionately affect other groups of people.
Yeah. So, like, where they're just
it is all about control. But no, just to answer your question, yes, it is all about control. Yeah, 1 second, Crack, 1 second. It is all about control, but at the same time, I think that the money system itself is the control system. So you start to realise that actually it's all about control. It's not just the tax that's about control. The whole system itself is control.
I was only saying something crypto because I couldn't hear you properly. I could hear like loads of background and shit.
Oh, no.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of crackling, bro. You guys tell me when I'm broken, Mike. Let me help you out. You're crackling, bro. Ah. Damn cat.
It might be you, Batman, actually. Background.
Well, did my answer come through okay? Did he hear my
You can hear my dog. You can hear my dog drinking water now, but that ain't me going.
I think it was. I heard most of it. It is you, B-Mod.
You hear him? That's a big dog. He needs a lot of water, bro.
Did you hear Crypto's answer, guy? I can't remember his name. What happened there then?
I'll take that as a no. Maybe I can answer when he comes back.
Fuck's sake. Earlier on, someone changed the whole, Diabolical Scar changed the whole, interrupted Jimbo and just changed the whole direction of the fucking chat, and then complained about it, and then as soon as Jimbo tried to answer what he actually asked, he just left. I was like, you fucking twat. Pissed me right off. Oh, mate. Disrespectful prick. Fuck you. But no, yeah, crypto, indirect taxes. I heard you say about that, and directive taxes. It's like the difference between a buy-in and a buy-out, where like some governments will do one opposed to the other, right? Where they literally just steal the money out of your bank, right? When they fuck up and everything's ruined in the economy, and they're basically short, right, on the budget and everything. And then and the banks as well. Banks will do this, obviously. They did it in Spain a while back. And then indirectly, they will instead add inflation to cost in order to cover it over a long period of time. They work out all the fucking percentages perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, this is one of the reasons why you see inflation at all, is that governments overborrow because they want to promise. They want to say, oh, look at us, we're so benevolent. You know, we did all this nice stuff. But inevitably, they have to borrow money that doesn't exist. So the way that they make that debt smaller is they just inflate the money supply, and then the debt that they borrowed becomes smaller by relatively. That's all it is. It's just a massive con. The whole system's a massive con.
And people don't notice it though, crypto, because like in other countries, the governments, I actually prefer it the way the other countries do it. They just steal the money out of your bank in a lump sum at the end of the year. I'm like, that's better because at least I'm just fucked up for a little while instead of like gradually being fucked up and no one notices it. At least people can then establish that they're basically stealing.
I'm back in a sec, mate.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'd prefer to be stolen from directly and then at least know what to do about it and have everyone aware of it, right? Seems better to me. But yeah, crit, not crypto. Crit, I don't think you would like it in England, dude.
I'd rather get robbed face to face too, because then I got a chance of fucking you up.
Exactly.
I'm from Minnesota, and I don't even like Minneapolis, so I guarantee you that I wouldn't like even anything bigger than that. I think Minneapolis has like almost a million.
That's funny. He said, "I don't even like Minneapolis."
No one likes.
Boy, damn, by God, what the hell are you doing in Minnesota then? By God, go to Kansas.
I just love them. I love the sound of America, but like America's gone downhill as well. I know it's so annoying.
Boy, goddamn right.
I do love the sound of America though. 10 years ago, especially. Just love the idea of it. A bunch of guns and some freedom.
Hell yeah! Get in the truck, son.
Yeah, you get that big 12 fucking liter V10.
I know what he's thinking. Get in the truck, hold my beer. Watch this. We're gonna do the damn thing.
Exactly.
You get the wrong redneck, he says, I'm gonna show you how to file a redneck complaint. My neighbor been pissing me off, hold my beer. Now we're going over here and we're gonna park the goddamn truck in his front room. Now when I do this, you gotta get out quick with that there shotgun, boy. It ain't a repeater, you gotta pump it. Park it in the front room and go, bet he won't do that again.
Amen. Amen. Amen, brother.
20 minutes later, there's a car hauler, flatbed, 2 county sheriffs, and your ass is in the back of the car. we like to get in trouble. Like, we build hot rod lawnmowers. We'll go race them on the road. Or go-karts. See if we can build the fastest road cart.
Yeah, that's fun, that shit, bro.
I never was one for the drunk driving or the dumb shit. But I build a asphalt race cart, out of a 250cc dirt bike or something. Go try to outrun the police. We can do that.
Mate, it's so fun about go-karts. It really is. So really magical with the...
My buddy got one with a Kawasaki ZX6, the first Ninja motor on it. It's a drifter kart too. That man, he ain't never got caught by the police, but he's damn near killed himself quite a few times.
Mate, those things are fucking quick, bro.
They are, yeah.
Extremely fast. People don't realize.
It's just they're so small. People, I told him to put flags on that thing so people see it in his rear view mirrors. Like if you're gonna drive it, you're not even drunk. You just get in your cart and go out on the road and do 130 mile an hour, man. And you're not drunk, that says something about you. I'd have more respect for you if you could use that excuse. Well, I drank too much and I didn't know what I was doing. But you damn well knew what you were doing.
Yeah. I hears that, brother.
I mean, you could just get on a rice burner and tweak it out and go do the same crap, and it'd be less dangerous, but it's still dangerous.
What's the fucking rice burner, dude?
Kawasaki, Hayabusa,
Oh, right, rice burner.
CBR, yeah, CBR.
You racist motherfucking reg, man.
Hey, that's fucking American, man. It's some goddamn cafe rice burning riding motherfuckers. Get a Harley.
Get a Harley, dude. Man, I want one of those Harley glides, bro.
Yeah, a Power Glide.
Yeah, I want one. I'll get one someday.
I gotta
doing it, but
it's a big hog, man. It's too big for me anymore.
yeah, you're a small dude, man.
To drive it when I was younger, because it showed, I was tough for my size. Muscle this big hog around. Now that I'm older, with back problems, I'd rather drive the fucking 750.
Yeah, you ain't got nothing to prove anyway, mate.
Right. I ain't got nothing to prove. I just want to cruise the Sportster.
Exactly.
Even that's some work. The hogs, man, they're nice on the highway. It's not a lot of work. You can drive long distances, and it's not a lot of work. It stands up by itself once you get it busting 70,
Yep. Yeah, that's what I mean. People don't realize how heavy motorbikes are, mate. Like, they're fucking heavy, dude.
Yeah, some of them are so big they have to have hydraulic assist auto levelers because they level the bike out for you, and when you turn, they give you a hydraulic assist to keep the bike at a certain level and not let it drop.
Yeah,
it's like 2,000 pounds.
It feels like there's a gyroscope attached to the bottom of it that's like forcing you in the opposite direction of what you're going almost.
Well, there's a gyroscopic sensor, but this sensor goes to a computer and then runs a hydraulic system, so. Yeah.
That's for the big, 1.5, 2 liter bikes, really, isn't it?
Yeah, 1,300, 1,500. My Heritage has hydraulic assist and it's internally balanced, so you don't even feel vibration. Like the normal riding of a hog, you feel it shaking under you. But when they're internally balanced, the motor doesn't even shake. It's just like a moped. Vroom, vroom, vroom. They're fast, fuel injected 4-cylinder, it's got the same horsepower as a 350 V8, and that's stock.
Oh, I know.
Most people don't leave their Harley stock,
No, yeah, I hear.
on that highway you can't catch that thing. Them Hayabusas, they're fast out of the hole, but we get a highway,
breaking up. Breaking it out. I have most of it.
Yeah, you just still got gears to go when the Hayabusa's already in its last gear,
Yeah, it's acceleration in it, and one of the quickest, the Hayabusa turbo.
Yeah, like 2-stroke versus 4-stroke.
Okay, if we're talking motorbikes, I'm definitely joining this conversation. I've ridden motorbikes all over India and ride dirt bikes, and I have a dirt bike channel called Riding on Eggshells. That's why my channel name. And we ride around.
Cool.
I'm sub to you.
Watch my girlfriend. She is a fucking trooper. You'll be so impressed.
I'm sub to you.
Oh, are you? Awesome.
Yeah, I swear.
Legend.
Yeah, your girlfriend's really good on a bike, isn't she?
She's incredible. She will just throw herself at challenges.
What kind of bike you ride around?
We're currently on DR650s. I've got an electric Suron dirt bike turning up, hopefully in a couple of weeks. But at the moment, 650 kind of dirt bike, adventure bike.
Yeah, a DR, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Bush pigs, they call them.
Yeah, good for everywhere, basically.
Yeah, they're really you chew up miles, go on twisties, get lost on dirt track, even single track. We take it. My girlfriend took it down some single track with these. I should find the clip actually. These guys on proper enduro bikes, they wear all this fluoro shit and they've got guards on. They got these really light little ming bikes, and we come along and she's got panniers, like the big bags out the backside for anybody who doesn't know panniers. And she's like in full on-road gear, which is like wearing a big jacket, so it doesn't breathe at all. We're wearing all this gear, and we're coming up the road. They're going down, and they're like, "Oh, I don't know if we can go any further." And then they see her come up, and I tried to get over this rut, and it took me ages. 3 of the guys have to help me up it, and then I come back to help her, and she just drives up. They're like, "We know who's cooking dinner tonight." It was good.
She's lightweight though, right?
Hey, the DR, that's a Suzuki, right?
Yeah, Suzuki DR. Haven't changed it since the like 80s. Because that's the way they get around emissions laws. So they don't need catalytic inverters, I'm pretty sure. And they're eminently tunable. Like you can just customize the absolute bullshit. You don't like the headlamp unit. I got a new headlamp unit, so it looks like a kind of Wasp. You get an extra tank, all this stuff. It's been on the market for years. Everybody's used it. There's 100 videos on how to install it. It's so good if you want to tinker.
Yeah, I think I've been on one.
I made a video for you guys. If you wouldn't mind, I might put it in the chat, because I thought given in respect of how you guys like your experimentation and like building a hypothesis and going and doing observations and filming them and sharing them, I wanted to do my hypothesis about why I see the southern cross in the sky. Oh, that's a proper, it's a DR with, what is that? Oh, no, it's just.
That's been Yankee Redneck Eyes. My brother loves them bikes.
Oh, look at his American flag bandana. He's kept the stop seat on. He must have an ass made out of steel.
Yeah, his brother's basically me.
Yeah, my brother's a mule. You've seen pictures, man. He's fucking.
Yeah. He's built like me.
He's a rough guy. He's not scared to get his. We've been riding bikes so long, you get used to it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I prefer a custom seat, though. I'm with you.
My back's pretty fucked in a minute as well, so I can't wait to get a bike again. Cool.
Oh, you've got to see, if you like bikes, hang on, this is one link I'll share with you guys first, and that is
here. I'll show you my bike.
This is a very funny. My girlfriend made a for sale video I helped my girlfriend shoot a for sale video for the bike, and it went pretty good. It got, what has it got? 86,000 views.
Yeah, your channel's quite good, man.
Thank you very much. That's very nice.
Weird that you're in here. That's so weird. Honestly, I genuinely think I am sub to you, mate.
That's awesome.
That's a 1540. I got a few other bikes, but that's one I
posted. Oh wow, yeah. I had got a cruiser for a bit, but I just kept looking at dirt tracks, being like, why can't I go down there?
Yeah.
They do look good, and they sound beautiful too. That roar out of their back and the thrust you can get out of those babies.
Well, Honda makes a good bike for that too. The CBR.
What was the one I had? I had a Honda something or other, this cruiser, and it looked okay, but the person I bought it off was like a 5-foot lesbian. And I was like, yeah, we should fit the same bike, despite the fact I'm 6'3". It was tiny. It was so uncomfortable.
Oh, man,
like not tiny. It was a giant bike, but a really tiny seating position, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, you're in Sydney. Mike Brownton's in Sydney.
Yeah.
Mike Brownton, do you want to meet and chat? I've been looking for somebody to have a video chat with for the Riding on Eggshells chat, because you saw I chatted to a anti-vaxxer. I don't know if you've seen that many videos.
By the way, that Mike guy isn't like necessarily from the server. I literally VC verified him earlier. I don't know if he's a flat earther. I don't know anything like that, dude.
Right. Okay. Just because I've been looking for somebody that I wanted to have a chat with on camera.
He seemed like a bit of a troll, to be honest. I feel like, just being honest.
Yeah, sure.
Just there, you know. But who do we know from Australia? Pretty sure we know some people from Australia, though.
If you could find me someone in Sydney, that would be awesome, because it would be because it'd be great to just chat and meet and
mate.
Grow the channel. Start some, because what I figure is, and this is utterly mercenary. I'm like, I can start some debates. We can have some debates, and then people will come. People come for conflict, you know. Even though I try not to be an asshole.
Oh, they do.
Oh,
They
yeah.
love the conflict.
I think we all do, don't we? I quite like it. I quite like a good butting of heads, respectfully and with humor. I'm like watching it on TV too.
Yeah. No, I agree. People enjoy a bit of a fight.
Yeah, it's really when you have a debate, two people presenting ideas and both sides learn and grow from that.
Yeah, I very much agree. Hang on, I don't have my Discord open, so I don't know who just said that. But you have
That's Crit.
Crit. G'day, Crit.
Yeah, good day.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. So in the nature of that, could I've posted this video, I think, have I? I'll post it again in the live stream voice text. And the video is just me making a 1 minute video me thinking I'm going to see a phenomena, right? Which is the North Star spinning around in the north sky and the Southern Cross spinning around on the ground. And so I did it with an office chair. And the idea was if I look up, due like straight up off the ground from due north is what I would call it, I will see something spinning around overhead. And then if I look due south, and it was really, really uncomfortable. Please watch the video and then let me know some of your thoughts about or about how the experimental design might have been flawed, perhaps, or the premise might have
Not
been.
really an experiment, but yeah, I have that.
Okay,
Technically
thank
not
you.
an experiment.
Yeah, maybe not an experiment, just a sort of
it's
maybe a weak test.
observational.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah,
observation, You know,
have a look at something.
I only say that because most people pick up on it. They'll rip your head off in space.
Yep.
Thank you. Yep.
All right,
I was
give me
about to come down on
independent.
him for that.
Give me a fucking independent variable. How are you manipulating?
Please, we'll start there. Yeah, not us. We're just he's trying to help you out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. I think you guys are
Everybody said yeah.
like teaching me the rules here, because I think it's good to learn. If you've got a set of rules, then you can adhere to them, and through that you can you can figure stuff out. Who said that before? They were like, by debate you can like openly.
Right, yeah.
It's important. Crit again.
Well, the thing is the reason why, like, we sort of say that, you know, like astrology, for instance, like astronomy is a field of science. The reason why we can't even call it science is denoted as the natural world.
Right.
Us experimenting on the natural world and finding out cause and effect relationships. We can't manipulate anything to do with the sky up there.
Yeah.
We
we're
can't
not able to control an experiment on the sky as well.
Yeah, we can. So it's technically not science. And that's not by our definition or our rules. That's by their rules and how science is supposed to be classified.
Yeah. So could we call it something other than science? What would you call astronomy versus astrology, perhaps, or horror? Yeah, like a sort of, because there's pseudoscience. I think we all agree there are some things that are pseudoscience. Would you put this in the category of pseudoscience, or would it exist in a different category?
It would be pseudoscience. Listen, what would be pseudoscience is if you try to tell me that you can tell me what's underneath my feet based on what you see up there, and you're trying to use that field of science and studies in that field of science as a backup for an explanation of something else. And I would say, well, so you're trying to create validity using information in a science field that is an invalid field. So now you're eliciting a reaction or a response toward, validity towards your claim based on a pseudo-scientific explanation, because it's a pseudo field. But it wouldn't be, so that would be like a form of pseudoscience. But in the sense of what it would be, I guess, you observing a phenomena, for instance. And realistically, all it is something that we are able to observe, for it, like I said, it's not really a science, but we could say it's observation of the natural world, for instance.
Right, so observation of the natural world. Yeah, okay. I think
reading the stars.
I would agree with that, because what you're saying is, unless I can reach out and find out the material or the matter of the stars and what they really are in those real distances, if I don't have a way to perceive that, And more importantly, if I don't have a way to control for one variable over another, go, right, let's take out the helium out of the system, and now what does it look like? Or change the gravity. And because I'm not able to alter the system or control for different variables, I've got to just sort of look at the sky and guess, do my best guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I think I would agree with that. I don't know much about astronomy, so I would certainly say that accurately represents where I sit, which is like, I don't know much, but it's a guess. It sounds good, you know? Yeah.
That's a lot of our main argument. Glad you agree on that.
These quasi-scientists, the astronomers, they claim that they make real science, and they say astrology is not actually a real science.
Right. Look at your stream.
And
Sorry,
actually, in the truth is that astronomy is much of a bigger hoax, like complete hoax. Everything is fake that they say. And astrology, for a fact, is dealing with predicting this horoscope stuff. And many people find it to be quite something in it, something real.
Right.
They can make some predictions in their lives.
Okay, so you feel astrology does have predictive ability. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
okay. So, what do you feel gives it? What do you feel is some of the strongest examples of that predictive ability that astrology has?
Well, actually, these are people who master the art of speech, and those things they write in the horoscope for the next coming days. It's a special language which they use, which can make many people feel like in that category, in that description.
Yeah. So a lot of people, when they read those descriptions, go, "Yeah, that matches with how I feel I am."
Yeah, it's not like
you might have a temper.
actually,
You're like a bit of a temper.
It's not a real prediction like when you go out your house, take the car, drive, and you will see a red car passing by or whatever event. They cannot accurately predict anything.
Right. So they're not able to accurately predict. What are they able? What kind of a prediction are they able to do? Would you feel?
Well,
I would say, listen, can I just say one thing? I would say with like horoscopes and stuff like that, some of it is an issue because what you have is like a correlation. So sometimes what it is.
Sorry, I just needed to jump in. I'm really sorry, Crack Bill. I'll come straight back. I just need to say I am streaming this from my side so that people know, because I felt it was an open thing, so that would be okay. I just thought I should mention it as well. Go for it, Crack.
Yeah,
so I can finish. What they can predict is like, hey, tomorrow you're gonna have an argument with your lover or with your family, you know.
Right.
And these are things that are going on every day in our life. It's nothing out of the ordinary.
Can I just add a little point to what you're saying? So with horoscopes, this is what my issue with it is that, so with information of correlation to behavior or patterns, for instance, it's like, well, when was the first piece of information recorded towards that? How interested are you in reading what that prediction is? It's like, if you believe in it enough, those are the types of people, like if you're not reading it, you're not going to notice the information and what's going to happen based on those points that they're putting out. You're not reading it, so you don't care, right? You don't care.
Oh, yeah,
so it only becomes relevant when you care.
Right.
So when you care and you start putting weight into it, right? What happens? You're more likely to believe what it's saying. Basically, meaning.
So like, if you can read and you understand those stories or that folklore, then you will spot those patterns. But if you're blind to it, you won't see it, so it might not even manifest. Is that what you're getting at?
Somehow, yes.
Yeah, cool. So I'm because I'm on my stream, I'm just going to mute and deafen myself a bit because I've talked about this video and I haven't showed it yet to my stream. There's only like one person here, I think. But I'm just going to mute and deafen myself and I'll be back in a bit.
Take your time.
So what else is going on?
Not much.
Well, if somebody don't take the pen from that idiot, we'll all be living in a van by a river.
We're just signing blank pieces of paper. What harm could that do?
I don't know. I
what
thought
you
it was
heard.
funny one.
Yo, Eggshells, are you still there? I don't know what you heard of what I said, but it could be, like I said, the toroidal field, right? It could be a correlation between things that people have observed and written down information with the zodiac shit, because, you know, like there's this idea with the electromagnetic field potentially affecting us of, you know, in the womb, for instance, or, you know, us being charged to it based on the day we're born and all this sort of stuff when we're sort of in a stasis type form, receiving that information and people seeing the correlation of behavioral patterns based on days that people are born, based on the way that our consciousness is even developed, for instance. Like there's lots of little theories out there, but I just think it could be a reification fallacy. You put weight into it, you're going to potentially act in concordance with it, you know.
Crack, that was pretty good, but he's deafened. He said he was going to deafen for a minute.
Oh, sorry, man. I missed all of that. Do you want to give it to me again? I just got back.
But no, I said it twice already.
Oh, right.
I'll say it quickly.
Has anybody seen the video?
Where was it? Wait, I'm looking. I'm going up. It's because we're talking. It's hard to fucking watch a video at the same time.
Yeah, it's only 1 minute 30 seconds long. So
yeah, where is it?
I just put it again in the chat. It doesn't show thumbnails anymore, or do I have to leave it longer to come up with them?
Is it brutality one or is it?
No, a brutality one.
No, that's spike humor.
So I just put it again in voice text. It's it's.
I'm watching it.
So, how is everyone?
Yeah, the same thing you're trying to work on yesterday about somehow you've got this this idea that you're going to talk about the stars, like the stars are gleaning some sort of information about the nature of creation. I mean, how many different ways does this need to be explained to you that the stars tell you nothing about the Earth?
Describe to me in what ways what makes come absolutely nothing, like absolutely zero, they tell you?
Yeah, absolutely. You have no idea what's going on up there. All you can do is speculate.
Much? Do you talk about stars much?
If you're talking about if you're talking about stars, you can talk about stars. If you're talking about Earth, talk about
Why
Earth.
would you talk about stars though if it's zero? You said it's zero, but it seems to come up here a lot. Would you agree?
No, not really.
I've got a meme here. If you're watching my stream, I've got a meme here somebody sent me somebody's gone to the trouble of making a meme about stars.
To show you that you have no idea what's going on up there.
But I think what you would do is go, here's how I throw out that, not just that's thrown out because you're talking about stars. Here's how I throw out your observation on stars. That's what I think we do, don't we?
It is.
Crit?
Yeah, I guess I see where you're stepping in.
Yeah, so it's
yeah, we explain why it doesn't make sense. We don't just assert it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Because I think there's lots of different explanations. I certainly think the explanation for Polaris being above the center makes absolute sense. That I'm not able to fault. What I'm struggling with is
Okay, this is what I got for you, right?
Going south.
Okay, how many stars is Polaris?
I have no idea. I don't know much about astrology. I'm sorry.
Oh, for crying out loud!
Sorry. Tell me about it.
So you're going to use these stars that you know absolutely nothing about. You don't even
Absolutely
know.
nothing? Would you say it's absolutely nothing?
Well,
Zero?
How about the star with Polaris? Is Polaris a star?
Oh, I believe there is something in the north of the thing that we live on that people call Polaris that they also call the guide star or the North Star. I don't think that's zero. Would you say it's zero, Crit? Do you think that's a fair assessment of how much I appear?
Yeah, so basically you're talking about the light in the
very
sky.
little. Yeah, sure. Yeah, there appears to be
Okay.
a light in the sky that we gave a name to because it seems
Okay.
to be there all the time.
And that's what I'm saying. And that light in the sky
Right.
is telling you information about the nature of creation. How?
Well, that it is there. If it is a thing that is there, then that is a measure of things that are there. That's what I would say. It doesn't tell me anything about down here, but that is there. I can know that. I can tap somebody else on the shoulder and go, "Do you see a big white light up there?" And they go, "Bloody oath, I do. We all see it. That's why we call it Polaris. We've got a name for it. So we all see it. So if it's a thing that is, I can ignore where I'm standing. I can all go, we all seem to agree that there seems to be a spot stationary right above us.
Yeah, this is
Tells us
quite
how to
interesting.
get places, right?
Okay,
Tells
so
us how to get places.
I mean, like, yeah, but in relation to your north and south, it doesn't help you at all, east and west.
Yeah, that's right. We've got to come up with a whole new system for east or west, doesn't it? It's weird. East and west are different to north and south because we've got the same effect in the south, don't we? We call
No.
it the Southern Cross and it spins around. We
No.
don't have that kind of guide star that sits right in the middle.
No, you can't. There's no star in the south you can really use that for.
Yeah,
It
that's why
actually.
you've got to learn it. It's 4.5 staff lengths. I can post a video for you if you want. But I sat growing up by it. I used to have to go orienteering. Anybody else done orienteering? Where they're like, what
Yeah.
happens if you don't have a compass? And they teach you that, don't they?
Yeah.
They go, line up with that. We need to know that because otherwise you're going to die. We've only had smartphones for a couple of years. Burke and Wills walked from south to north, got almost to the end, almost got to the coast where they would have been fine, but they just died like a couple of days short. Incredible journey. How were they able to walk in a straight line? We had to have a southern pole, didn't we?
Well,
we had to have a
well,
thing that
not
always
necessarily. No, not
we can't see
necessarily.
the north one, can we? Okay, well,
No,
how else
not
would I have done that?
necessarily.
Actually, yeah, you tell me how else that could have
Right. So during the day, for instance, right? So let's say you know that the sun comes up in this certain direction, right? As opposed to your angle to the sun, for instance.
Yeah,
If
that's
you
true,
sort of know what you're doing, you can walk in a very straight fucking line based on how your situational awareness. People in the past observed these bodies a lot more because they had fuck all to do down here comparatively.
Yeah, I think that's very
Right, they were out in
accurate.
the
I
wild a
think
lot.
we would agree on that.
Yeah.
Lying on their backs, conserving energy most of the time because running around and playing sport and trading stocks would have just been a waste
It's
of
not even just that. It's just being outside and just seeing things in your subconscious, absorbing it, right? So it becomes natural. Your sense of direction that's instilled in you becomes better. I grew up in the countryside and shit. I never get lost, right? I can easily. I realize, mate. I realized that I literally was able to navigate using the stars, and I didn't even know I could do it. As in, like, literally, I would be able to walk, and I didn't realize it was
Using
my
the
brain
stars.
correlating it. Yeah, the stars, using the sun, whatever it was, whatever thing was above me, I was able to use it, but I didn't even know I was doing it. But it's
So
just a reference point.
I could think that would certainly be a kind of. I have this idea about, is it possible that without learning it, we could pass down in our DNA or something like that a thing to like almost like to go off in your head to go, here's how you can find out how you're going, and some people would have latent and some people would have actualized abilities to be better at that stuff, like Yeah, to be able to navigate or find their orientation. Because I'm so bad at it. I walk into a shop and then I walk back out and I'm like, which way did I walk into this shop? Like, was this shop on my right or my left? And I am so regularly walk back. I get the moment I'm not able to see like a clear thing, I'm going around in circles. I'm just embarrassingly bad. It's a real turn off to women too. My girlfriend is just
like a little bit of loot
on disappearing. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone creates. You got probably other skills that other people don't have. Okay, the creator made everyone equal.
Balance out like that, huh?
Okay.
Wait there, I got a hypothesis a second. Are you incredibly fucking organized?
No, absolutely not. That would be among my worst, least capable. What I am good at doing is launching myself at experiences. So
that's it. Wait there. Yeah, that makes sense.
I was a Bollywood actor for 5
That's what I'm trying to find out. You basically are able to let go of your inhibitions and allow yourself to go into. You basically get things rolling, right? My cousin's got the same skill. Yeah, he doesn't think too much and he doesn't procrastinate because he doesn't have the acumen to sort of think about all the different things that could go wrong, and it doesn't bog him down. So he just goes into it, and you get a lot of life experience like that. Whereas me, I'm the sort of person. Well, really, I should be more well organized. I force myself to fucking throw myself into situations. I've had to, but that's for different reasons. You know, like safety of life and stuff like that forces you to override certain things. But so
you're having to look up, like launch in and look after people physically. Because you were saying you'd got in a few scraps and had a few teeth knocked out, right?
Yeah, I've been involved in a lot of different situations, but that's the point. Is like you learn these different skills. Yeah, but you learn these different skills. So, but at the same time, you have got like you yourself, like you're saying, that's your natural acumen towards something, right? So you're able to like just launch yourself into an experience, right? So yeah, there's gonna be like, for instance, there's gonna be people that like autistic people, for instance. People think that they're weird or whatever. I don't believe that's true. I think people with ADHD, this attention deficit disorder, this sort of stuff, that's what I've apparently got. I think impulsiveness, this sort of shit, right? I feel like these sorts of things have only become apparent because they're not very well cultivated in our current societies, right? You don't really fit in a sort of linear curriculum sort of stance, right? You know, these people would have been
wrong, huh?
Yeah, but they have it right for some people, though, right? So some people it works, doesn't it? That's my point. But I'm just saying that these people would have been highly valued in certain eras and certain times because someone that's impulsive, someone that throws himself into something, someone that can't sit still, someone that observes things on a spectrum that's different, like an autistic person, for instance, is probably the sort of person who could subconsciously work out how to navigate based on the stars, right? Without realizing they've done it. And then no one ever gets lost when they're with that person. And then they just become the orientation person. They become the person that tracks the animals and no one knows why they're better at it, right?
Yeah.
It's like that sort of shit.
Yeah, and I think over time we also learn to formalize it, don't we? Where we go, that person's good at running. What do they do? And then we sort of notice characteristics, or we'd go, yeah, Crack Villain does seem to like just know which way to go. Where we're like, how do we get back to that water? Where was that water? And he's like, it's just this way. How do you know that? I just know. And then we're like, I think you would systematize it after a while, wouldn't you? Like as a culture, you'd be going, what's Crack Villain doing?
You would start to. That's it. You would start to notice, even though like the landmarks and shit in certain areas, when I'm going the right way and things turn out correctly, or you would start to subconsciously absorb the way the sky looks, because you still see the sky in your periphery that you don't realize, you know. And I think based on I genuinely believe that.
And I think also, that might have been why we gave names to the constellations, where we're like, I know what sort of season it's going to be and what this sign means versus that sign. We're like, you know, I don't remember them, but I'm a Scorpio, you know, it's like, oh, it's got a sting in the tail. And I think that same thing we were talking about with horoscopes. They're meant to describe something, and I think also perhaps change of seasons. Like, this is the time to plant your things, or, you know, this is when the water buffalo do their crossing, you might get a few, or, you know, I don't know. Like we tell ourselves a story that means that through that story, how memorable it is, how mimetic it is, it can get locked into it. We retell it to one another. Oh, it's a great story. And then we know when the buffalo are coming. So it becomes also like a performance advantage.
Yeah, of course. You get invested in the idea of it, and it becomes more concrete, and it becomes something that people can tangibly hold on to. And by making shapes in the stars, as it were,
we create bigger landmarks for us to recognize, and in order that we don't get lost. That was the whole reason of doing it. Like, you know, just turn left at the end of the street and then just, you know, follow the Big Dipper until you get to the other place, and then just head directly 90 degrees to your right and you'll be at the tavern, right? It's that sort of shit. It really is. And it's like, you know, you keep your right shoulder, you keep Polaris over your right shoulder, and, you know, if you do that, you know, you'll always sort of be traveling west type shit. You know, it's like that.
Yeah. And
where's it east?
So that's why the question from me. Like, because I agree. I think we're so in accord on this that we agree that it was really important for ancient cultures to be able to navigate. Because did you know, here's where I went. Hang on, before I get onto that. I went out to Lake Mungo. Pull up Lake Mungo. Go to maps, and Mungo is Mungo. And tell me what you would expect driving into Lake Mungo. Don't do it with satellite. Do it with the, you know, painted one. Or you can just type Mungo. And what you'll see is these 3 giant sort of, you know what they look like? They look like.
That's a film.
Lake Mungo is also a film. It could be. I don't know.
Yeah, is it Mungo?
Yeah, Mungo, and it is like
all that film
looks like what are they? What are babies before they're born? Embryo. Look, they look like 3 embryos.
Embryo.
And yeah, you got it. And I turned up here and I was like, oh, I'm so thirsty, and I could do with cooling off. And it's, yeah, if you get to it and you've got it on the non-satellite view, switch to satellite view. And it's like, oh.
I can't find it.
Can I probably share it, I think. I'll put it in live stream voice text. There it is.
It's not my device.
I've got it on the wrong map. Anyway, maybe I can do this.
That's all right.
Can I paste? Has somebody taken away my ability to put pictures in the chat? Because my links don't expand on my...
Yeah, you're just VC verified.
Could somebody verify me for that? You guys know I'm not a prick by now, right?
Yeah.
BMod, where are you?
Yeah, Battlemod has to do it.
He's going to start. I don't think he's going to start posting pictures of the dicks or anything. So.
Oh wait, what? What? Who posted dicks? Ban them.
No one did. I said, can you give the guy? Fuck.
What's his name?
Dicks.
Riding on eggshells.
Yeah, ROE.
I thought riding on eggshells already had a role.
I'm
is he?
Let him post pictures. That's all, isn't it?
Is he a Glover?
Yeah, he's pretty solid.
What
he's
I would
a Google Earther.
What does that mean? What is a Google Earther?
That means like.
No, are you? Hold up, guys! Come on. Are you a Glover Earther?
I would say that's where I lean, but I don't claim to sort of be able to know things. I don't think I know the shape of the planet.
Well, you're leaning that way. You're a Glover Earther. There you go. You got burned.
Thank you very much, mate. So this is what I see when I'm driving there, and then and then right under me, Gemsy's pasted. That's what I see when I arrive. So it's like these giant lakes that are meant to look like embryos, huge. These are fucking enormous. And I turn up and they're totally dry, and they've been dry for 17,000 years according to the plaques all around the site. I'm like, why does Google Maps still have water here? There's just not been water here in any living memory.
Fucking hell.
And
just lake.
It's because it's this like ancient culture down here. Used to live on it, and they found like the oldest humans remains. This is what they claim anyway. Oldest humans remains outside of Africa, and they call it Mungo Man and the Mungo lady, Mungo woman, something like that. These guys had to be able to navigate to this lake, right? We rode there on a motorbike. It was awesome. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Look at that, what Crackvillain posted. Moonscape shit. It's awesome. These guys had to be able to get back to that lake, right? They had to be able to rely on those same astral phenomena that you do in the north to be able to get, because zoom out, switch back to satellite view and zoom out, and it is just, you ain't gonna live if you don't hit the next body of water. You are woof, you're going right past that motherfucker and you're dead.
Understand, though,
one thing you need to understand is that what you can't see is all of the tiny inlets that would have been filled in, that would have trickled out of this huge lake.
And you know what you guys
bad them idiots didn't know back then that if you dig down far enough, you always find water.
Yeah,
I think that's
most
true
places.
For many places. Yeah, I do think that's true for many places.
It is. Even in the desert, if you can dig 6 foot, you'll hit water.
Not everywhere. Not everywhere. No. Definitely not everywhere. That's why Aboriginal have a really
On the average, yeah.
They do it.
Most places, though.
The water table's not that far down in the desert. We're talking about sand. It takes a long time for water to go through sand.
My family run cattle on 17,000 acres. Let me tell you, water ain't always that close to the surface. If it was, we would absolutely.
I got cattle on 300 acres. Yeah.
Well, and every time you dig,
I got cattle on.
Do you run bores?
Depends where you are.
Do you dig bores?
Dude, I live by 2 different rivers. The water table isn't that far down for me.
Yeah, so it's okay. So that's probably makes sense because you're in a very wet area. Australia's dry. So
yeah, but in the average place, you don't have to dig deeper than the average man to get a hole that will start. I'm not saying you're going to dig down and find a fucking lake. I'm saying you'll get down to wet soil where you can extract water.
Yeah. Okay, that's probably
true. Australia is a bit different. Australia is a bit different, though. I will admit that because I watch a lot of stuff.
Well, it is, but it's a survival technique I learned in the Marine Corps. So
it definitely works.
I can get water 6 foot down. I might have to wait. I might only get. Yeah, I might only get a certain amount every 8 hours, but if I have to sit still for 8 hours to get water, well, then I'll set up a base camp.
Right, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You got to do what you got to do to survive.
No, yeah,
yeah.
Tell
me about some of that.
Wait there a sec. Battlewood, it works in England as well, though. Like, you can dig and you'll most likely find a well pretty quickly. Do you know what I mean? Like, or you'll find just enough water to survive for a little while. Do you know what I mean?
We've done dowsing at my farm, and we've dug boreholes 50 meters.
Dowsing,
yeah, like
that works.
Water divining. Yeah, I'm a bit of a skeptic about it, but we don't have another method, so I'm not so fussed. I've had a crack at it like 5-6 times.
Look, my well, when I inherited my farm from my father, I didn't know where the well was, and then the pump went out. So I used dowsing rods, actually 2 coat hangers, to find it.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's very cool.
And it was within 5 foot of where I dug, but I dug a big circle. So when I got a certain way down, I found it.
That's some dowsing and some heavy lifting, like hard work. Good on you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do asphalt work, dude. I've done hard work my whole life. I own the company, but I'll never be a white collar slob. I was a Marine. I like the physical.
Sitting here in my white collar. So tell me about being a Marine. What was that?
Do you sit on your ass while your employees work? Well, I've seen the world.
I work every day. I only get paid for
it. Well, I started as a jarhead. Then I moved up to 1st Battalion, then a Raider, 1st Battalion Raider. Then I didn't want to follow orders one day because I thought for myself. And my CO said he was going to kick my ass all over the area we were in, and I told him he couldn't do it if they fucking gave him a pay raise. So I either selected. Well, he didn't. Oh man, I'm trained in hand-to-hand combat. Before the Marine Corps, I was a state champion wrestler, 2nd degree black belt in Kempo style Taekwondo. So he didn't challenge me. He knew I was there. He needed me, and I just didn't think our orders were fair. So anyway, we finished it because I told him shut the fuck up or I'll kill him. Literally, I was ready to bury this motherfucker where he was at. Jeez. And when we got back, it was either take a court martial or choose a different profession within the Corps. So I went to the garage. Went to equipment mechanic engineer. Started going to school for a career in engineering because he decided at that moment I was going to go home. I wasn't meant to be some idiot who just followed orders and didn't think for myself. When people's lives are on the line at the end of them orders, you know what I mean?
Yeah, particularly.
As a specialist, you get an order to go kill somebody, you got to follow that order, you know, even if you disagree with it.
Jeez, did you have to do that?
No, you don't have to. You
don't have to answer that question. Yeah, you don't have to answer that question. Sorry, yeah, you're absolutely right. Oh, should I
Just
ask? I should
assume
be
that-
very more
just
careful
assume-
about asking.
Assume anyone that's been to war has actually killed someone. That's the best thing to do. Just assume it.
Yeah, that's why veterans usually go to PTSD, and I got combat ribbons. So I've been to war. I've been to wars. I've been sent in areas I can't even tell you about because we weren't supposed to be there.
Yeah, right. Wow.
I didn't know you did Kempo before Batman. That's mad. My uncle was Kempo world champion.
Yeah. The way of the fist, 18 hands, a low hand. That's me. The way of the fist, the way of the broken fist. I've mastered them two. I got 10 gen ups and 2 dans. Second degree black belt. 10 gi ups and 2 dans.
My granddad's like a fucking 8th Dan in Kempo. I swear. No, wait, it's not.
Yeah, he's not that far from being a master. Yeah, he's not that far from being a master.
He's written his own curriculums for like 7 or 8 different martial arts.
Yeah, as second Dan, you can go and start teaching yourself, and you can make yourself a master.
Yeah, he teaches it.
If you don't do it that way, then you have to get prodigy for a master under a master.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. Like my uncle, my granddad, for instance, my granddad trained with Dan Asante, Bruce Lee's protege. He actually, Dan Asante gave my mum her first Kali Eskrima sticks. Well, no, sorry, not her first, but her first proper rattan sticks and all of that. And
that's how I got selected for MARSOC. I didn't apply for it. I got selected. They offered it to me.
I like the idea of that.
Raiders.
Yeah.
MARSOC.
I do like the Rangers though. I do like the Army Rangers. So, I like the mountaineering work they do anyway. Not so much the group, but they're pretty elite. I feel like they're more elite. The Rangers are more elite than even the SEALs, mate. I don't really want
Army Rangers are tough guys. I won't talk shit about them.
That's what I said. I prefer the Army Rangers. I prefer the Rangers to the SEALs. I think.
But the Marines will be the first boots on the ground. They'll come in and destroy the first shit and set up the first shit, and then we'll bring the people in to do the rest, help do the rest.
Well, they lay down the work, so as in they lay down the framework.
Well, we'll come in and take the area if we got to.
Yeah, you lay the framework down. That's the point. You know,
Yeah.
you make the radar corridors, you destroy bridges and create bridges. You know, I know all about
Yep, communications, mobile bridges. Yeah, there's a lot of engineering in the Marine Corps too. Yep.
Exactly. Same in the UK.
So we'll just come in. You don't have to kill all the people in the area. Generally, when you start doing that, they'll remove themselves.
You know what I do love about the British Royal Marines? I don't know, the Americans might have something like this. British Royal Marines have 4 core values, and one of them is about having a sense of humor, which I think is just so cool.
We have core value.
It's
they call it cheerfulness in the face of adversity, and the idea is to encourage them to find funny situations in serious when you're in scary situations, to crack jokes and build. I think that's so cool. Don't you think that speaks to something deeply that you get in your soul about humor?
Ours are honor, courage, and commitment.
Yep. Of course, bro. It's the same with the SAS work, how they, look at SAS compared to, they had their Vietnam, right? Basically, right? And they managed to cross-train each other, and they ended up training the tribal guys in the Bolivia, for instance, right? To just, you end up training the people of that country to take out their own government, basically. Just by being likable, get behind enemy lines.
A lot of Marines will add the fourth one. Yours is great adversity in the face of danger. Ours would be valor, great courage in the face of danger. Valor.
Cheerfulness. Sorry, it was cheerfulness in the face of adversity. Or they.
Yeah, Marines don't.
Commando.
We don't laugh. We don't laugh because when we're done, we're wondering if God will forgive us for what we did.
Holy shit!
Because they keep sending you places where you don't know whether the fuck you're going to be there or not.
Oh, that would be awful, man. I've got no idea what that's like, but I'm guessing very awful.
Mate, you know that more men got PTSD really from like the Iraq War and shit than World War II because they didn't know whether they were fighting the right fight.
Yeah.
I mean, per capita.
Yeah. Well, I just gave you the common basis for most PTSD.
Exactly.
Didn't know if we should.
Will you earn forgiveness?
Exactly. And
a lot of people find God in that situation.
Not a lot of men in World War II had to go back and question whether they were doing the right thing based on the narrative they knew at the time, right?
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Right.
Not as many men were asking for forgiveness. That's why PTSD is caused by whether you believe overall was it worth what we did.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be surprised to find out that had a really big impact. I think I agree with you.
Oh, mate, it's 100% true.
Yeah, especially when you know the entire world follows us and we set up standard almost for the rest of the world. So you want to tell the rest of the world it's okay to go in and murder a whole village for oil?
Yeah, you're providing an example at the end of the day. And
kill a whole people to take control. So go in and kill off a whole village, take control of diamonds just so you can stop a coming up dictator. Wouldn't it be smarter to just go kill the dictator?
Yeah, I think there's so much dodgy stuff that happens with that where they're like, oh, we need to liberate this country. You're like, why? This one next door is doing way worse stuff. It's like, yeah, but they don't have diamonds or oil or like whatever it is.
Yeah.
Strategic importance.
That's what it is.
Put our next forward.
It's like, we need to liberate these people from... Listen, we need to liberate these people and take out this dictator so his regime doesn't collect all these diamonds and then take control because they're killing off innocent people. Then you go kill off innocent people that they're forcing to mine the diamonds, and you end up taking all the diamonds, and you say, well, we're just taking these so we know that he doesn't get them. Can't just leave him here. He'll be so rich he'll form a massive army. And there's literally diamonds just everywhere. They're not really mining for them. They're just kicking through the dirt. The first 2 foot of topsoil.
Do you think what the West does to Africa is still a travesty?
To be honest with you, the Chinese are doing worse at the minute.
China's going over crazy, aren't they?
China took over the whole. Listen, wait there. One second. China took over the whole Ashanti belt. Did you know that, Battle Mod?
The whole what?
China, the Ashanti belt, which is where most of the diamonds and gold are. Yeah. And literally, there was a 16-mile range. A 16-mile mountain range, so it's 16 miles long, right? And in a year, went back, the whole mountain range was gone. They didn't build a quarry and dig all the coal up. They literally just took the whole fucking mountain range down.
Wow.
And no joke. And it literally like caused storms and everything, right? Really bad. Like it's mad. It's like changed to the.
Well, yeah. Look at it like this: if the mountains are near a city within 30 miles, they force weather upward and over the city. And if you remove them, well, that weather just drifts on through and hits the cities.
Mm-hmm. And that's what happened. It's hitting like 1,000 miles away.
That reminds me of a topic here with the mountains. I could riding on eggshells. We could go over with them about the gas pressure gradient. I remember when you did the 3 points yesterday. So
I don't think I got through all the 3 points yesterday. Yeah, I that one I think I want to hear it and take it away and think about and come back to you if that's cool. So do you want who wants to do the gas pressure gradient on me?
Yeah. So right away, what's the highest point on Earth? I'm just curious what you think it is.
I heard something conflicting recently that actually furthest from the center is meant to be somewhere in I don't know. But what we always call it by a different elevation method is meant to be Everest, or somebody said it was sinking in K2. So I would go with any one of those three.
Yeah, well, it's actually in Ecuador. It's like
Ecuador, right?
Yeah,
I believe that.
Okay, it's if you take off sea level, The elevation at this mountain in Ecuador is about 20,000 feet, and Everest is 20.
Okay.
Yeah, Everest
Do you want
is
to
like
give me the name of this mountain?
yeah, it's like Chimborazo or something like that. Here,
I can just actually. I don't need the name. I can go tallest mountain. Mountain.
Yeah,
in
here I can post the name. I got it right here.
Chimborazo.
Yeah, it's Chimborazo. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, I'm really bad at pronouncing.
Chimborazo. Okay, cool. Yep.
Okay, so you can see right here that off sea level, the distance is about 9,000 feet.
Okay, cool.
Okay, you tracking so far?
Yep, with you.
Okay, so, and they say at the same time that gas pressure gradient is due to gravity, right?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, and if off the core of the Earth, if Chimborazo is higher,
right,
that means that there would be less gravity there, right?
Less gravity.
Yeah.
I don't know if the effective gravity would drop off that quickly. I certainly know there'd be less air. You would need a tank, wouldn't you? Is that what
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm getting to, right? The gas pressure gradient.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
a lot less pressure at the top, gets colder and all that stuff. I'm with
yeah,
you.
so you would see about the same effect or more than you have at Everest, right?
The rarefied air, do you mean?
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah.
Okay,
I rode
people
my-
climb Chimborazo without. Yeah, people can climb Chimborazo without air assisted.
Really?
Yeah.
There's a picture of the mountain.
You don't need. You only people say they need air at 25,000 feet is when people start needing air off sea level.
And this is at 20,000 feet, right?
But according to the globe model, it's not actually 20. It's 20,000 feet if measured from sea level. But if measured from this hypothetical core of the Earth, that's supposedly where gravity.
My understanding was, if I could.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said it's because of the oblateness.
Yeah, it's pear-shaped, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
so I can understand that, so it sounds like what you're saying is I want to go from geodetic center of the Earth measurement, and it's therefore higher. Let's ignore sea level. Is that close?
Yeah, this would basically be Newton's equations, right?
Why would we ignore sea level? Why have we taken that out of the equation when these guys are measuring it with sea level? Why are we changing the measurement?
Because you're talking about gas pressure gradient as a cause of gravity.
Gas isn't going to penetrate the water, is it? So the water level is the lowest level it can get to, and that will be the bottom of your. Like if you put gas.
He's on about the distance. Wait there. He's on about the distance to the vector. Wait there. He's on about the distance to the vector of the pull effect, apparent pull effect, right? So the distance.
Right, so it's all getting pulled down.
It doesn't matter about the. We're talking about the strength of the gravity, basically, due to its proximity, therefore, to the gases at that altitude, based on where it is, as opposed to where the start of the gravitational vector is caused, right?
Start of the gravity. Okay, I think I'm with you now. Start of the gravitational vector is the center of the Earth, or it is the entire Earth, but to simplify it, we call it the center of the Earth. Down, it's furthest from the gravity, so the pull should be the weakest, or should be further from that vector. And
yeah. So here you go. Here's Newton's law of gravitation.
Sure.
Okay.
So can I make a case, just to put it in the conversation, of keeping sea level? And my case is this: if I were to get a bottle full of water, drink half the water, and then fart in the bottle and close the lid, would you agree that it would take less fart to fill the bottle?
Okay, yeah, but you're missing the point that if you go to the top of if you go to the top of Chimborazo, right? Okay, that gas would expand the fart.
So yeah,
it's about density.
Less pressing. Yeah, less density.
Okay.
I think that's a great word for it. Sure, yeah.
Okay, you're talking about Boyle's.
So molecules.
All legends.
Molecules molecules at that height are said to be less dense and more spread out.
That sounds right. That sounds what I've heard. Yeah, I'm with you so far. That's good. Yeah.
Okay,
So tell me
Boyle.
that's the problem.
Okay, that's Boyle's law. Okay, that you're talking about there. So the problem is that if you've got your M1 is the core of the Earth, and your M2 is the top of these mountains, how is it possible for Chimborazo to be not only below the death zone, but have a higher pressure than Mount Everest. It's a solid debunk of almost all the heliocentric models, and definitely a solid debunk of Newton, which is why it was superseded over 100 years ago by relativity.
My girlfriend's called me for dinner, I do need to say, but I need to understand this before I go so I can come back and respond to it. So
hey, I just want to say, well, hold on. Or if Mom was ringing the dinner bell, you better answer that call.
Yeah, but that'll be it for me for the night, and I'll talk to you guys again tomorrow. So I need to understand this so I can go to sleep.
Okay.
And so because the center of the Earth, the mass of the center of the Earth is further from Chimborazo, the gas pressure, the drop-off should be higher, so people should need oxygen tanks to get to the top because the center of the mass is further away. And the mountains are not doing the correct effect between Everest and here because they are different distances from the center of the mass. They are the opposite distances from the center of the mass. They're measuring it from the wrong point, which is sea level. Is that correct?
Yeah, you got it. And this is right from the mouth of Neil deGrasse Tyson. This is not some this isn't some stuff that Flat Earth just made up.
All right, send so I can jump off. Send us the Neil. Oh, you've already sent it.
I already posted it. Yep.
All right, wicked. I've got my watching to do. I'll save that. Put it in my watch later. Your legends. If you could,
by the way,
while doing mine, I would love to, when I come back, rejoin the discussion about the South Pole, so you guys can watch that video. I
watched your clip. I just didn't reply because you're already in a conversation when I come back. I'm gonna add you as a friend, by the way, because I actually do like a YouTube channel as well.
Yeah, I watch your clip too. You hurt your foot there, dude. That.
Yeah, I jammed my shin because I was like perched on the chair like a cat, and then I went to get down and just jammed my shin straight in the middle of the.
Yeah, I can tell you're a bit clumsy, and I can tell why girls don't find that attractive.
Well, on that beautiful note, thanks, guys. Have a great evening, or wherever you are, and I'll see you again.
All right, take care. Bye.
Bye.
God bless.
Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya.
All right, mate.
I almost feel a hug session coming on.
Yeah, it's good when you got like a real non-toxic globalist who's just ready to listen to you.
He is sound, bro. He's a good guy. Yeah.
He's all right.
Yeah, he's all right, mate. Yeah.
He's definitely respectful.
Yeah. He's definitely an Aussie, though. So that's a problem. Right.
He said that's a problem. I don't know. He rides a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Can't be that big a damn problem.
That'll save him a bit.
I go down there and cruise them Enduros with him, but I ride a Honda Enduro. I got an older one from '89.
I'm just saying I'm going to pull Americans out of the fire before I start putting the Aussies out. The whole reason they're there is because
they're stacking up the wood. They ain't put gasoline on it yet, and they ain't lit no matches because they're scared to get shot trying to go over there and set that fire. I'm serious. They're testing the fucking waters right now.
Dude, it's just we got rid of the Aussies once, so we ain't trying to like get them back or anything.
And they're folding, man. Like our governor right now, so we got her on the way to impeachment, and our state's pretty much like, we don't give a fuck what the judicial system says. That bitch is getting out the seat one way or another, and they know it. Like, bitch, we will rerun it through 100 times. We'll spend the rest of that bitch's term telling her to fuck off and blocking her legally on everything she does. So do you want to wait? You want to Gretchen?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I got someone here who's listening on YouTube. Apparently, he used to be part of the server.
Wait more.
Bellum, are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Okay, so this guy apparently was part of the server. He's a flat earther. He's on Golden Globies Discord too, but he said he's server banned. I checked him. It's like Hera with Harry with I guess a weird R.
Jerry.
You're talking about Joey, Crit.
Is that Joey? Oh shit.
Yeah, I can't undo his ban.
Oh, okay.
I can't do it.
Yeah, I had no idea that was Joey because I thought.
Listen, you got to talk to Indio.
No, I'm good. I just thought he was because I looked at the audit log. It said that it was like last April, which was, I thought Joey was just recently.
No.
Well, if you looked at the audit log, it'd say Joey or GMPE.
Yeah, it's a different guy. I think it maybe just another by chance Harry.
Harry or
Harry. I sent you his tag.
Oh, it's not him. Someone else sent it.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's someone else.
All right, there's someone else.
Yeah, if it's not Joey, I might be able to.
I love Joey, man, but he's fucking
Well, I just can't undo that. The owner banned him, and he's got to talk to the owner.
Yeah, I got you. Once I told him I can't help him anymore. I tried my best, and it's on him now. And he got mad at me.
No,
I'm like,
we might be able to help him because it's not Joey.
Yeah, this guy's not Joey. That's what I was thinking. Maybe if he had an alt account I didn't know about.
I don't see him on the ban list. How'd you find him? HA backward.
Well, see, I look at the bot audit. I did a bot audit log in it says that he's server banned, and then if you look at server log,
he's
S banned. Yeah,
he's S banned. All right. Well, I'll lift it. Give me a second. I'll lift it. And I just can't promise nobody will return him back there.
Questions about the Everest.
Returns him back there.
Some questions
so
about
long as he understands that. No, you're all right. I just can't give him no guarantees with that. That's all.
Some questions about the Everest and gas pressure stuff. I was trying to talk to him in DMs, but it doesn't seem like the text out sometimes falls flat.
Yeah.
How do you print out a backwards R?
No clue.
Retroactively.
Well, he should be on the H's and under a server ban, but I don't see him.
Well, I could do it from. I think you just do like the unmute function, or maybe if it's admin added or moderator added.
How do you pronounce a backwards R? You pronounce it the wrong way.
No, not pronounce. Type out.
Here, I have its Discord ID. Should I send that to you? And then see if that works.
Yeah, send me that. Yeah, I thought so. Enter valid username. What the hell? Got one. Those funny ass names make it hard for us to unban you. So if you get banned and you got a funny ass name, man, people get fed up trying. Look, enter valid username or ID. He's not even in our system. Tell him just come back to the damn server. Alright, there we go. Now he's on mute.
Okay.
With the ID, I don't need the @ symbol.
Yeah, so the ID worked?
Yeah. Look in live stream.
Okay.
I don't know how to print out a backwards R though.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay, so then he should be. I'm not sure what roles.
Send him an invite.
Yeah, he's got VC verified. He can join whenever.
Seriously, Paul Curran, you really should come into the voice chat so we can have a chat.
Yeah, he or she said they're on their way, so should be just another click or two before they get here. There we go. Harry, welcome back. Maybe he's having some tech issues. You got to control your mic. You can talk when ready.
Yo, why is it so quiet?
You're waiting for Harry to figure out what's going on with his mic.
Harry, who the hell's Harry?
Dude, he's got some questions about gas pressure gradient.
Harry? I don't see a guy named Harry.
Oh, he's got kind of backwards R's.
Oh, there's a Russian, yeah. This is the N-A, yeah, Nyach. I don't know what the fuck that means, but it's Russian letters, bro. Nyach.
Okay, apparently he can't use a microphone right now.
His parents are gonna beat him up if he uses.
Well, okay, how about just whisper? Just give us a little hi, hey, just real quick, like, now you have to do a full conversation, just like, hey, it's nice to be back on the server, or well, I just want to wonder if he's giggles or something like that, because it could be a stock account that maybe just tried to pull one over on me.
You're paranoid, bro. What's wrong with you, bro?
No, it's happened loads, mate, hasn't it?
I've seen Giggles argue with Giggles on 2 separate accounts, pretending he's
Yep.
Yeah, so this is not nothing new. These guys, they love to play stupid, and they try to out stupid themselves.
I've seen it too.
That's not hard. They are fucking stupid. They can play all they want, but the reality is they are fucking stupid.
It's funny that you say that because in the live stream voice text, I saw Bread 47 talking to Mike Broughton, and the other day, for some reason, Mike Broughton had the same icon as Bread.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering if he was having a conversation with himself. If you look on the ban list, there's only about 15 Breads that are banned.
Yeah, I might ban Mike. You sound like a fucking
If you look in the permaban list, there's Bread is in there like 3 times. I'm wondering how he's even here. That's part of lead mod. Get people to start looking in our systems. Why has nobody looked in here?
Who, Bread?
But yeah, Bread. Here, I'll
Brad,
find
are you texting to yourself, Brad? Are you having a conversation to yourself with yourself, bro? Come on.
It's okay to talk to yourself. You just can't argue with yourself.
Oh, that was an accident.
Yeah, he forgot which profile he was on.
Sorry. I don't know how to get him back either.
Bread God, server ranked.
That's mean. Give him a 7-day, bro. Come on.
No,
it's in permaban lobby. I'm not banning him. I'm saying he's already written down for a server ban.
He's been banned loads of times.
Yeah.
Basically.
And people
just keeps coming back. I know exactly who he fucking is.
Yeah, people.
That's why I did it. He just slipped past me.
Here, let's just. I can show you how many times his name shows up on the ban list.
Yeah, I already know as well because I've been through this before. I swear.
The other day, I was welcoming people.
So we got bread god, bread guy, breadsticks.
I was in the VC checking voice ticks, and I welcome at here, and people answer. Sometimes we get people in the VC, and Bread popped up out of nowhere and say, "Why are you tagging everyone in here?" I'm like, I'm able to do this. Like, this is what we do. Welcome people to the server. That's annoying. He was texting me. That's annoying. I'm like, dude, what's your problem? I sent him to cook this.
Yeah, that's a solid.
Read that kid. Does he have a kid's voice?
He's young. Yeah, he's under young. I heard him once, like maybe a few days ago. But then he started arguing with me in the text for some reason.
Well, I talked to him before.
Yeah.
He just keeps making it. He gets banned and then gets breaded. Bread's more bread.
Next time he'll be Olive Garden breadstick.
Flatbread. I figured flatbread. I changed his name to flatbread for a minute.
Yeah, that's a good one. Garlic bread. Garlic
flatbread. Everybody likes flatbread, don't they?
If he starts behaving in a sour way, we should call him sourdough bread.
Sourdough flatbread. Indian pan-fried flatbread. Or native. What do you think? We fry that in a cast iron pan, olive oil, or real natural corn oil. When we use that synthesized crap y'all get from Kroger's and Myers and Publix for you. I don't know. How do you Southerners do that? Shop at a place that sounds like a pubic hair. Publix. Or what the hell is the name of that place?
Yeah, that's it. Like Publix or something like that?
Yeah. What the hell kind of name is that for the meat market? You go here and get I'm going to pubic hairs and get my meat, Mom. I'll be back. Or your wife. Hey, wife, I'm headed to the pubics. Want anything? You buy soda at a pubic. We get pop at the party store. Because when we leave there, it's just going to be one hell of a party. Let me tell you. We'll be toe up from the flow up. At Michigan, we don't have convenience stores. We have party stores. We don't drink soda. We drink pop.
You drink cocks.
Yeah, no. And when you give us an ultimatum,
you said yeah.
In Michigan, when you give us an ultimatum, you say, well, you're going to do this or else. And we say, or what? Or else what, bitch? I want to know the or else because I'm not doing that shit.
Mate, back then, fuck me.
They've literally invoked laws up here that to just quit trying to police because people said fuck them. Yeah, I know you wrote that down on your paper. It's not good, but we're fucking doing it. You keep taking everything we do. It seems like everything people do becomes illegal. And the shit that should be illegal isn't. You can be youth attracted, but you can't have a beer while you're driving. What the hell? and I'm no drunk driver, but it's just one example.
Yeah, I don't know.
You can't go in the party store without a shirt on. What the fuck?
Or it's weird when they tell you to put a shirt on in certain places, like in some.
Yeah, like, or it's freaking lewd conduct. What the hell? What's lewd about my man chestises? My chest hairs. It's hairy,
so
that's
weird.
right. I got some hair on.
It's weird, bro. Like, oh yeah, you can't have your top off in here. Why not?
You gotta wear
Here's
it there while you engage in commerce.
Here's another one. So, loitering. You know, loitering is unconstitutional. Why? You know why? Loitering is hanging out in groups in public places
Right,
doing
where you
nothing.
fucking want to be.
But
it's where you want.
Yeah, it's a public place.
Freedom of movement.
We have a right to gather and have nonviolent movements. We have a constitutional right. Yeah, we have a constitutional right to gather, and to move, and to travel. So loitering is unconstitutional.
No, it's
disorderly conduct. That's like if you took a little too long to cross the street, they can ticket you or take you to jail for disorderly conduct. It's like, bitch, I literally got the right to cross the street. There is no such thing as disorderly conduct.
Mate, they can arrest you for swearing at our police in our country under Section 14.
Oh, your cops ain't got guns. I'd kick their ass after I called them a pussy.
Under the Public Order Act, right? Section 14 under the Public Order Act. But the thing is, is it makes no sense because that's basically like causing a disturbance and that, right? So, like, if there's no one around and you see a copper, right, it's quite funny because you can't cause a disturbance if there's no one around. You just call them like, you fucking cunt, you know what I mean? You say what you want to them, basically, then. But you have to let them know you know the laws and how they work and the parameters, because otherwise they will just arrest you for swearing like you're a child.
Dude, listen, if you took all the guns from America and then you took the guns from the police, half them bitches would quit because they're pussies. If there wasn't 3 of them on one, they wouldn't try to arrest nobody. They get their ass down.
I'll be honest, a lot of the cops, though, some of them are hard motherfuckers, mate. In England as well.
Well, there are some tough people, ex-military people and stuff, but even they in America are used to having that gun on the side of their hip. They don't want to put that much work in. They're lazy. They would rather pull out a gun and tell you to lay down. You know?
Yeah,
so
that's
now you get no gun, they're going to be like, no, now I got to do twice the fucking work. Do I get a raise? Dude, we're talking about Americans now. Do I get paid more?
Nope.
Because cops ain't the only big motherfuckers in America. There's shit. Imagine a state highway trooper, 300 bikers driving down the highway doing whatever the fuck they want. How the hell are they going to pull them over?
You can't if you ain't got guns.
You're damn right.
Yeah, I've seen
You got
videos of
guns.
them.
Proper biker gang anyway, you can't pull them over when they're in full stride, like, and there's 300 of them. If they're genuinely doing something dodge, the police know to leave it, and they do an investigation.
Yeah.
And they raid their houses at a certain time and stuff like that. They don't try and they didn't used to pull over the Hells Angels.
Last time, yeah.
Even if you have a gun, do you have 300 rounds?
Well, yeah,
exactly.
you know.
Hey, the last time I rode to Sturgis, man, I'm a loyal rider. We rode through a state that escorted us from the beginning to the end. But we're like 450 people deep. But they made county from county take over.
Yeah, the Hells
they
Angels
kept-
as well, in groups of 6, get away from the police. They just don't stop, and they just carry on driving. You can't really pull them
Yeah,
over.
well,
They're very good at driving fast and hard. They're very good at it.
My MC is a 1%er group, you know. That's because
I'd love to be an MC.
almost every one of them's a 1%er, you know. That's because you had to be a veteran to get my MC. If you're not a veteran of war, then no. You can go on.
So not just a veteran, but a combat veteran.
Yeah. We prefer combat veterans. There are honorary loyal riders.
They'll let people in that are like not been to combat in the
Right.
ones out of respect that they've done the training.
Either out of respect or he's the best damn mechanic you ever met, so you want him working on your shit.
But it's like just like one of the things. Isn't it? It's like, you know, you're in a long line of military family, right? And then like the military MCs, right? Like you're a long line of military, and then your son ends up in the military, but he ends up being in for 15 years, and there wasn't a war. It's like, what, you're going to stop him from becoming the fucking VP of the chapter next to his dad, who's the president?
Right? No, true. But yeah, there's other people. A general's automatically a combat veteran. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So even if he himself didn't go to war, he was controlling logistically an entire battalion or multiple battalions.
Exactly.
He was an instrument of combat. Maybe the mechanic that worked on your combat vehicles. It just depends, dude. We go to the VA. We hang out with all the veterans, so
Sometimes people get in as well on occasion who aren't even in the military because they just fit in with that crowd because of their background and shit. It's weird.
Yeah,
faces got to fit.
It's just selective. Just selective, yeah. Like there's a 60-year-old guy there. He was a Navy SEAL. He never seen combat, but he had a long career in service, and he's got a 32, panhead, so or knucklehead, 32 knuckles. So he just looks good, old ass man, still built. He's old, but he's still built like you can tell he's a veteran. Cruising is 32. We'll put him out front sometime. Let him lead the pack. Like, I got these whippersnappers following me. What you boys want to do? These boys are coming through. Now, I know what you're saying, officer, but these here boys behind me, they're still young and full of testosterone. They ain't buying that shit. Make him right ahead of us. They got a roadblock up there. Tom, get up front. Tell them what's up.
See, people have a problem with motorcycle clubs and shit. I just don't have a fucking problem with it at all, man.
Well, my club also does volunteer events and charity events too. So
exactly, like it's like they reckon like 90% of the Hells Angels, most of them are just good blokes, not even gangsters. I don't think people realise that.
I know a few.
Yeah, there's a guy around the corner from me.
Some of them are just rancid.
Of course,
some of them are just piss rotten people. Yeah,
but that was more of a movement though. Battle Mod, and you have to admit that it was more of a movement at a certain time in
it was they didn't want anybody else rocking a patch from their state.
Exactly, there was a big drug war going on in California as well. Like
Mongols,
Oakland.
The Mongols versus the Hells Angels, and
exactly. there was money being put in by government officials and all sorts. People don't realise that whole economies were being affected by different gangs and groups, and
Yeah, it was all about the flow of cocaine
exactly.
and heroin.
Heroin. You got your hair on? And my hair's on, bro. What?
Right.
All these
Isn't that
things
right?
happening in the past. In those times, there was so many things to do. People have so many activities, different groups, different social groups to attend to. Where is all these people from the past? I mean,
Look what they did to the Cub Scouts of America. You know about that? We got to be gender polite and politically correct. So if you're a girl that identifies as a boy, well, you're going to Cub Scouts. Now you got den masters who got little girls in their den that they don't want around. They don't even want the possibility of being called a pedophile, when this girl should just be hanging out with the women. It's it's okay to be a tomboy. I'm cool with that, but go be a tomboy by the other girls. Go hang out with the other tomboys. Men don't want to be responsible for other people's little girls. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, because we don't want to give our little girls over to other men either.
That's right, and they know there's some rotten bastard out there like me that might come kill them just on a word. You know? Serious. My daughter's. That's the quickest way for me. That's the quickest way for me to stay to hell with man's law. You gotta police it. I'll see you when you come try.
I'll see you when you come try, boy.
Before people knew this, like they wouldn't mess with older fathers' daughters like that because they know they get shot and stuff like that. I mean,
when I was growing up, a popular saying of fathers and other men was, "Men have been shot for less," you know.
Yeah.
Jesse James shot a man once for snoring too loud. You know that, boy? And you're talking too damn much.
You are.
I'm serious. Now, if you said that nowadays, liberals would be trying to jail you. He threatened me. I got a right to call him a faggot, leftist, terrorist, conspiracy theorist, but he tried to shoot me. He can't say that. It's amazing the shit these liberals say to you on the internet, and then when you respond in kind, or you say, well, what's up? You want to meet over coffee and talk about this? Because say that shit to my face. Oh, is that a threat? I got a right to say what I want. You don't have a right to get physical. No, actually, I do. See, it may be against the law to beat your fucking ass, but I got a right to choose whether I want to beat your fucking ass and break the law or not. Right? It's all about choice. I can choose to not do that. That doesn't make me a bad person. I just broke man's law. Fuck man. Man don't know much of shit. And most of our laws have nothing to do with justice. They leave people longing for justice. That's how, that's how we got people doing life for selling weed still, and weed is legal now. What the fuck? When you made weed legal, you should have went back and put every marijuana dealer that got a life sentence back out on the street.
Yep.
And I don't mean on parole, I mean breathing the motherfucker.
Yeah, also like restore them. They lost a lot of life. They got
retribution.
Yeah.
Damn Skippy, I agree.
It's like a lot of these kids who basically got busted in their 20s and stuff never got a chance to go to college. They lost federal, any sort of federal.
You know how many lives they ruined by making people criminals for what's legal now?
Yeah.
Where's all the retribution? Got a felony because they had too big a bag of weed. Screwed them out of job possibilities. Tainted their good name for life.
one time I did this continuing education class, and I made the case that even a DWI conviction, right, or a charge is a life sentence, because that is for life. You will always have that over your head.
There is a law that says after 13 years after disposition and no reoccurring felonies, a felon for legal purposes can be considered to no longer be a felon, which means job, employment. You don't have to write it on your resume or nothing because your employer can't use it against you. But they most definitely will use a 13-year-old sentence against you. And legally, they're not supposed to be allowed to. But nobody enforces that law. You're not going to jail for telling the dude, no, you're still a felon. Fuck 13 years. But you go to jail if you take a loaf of bread and try to feed your family because you're starving.
Yeah, some of it's wrong. Definitely, it's terrible.
Yeah, that's kind of like my old profile pic. It showed the Mendoza, like that where that sailor kissed the nurse, and my profile pic was like kind of making fun of that. Justice and liberty, kissing each other. Like, and below it said "only in your dreams."
Yeah, that one was funny.
Yeah, because we're not free, and people think
never gonna get it, never gonna get it. Paul Abdul. Yeah, that's liberty saying to justice. Never gonna get it.
Yeah.
You ain't never getting it, justice. Yeah, listen, the number one thing in the Constitution is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Do you think that's been destroyed by the usurpation of civil rights in the name of a pandemic? Do we have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness now?
No.
So, anything contrary to that is unconstitutional. Those are your rawest rights. They're the foundation of all your civil liberties to ensure your right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that's been crushed. People don't even know it. They trampled our foundational rights. The very premise of liberty, justice, Constitution, Republic, unity. Do we live in a unified nation? Is this a union? We're not even a union anymore. We're a fucking corporation. People can't figure it out. This isn't what the forefathers intended. They were a foundation based on God. They consecrated the capital and dedicated it to Yahweh. Jehovah. Is it a godly nation? No, I think it was symbolic of that when the towers got took down. Like the Tower of fucking Babel. That was our warning. And the place where the nation was consecrated to God is a church now. And it was one of the only structures that wasn't damaged when the towers fell. Because it's right near the towers. You guys ever read about that? I visited this place when I was younger. My mom and my grandma were big on this place. This is the spot where we gave this nation unto God and vowed to be His people, one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all, where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness will always be treasured. Yeah, for me, it was the end of a nation. Other people, they don't know the real history. They know his story.
What's up?
UP.
Yeah, earwick.
A chicken's ass when it's eaten.
What's up, guys?
Welcome
The chicken's ass when it's eaten. What's up?
What makes you believe the Earth is flat? Like,
What makes you believe it's a globe? I mean, like, what scientific evidence?
Mm,
And it's scientific evidence is this. Well, that's not scientific. You can't verify or test or repeat anything about Apollo missions. I said scientific.
yeah, but if you go that way, wait, what is a scientific proof for you? Like,
I gave a standard for that too. Verifiable, testable, repeatable.
What's going to the moon got to do with the shape of our Earth? Anyway, realistically,
We can't even prove we went to the moon, bro. Me, you, and him, we're all in the same boat. I couldn't scientifically prove we went to the moon if I tried.
Of course not. It's nothing to do with science. I'm just saying that even if you did go to the moon, what would that tell you? What would that even say? Like, it doesn't say shit.
But you can also prove. I mean, you can prove that. Nah, that's not a thing. But you can't even prove that Jesus existed. Oh,
He did exist.
Who brought up Jesus?
Alexander.
Nobody said. Yeah, but nobody said Jesus made your. Nobody said Jesus made flat Earth or put you here or any of that. Why you even bring Jesus into it? Or Alexander the Great? Because when you bring history into it, no, we can't verify history. And everybody's done the 10-person experiment. So we absolutely know the story changes on down the line. So we wouldn't hold history as 60% credible anyway. History's not evidence, not scientific evidence.
Okay, but still, like, how can you prove that the Earth is flat?
Well, I'm doing that right now. You say it's a globe, but listen, if it's not curved, then what is it?
It's a globe. I mean, not a perfect globe. Some kind of a sphere.
No, well, an unperfect globe would have curvature. We can't observe curvature anywhere on Earth. So if it's not curved, what is it? You can't scientifically prove it. Listen, you can what? You can assert that this happens because of a curve.
Yeah.
But
yeah, you can show the curve.
You can assert that, but show me the curve.
Well, you have to go extremely high. Actually, you're in space.
You know, they keep changing the distance at what you would actually see curvature, right? So most people agree, even at the level of the ISS, you wouldn't see curvature. But yet the ISS shows you images where you see curvature and motion. But then Neil deGrasse Tyson and other people agree you wouldn't be able to see it even from the ISS because it'd be tantamount, it'd be comparable to a BB 10 millimeters off a basketball.
But still, like I believe the Earth is so huge that as much as you try here.
Well, that's a belief because you can't demonstrate or verify that either. So we didn't ask for beliefs, we asked for scientific evidence that it is a globe. Now here you come in here with it's a globe, prove it's flat. You can't even prove it's a globe and verify it with science.
Okay.
So you're applying a standard to my model before you even heard it that you don't apply to your own model. So pretty much your model requires belief. But you want mine to have scientific proof. Well, we just covered that. Give the scientific evidence, not just belief. Give us some scientific evidence then. You pick it.
Wait, what did you say?
You can pick it. What's your scientific evidence of a globe?
Okay.
Is it them potato chips you're eating? Or is it a bologna sandwich? Bologna sandwich, therefore globe.
Are you building a wood cabin on the flat Earth?
So what's your name? Where can I? Which one is you?
Who?
Are you battle mode?
I am.
Alright.
What are you gonna message me a picture?
No.
He's just asking you because you're making him think.
Well, that's not my flat earth theory, so that's just a straw man. I didn't present to you this model. You grabbed this rudimentary model promoted by other people, and you brought it in and attributed it to me. So if you debunk this model, then you haven't even touched me, because this isn't my model. There, so everybody else can see it.
We don't even
I don't believe we're a disc floating in space. That's your biggest fucking mistake. I don't believe we're rising at 10 milliseconds per second. I don't believe any of that flat Earth Society bullshit. I don't even believe Flat Earth Society is flat earthers. I think they're a bunch of clovers acting like flat earthers trying to make us look dumb.
Yeah,
because half the shit they say sounds stupid as fuck. And that's why the people who are actually trying to cover this up, they tell everybody else, look at the Flat Earth Society. This is what flat earthers believe. But it's not.
Never met anyone.
It's not what we believe.
I've never never ever met anyone that says they're in the Flat Earth Society. Never. Never.
So you give me the 10 easiest ways you can tell for yourself Earth is not a sphere. Or Earth is a sphere. It's going to be boats over horizon. Listen, I know these ones. They're all easy.
Mate, every time, bro, prove it's flat. That's what we hear. It's like, wait a minute. The positive claims coming from you that it presents as a globe. So you don't observe any of that shit.
10 easy ways to prove Earth from the ISS. We can't verify that, so that's not an easy scientific proof that Earth is a globe. The moon. The phases of the moon. Now, so that's to imply that the phases of the moon wouldn't work on a flat disk. But we don't say it's a flat disk.
What are the phases caused by?
Angle of light, which could be true on the flat Earth too. Ships and the horizon. There you go. Well, what you're saying is the Earth is so massive we can't see the curvature, but we can watch a boat disappear over it in 3 miles. The horizon for a 6-foot man at sea level is 3 miles, 2.6 to 3 miles. So in 3 miles, there's enough curve to say disappear a 300-foot boat. But they only project 6 foot of curvature drop in 3 miles. How do you hide a 300-foot boat under 6 foot of curve?
Mm-hmm.
And if the Earth is so massive we can't see the curvature, you know, if enough curvature existed in 3 miles to hide a 200-foot boat, then we would be able to measure it with simple survey equipment. But nobody does. When they do geodesy, they take land surveys that were done in little charts and coordinates, Cartesian coordinates like a checkerboard, and they wrap it around their math for a sphere. Geodetic surveyors don't even do survey. So the ships over the horizon, that's an assertion. It disappears because of a curve, but it leaves out the variables of eyesight, atmosphere, weather conditions. It doesn't account for anything. It doesn't correlate the cause with the effect. In other words, they don't prove enough curve exists in 3 miles to actually say the ship went over the curve.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Varying stars constellations. You want to cover this one, Crack? different stars in the south as we see in the north?
Actually, that's a good one. So, if you're observing stars in the northern hemisphere, for instance, just star trails on the equator took them, right? What we see on the top, we see a rotation of stars, right, as taken in these long exposure shots. One second. In these long exposure shots, we see rotation of stars in one direction, for instance, right? Let's say east to west, right? Let's say, but then we have the exact same direction of rotation in the southern hemisphere. Okay, you can go to the equator and take a long exposure shot, and you'll see these two as they meet, right? You'll see the two different directions almost. How is that possible? How is that possible when, for those to rotate that way and then that way to the other, the Earth would have to be cut in half, and the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere would have to be rotating in two different directions, like a fucking egg cut in half. That's just one point. Then
they're very far. The stars, they're extremely far. That's why you can see it from like the whole 90 degrees.
Yeah, well, the image they show for the field of view on this varying star, it's just crap. The blue lines represent the real field of view for the human eyes. So by their image, we would be able to see the stars in the south from the north. Except the truth is, light when it shines through the atmosphere attenuates. It gets scattered, absorbed. They don't even say light's infinite in the medium. Our atmosphere is a medium. It gets scattered and absorbed to the point of extinction. It's a scientific principle. It's called atmospheric extinction. And no flat earther came up with that. That's global science. Atmospheric extinction of light. That's why you can't see stars that are too far out, because their light is attenuated and scattered until it becomes extinct, then make it to your eyes for you to perceive it.
It diffracts, basically. It's much like a laser that's shining for a very long period of time.
Yeah,
we have a coning effect. Yeah, we have a coning effect over long distances. That laser doesn't always stay focused, right? So you imagine that over a long distance with a light that's very far away. What's going to happen, right?
Oh, you know what the fourth one is, right? Come on, this is one we attack constantly. The science experiment that's not a science experiment. The measurement that's not a measurement. Shadows and sticks. You want to cover that one? That's a simple one.
You go for it, man.
But like, don't get me wrong though. Don't get me wrong though. I'm not trying to like prove you or to like prove my point of view. I'm just trying to find out what you guys think.
Well, you're just showing us the propaganda that they propagate. So I want to cover the shadow.
Well, you asked me for proof, so I go.
None of these are scientific proofs, and we're going through why. Did you not want us to cover your 10 proofs?
Of course.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead, Baramon. Baramon is being very calm, and he's giving you ours on the side from here. So this is pretty cool. I like this. Go ahead, Baramon.
I know it's unusual, isn't it? So Aristophanes, the two-stick experiment. It takes too many assumptions. First, you have to assume the light source of the sun is an infinite distance away. Then you have to assume that all light that reaches Earth is parallel because of this. You also have to assume that when the light hits a stick and creates a shadow, the shadow is 1/25th the radius of a sphere. And you also have to assume the Earth is a sphere. If you throw out all the assumptions, then the hypothesis falls apart. And it's no way
shape. He got the distance of the sun wrong as well, didn't he? And
yeah,
you know, if all light was parallel, you wouldn't even be able to have shadows, technically.
Yeah, it all shines straight down. So it'd be a high noon shadow, which is no shadow.
There'd be no angle to create a shadow, and that's kind of that's part of their claim, isn't it? Is that the Earth is creating the angle, right?
It's an experiment because we have no independent or dependent variable, no setup, no control, no prediction, just a bunch of assumptions And through the assumptions, we quantify the radius of a circle, the unassumed circle. Okay? And through this assumption, we come up with a circumference. So you have no experiment that proved a radius or a circumference. This didn't prove Earth is a sphere. Eratosthenes assumed Earth to be a sphere and then quantified what the radius could possibly be. Modern science has rearranged it for you and misrepresented it as a scientific proof. It's not. It's not an experiment. You can't manipulate any of the variables, and 90% of the variables are assumed. They're hypothetical. It's more of a thought
it's more,
process.
if this is true, then this would logically be this way. You know. If
Yeah, it's
the
not.
Earth is
It's in no
curved
way,
and the
shape,
light-
and
Yeah, if the Earth is curved and the light is linear, then therefore the shadow must be created by Earth actually curving, because that would create the angle with linear light.
Yeah.
Parallel.
So I think we covered that one pretty simply. It's not a science experiment, therefore it's not a scientific proof, and it was in no way a measurement. It's a hypothetical quantification of what would be if all the assumptions were true. But you can't prove all the assumptions were true. So the next one is getting a better view from a higher position. Now this has nothing to do with shape of what you're looking over and everything to do with your field of view and how your eyes work. When you're closer to the surface of something, you can't see very far. But when you elevate off that surface and increase your angle of view, then you can see further. Whether you're on a flat surface, if you're on the plains, a flat plane, and you climb up on a hill, it's going to be true on the flat plane. It may be true on a sphere too. I really don't think it's directly related to unproven radius. So it's more like a reification. We say it's a sphere, so we say you can see farther because it's a sphere, and that's proof that it's a sphere. But you don't prove it when we all know you rise up off the surface of something, you increase your angle of view, and you increase the distance at what you can see. It's that simple.
Really
It's just like when you look down a wall, at a certain distance, things or near the wall will seem to blend into the wall. It's because you're viewing down a surface. So it's an optical illusion. You get away from
There's only so much that your eye can actually focus when it's receiving light and information based on what it's seeing. That's why things that have a ceiling or the floor, for instance, and your angle to the floor, for instance, right? That's important, obviously, with what we're able to see. That's why people say, "Oh, how come we don't have the same effect with perspective and a vanishing point when stuff's high up in the air like a plane?" And it's like, well, what the fuck are you on about?
Hey, here's your sixth one. Planes. Ride a plane. A plane can travel in a relatively straight line. Now, this is a proof of a flat Earth. On a globe, you couldn't travel in a straight line. You'd have to adjust for the curvature, especially at speeds of 500 miles an hour, because every mile the Earth curves away from you a certain distance. I don't care whether it's oblate, whether it's perfectly spherical, there's going to be a rate of curvature. But their thing says the plane can travel in a relatively straight line for a very long time and not fall off any edges. Well, that's just another straw man. We don't say we're a disc floating through space, but we do say planes travel in a straight line for great distances and they get to their point, which wouldn't be true if you were traveling from, say, New York to Shanghai halfway around the curve. You wouldn't be able to travel in a straight line on a sphere. You'd fly off into space. So, because the Earth would curve away from you, the horizon would fall because it's a globe. And it'd keep falling and keep falling and keep falling because a curvature is constant on a sphere. 360 degrees and exponential, right? Curving every way you look. So it wouldn't be true, right here in their own proof, wouldn't be true that you can travel in a relatively straight line for a very long time. That wouldn't be true on the globe. You'd have to adjust elevation because of curvature. As the Earth curves under you and gets further away from you, you raise in elevation, which eventually would put you out of the lower atmosphere into the upper thermosphere. So even their own proofs are ridicules of science. This is popular science. Popular science gives you a motto that flat earthers say that flat earthers don't say. We don't say you live on it. If flat earth is so easily debunked, why don't they come and ask us what our real motto is? And quit saying we say we live on a disc floating through space. Nobody says you're the third disc floating around the fucking sun. That's the dumbest shit. We say we're stationary, possibly the floor of the universe, possibly infinite plane, which none of that, we can't prove an infinite plane, but if we also say we don't move, the sun moves around us. So how the hell did we get on a disk right back in the heliocentric universe, orbiting around the sun, when that's not what flat earthers believe? This is literally a straw man. 90% of these are, because they attack a model that you created for us to debunk us, and it doesn't address what we actually say. And the next one is look at other planets. Other planets are round. Why aren't we round? Well, every planet in the sky can be round. But logically, if we don't see evidence that we are round, we have no reason to believe that the Earth is round like what we see in the sky. So it's right back to, where do you observe curvature? You go outside every day, you observe a flat local Earth. You look in the sky, you see circles of light. Or spheres, I don't care. You can call the moon a sphere. But there's no logical reason to say we live on a ball in the sky when we don't see evidence that we're a ball. We need some correlation, right, to make that logical inference. Where's your correlation? It's tantamount to going in the forest, seeing nothing but trees and squirrels, and saying, shit, Earth is a tree, and I'm a fucking squirrel in it. You know, it doesn't make any sense. It's not logical. The existence of time zones. They show you a ball, they say dark light. Well, when you lay out time zones, you do it in a flat circle. So time zones could easily work on a flat Earth, and that's because light doesn't shine infinitely in the atmosphere. The atmosphere is a medium, so light can only shine so far. So where the sun is over at that time, there becomes an atmospheric extinction point. That's the Terminator line for night and day. And there's videos on YouTube where you can see boats out at sea showing you night existing right next to day. So there's just, time zones is a straw man. You saying that it can't work on the globe, you're wrong. You saying it can't work on a flat Earth, you're wrong. It's not exclusive to your model. We can lay time zones out in azimuth, which means 360 degrees, just a circle. And they work. It's actually how they taught them to me in school on an AE map.
You want to catch your breath, buddy?
Right. So here you go. I'm going to give you an image. Here's time zones laid out on the flat Earth. And azimuth. I don't know. What was his name?
I don't know. Ask him. You there, buddy?
No, he's not there. He's not there. He left a little bit ago.
Oh, he got mad because we was running through his 10 proofs. I wonder if that's the best they got. Google Earth 10 proofs.
Yeah. That's
I mean,
hilarious.
you know-
It's like you weren't being aggressive, but it's aggressive to just constantly talk like calmly. People don't like it. It's like, oh, this is no fun.
I really like Battermo's approach. The guy was pretty. I'll say he was polite. He was calm. It just he couldn't take it.
He ain't ready.
I found that passive aggressive approach is a little better.
Oh yeah, what?
They want to ridicule you, and you just politely laugh at them. You
Yep.
call this a proof?
He's got
This the best you got? Well, I pointed out the number one critical thing from the beginning. You're asking the level, the standard for evidence of what I say is greater than the standard for the evidence of where you believe you live. And you believe it. You can't give any scientific evidence. That's how I like to start it. Miggy likes to start with the 3 points, and I think that just demonstrates what I'm trying to say when I show them, if yours isn't a belief system, show me some scientific evidence. And then you just got to be consistent on the standard of scientific evidence. That's it. Because eventually, in the beginning of the sentence or the beginning of the conversation, within minutes, they're going to know. They've already tried to figure out what scientific evidence, after you critique a couple, they realize nothing they ever thought was an experiment or science doesn't adhere to the scientific method. QE used to do it like this. Just you bust out your science, prove me wrong. Before you even hear my model, just prove me. Because they made this straw man model for us. They keep debunking a model we don't even agree with.
Well, it's like the Vsauce video and that, isn't it?
Yeah, Vsauce is all over Flat Earth Society. To be honest, I think FES is jacking Vsauce, jacking him off and giving him a portion of the profits. Keep mentioning me, bro.
Oh, FES. All right, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, FES, Infinite Plane Society. I don't like either one of them dudes. They come here, and I'm going to be debating them right here. I'll shut everybody down. I'll mute the whole damn line.
Who's FES? Sorry?
Flat Earth Society. IPS. Well, it's a person on a profile, and it's the Flat Earth Society. You could use it. You can use it to identify the whole group, or just the one guy whose profile is FES.
Yeah, that's all I was asking.
IPS.
That's all I was asking whether or not he was a group.
I can't remember his damn name right now, but if you look up the founder of the Flat Earth Society, him and IPS are Infinite Plane Society. They're fucking buddies. They're a couple queers. Just getting paid by the government.
When's IPS coming
next?
Don't turn the TV off. I'm watching it.
I don't think IPS will come back in here. Last time he came in here, I beat the shit out of him. Meemore Bet said I was doing it so good. Meemore was like, anybody says one thing to Mike about being too mean, and you're banned. I don't care if you're a mod. But listen, this is a dude. We're constantly defending their retarded models when they just go rattle on and they don't have any fucking evidence of any of that shit. None of it. Most of it's easily debunked. And when they just throw this all out here and say, yeah, we're the Flat Earth Society, and they try their hardest to make us look like a bunch of fucking retards.
Yep.
You got to know damn well that they're not with us. They're trolling us.
It's like
They're the biggest.
People say to me, how come you've got a problem with people like Mark Sargent or Eric Bay or anyone? I'm like, why wouldn't I? These cunts have added such a high burden of proof to this.
The dude wore a fucking dress, man. Now, I used to like Dubé, but after the dress thing, I'd like to pay his ass to come fight me and bring your little ripped up yoga ass. Let's be the two fittest fucking Flat Earthers, and let's just duke it out in the cage and fucking promote that shit. You can put it on your channel. You can get paid, dog. MJS versus DeBay. So I'll knock you straight out of that dress. If you ever wear it and call yourself a flat earther again, I'm getting a plane ticket, motherfucker.
I've tried to get him. Listen, I know him personally as well. I've tried to get him to come on here a few times, and he's like, "I don't really like this school." I'm like, dude, like you should just do it just to boost our fucking site. Like I said, like yeah, we can make sure people don't punch you.
That's because some people like to call him out on some of the dumb shit he said.
Of course,
and done.
Yeah,
but
I'd make sure it was cool.
Listen, I don't care if my wife said I'd look cute in a dress. I'd divorce that. We'd have been divorced sooner, dog. It wouldn't took infidelity, you know what I mean? I'd have divorced her right then and there. I'm not wearing a damn dress. I'm a real man. I don't care who. If the Pope said it, I'd kick the Pope's ass. Just because you wear a dress all day long, Pope, and a funny hat, doesn't mean I'm.
Does a kilt count as a dress?
No. End of. No.
A kilt. Well, the guys that wear them kilts are manly men. I'll give them that. I'm not trying to fight no Braveheart motherfucker.
My family used to fucking kill people in kilts. Like it's, you know, it was good fun and battle basically.
Well,
you know.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to fight no Braveheart motherfucker. You know what I mean? Gonna play the bagpipes at my funeral that he just promoted. I didn't see his cousin. Didn't see his cousin behind me.
But that's what I mean. It's like, you know, kilts aren't the same. You know, there was rhyme and reason to that shit. You know, you've got...
a kilt's made for a man. It's not a man's skirt. It's a kilt.
Nope. And it's for freedom of movement and all that sort of stuff. And you know, you're in the Highlands.
But dresses also give you freedom of movement.
Yeah, they do, but we're talking about a man wearing a dress that.
I'm sorry, I just don't see the problem. In a man
well, hold on.
You're talking a little bit tongue in cheek, really.
Listen, hold up. They didn't have talc powder in the Highlands, you know what I'm saying? So they had to air dry them things.
If you don't realize, you know, you're sort of talking a little bit tongue in cheek, you know.
It's about airflow.
Yes, it's about airflow.
It is.
I don't know, man. Sometimes I wear these pants and they're so tight. I'd rather wear one of those things.
Oh, you wear tight jeans?
No, it's when I sit down and stuff. I don't know.
Skinny? I'm picking on you. I know you probably don't wear skinny jeans.
Nah, no skinny jeans, but they do get tight.
I like sweats when I'm not working. When I'm not representing, you know.
I could see you in a pair of Dickies, like some 41 Dickies.
I wear some Dickies. I got some Dickies.
Oh, mate, get out.
They're thicker jeans, man. You think I shovel shit in a pair of fucking Calvin Kleins or something, you know?
No. You just don't go out to weird 3/4 lengths.
Man, I wear overalls sometimes when I go out and clean stalls.
I wear overalls all the time. What are you on about?
Well, I'm just saying, what the Dickies makes overalls too, bro. They're thicker
Dickies
jeans.
to me. Listen, Dickies to me are a pair of jeans that are like baggy and 3/4 lengths.
Oh, I'm talking about Dickies work apparel.
No, I'm not about them.
Here, I'll show you.
I'll show you. I'm on about the gay Blink 182, some 41 sort of trouser short things.
Oh no, these are like cargo work jeans with cargo pockets.
Who's the young lady who spoke?
It was Clo, CLO.
Where is she?
Hyder.
So Look, this is a pair of Dickies. They're,
She had a good point. So come on.
they're work pants. Oh, she did. I wondered about the kelp myself.
We know that kills work on a flat earth, so it's all good.
I just want to know what women think about men wearing a kilt.
I don't know. Honestly, I think men wearing dresses is fine, but that's just my opinion. And I guess that's kind of like a new generational sort of thing. Quite a lot of young people are fine with it. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't see the problem. Like, I get.
But listen, 1 second. Would you prefer a man to?
I don't care who's
be a real. I'm just saying, man. You know, if law and order was to just disappear, you know, you're probably going to stand next to the guy who's not wearing a dress to protect you. Is all I'm saying. You know, he's not making a point about who they are or anything like that. He's just saying, you know, he's a manly man, so he wouldn't wear one, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not a little feminine snowflake. I'm not wearing a dress. You want to see my knees? You're going to have to unpant me.
Father figures don't wear dresses.
I've seen my dad in a dress.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry that happened.
I'm sorry.
We both apologise at the same time, right?
I know we all did. We're like, oh my god, I'm sorry.
Hey, Jazza wears dresses, right, Jazza?
Yeah, they call me Michael, not Michelle. That's all I got to say. You see what I'm talking about, though? To you, Dickies is a certain gay style, I guess. But I'm talking about an actual name brand jeans.
Yeah, no, I'll look 1 second. You know. But no, like, with kilts though as well, right? My family has got over 50 different weave patterns that we've copyrighted pretty much as well. Like, you can't legally wear them, put it that way, in Scotland. You'll be arrested. Genuinely, you can be arrested for it.
But it's funny, I'm choking on a hooter and he posts Elon Musk smoking a hooter. Or is that a cigarette?
Sometimes kilts look cooler as well, man. But some of it, like, you know, you should carry weapons under kilts as well. And as well, kilts are not just used for like wearing around the waist. You know what I mean? You'd sometimes have 8 of them on you, and it would pretty much make up a backpack as well. People don't know this. You know, and obviously if you've got 8 kilts on you and you've got the right, you know, fastening.
That's crack villain for you. Carrying weapons under the curtain.
Yeah.
In a world where women think it's cool for men to wear dresses.
Weapons of mass seduction.
And those men think they live on a globe.
Weapons of mass seduction.
So I wonder, does the man wear his ball cap or his cowboy hat with his dress? What kind of hat would you wear with a dress? You got to be one of them girls' gardening hats.
Just wear the long hair.
Big straw. Oh, you wear a wig. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got long hair.
And crack villain has long hair.
Yeah.
All he needs is a wig.
Listen, I shaved my head.
The kilt, my man.
14.
I wear a cord cut.
Yeah, I used to do, you know, number 0 all over me, but now my hair's like quite long, and it's shaved at the side. To be honest, like, you know,
Villain, are you underwater?
Yeah.
You better not have us in the bathroom with you, damn it.
No, I got you in my pocket for a second. I'm trying to get my ass ready to do something. Gotta go out. I've plugged the phone in. Jeez. I didn't realise how low it was.
I like how people sometimes use popularity as an excuse to say something's cool. I could turn that and say, well, all the guys at the asylum, the mental asylum, they wear Daisy Dukes, so me wearing Daisy Dukes is cool. All the convicts wear state blues, so I must look good in state blues too. Or in our county jail, they wear orange jumpsuits, so orange jumpsuits are cool. Godric, what's up?
Been fun, guys. Have a lovely night, evening, morning, good afternoon, whatever it is. So I'm going to retire to the boudoir and enjoy listening. Cheers, guys.
You as well, sir. Thank you.
Is the boudoir the toilet? What's a boudoir?
No.
It's what?
Bedroom.
Oh, the bedroom. Oh, okay.
Fucking
He's
toilet.
taking it. He's taking us to bed with him.
And you take her into your toilet. And you
I don't know. I'm a damn Yankee, man.
A Yankee think about toilets.
Yeah, at first I thought he was saying, you know, that thing you spray your butt with in them French toilets.
That's a bidet.
I know what
Michael,
it is.
Michael, if you gotta go, you gotta go, bro.
I'm just fucking with you. I didn't know what the boudoir was, though.
We're not gonna judge you if you gotta go, bro.
Hey, well, everybody.
Do you know what a
everybody
bidet is?
drops a load, right? You drop a load, don't you, bro?
Wait,
Sometimes.
Pinch
You
a
know
load.
What the fuck? I'm gonna start muting motherfuckers in a minute.
What? You don't poop? You don't poop, bro? You like?
He does, but he doesn't think about it.
He's the leader of China or whatever. He's Kim Woo.
Yeah. No, but to be
That
fair, bro,
motherfucker never shit.
do you know what bidets are good for? Like you're washing your feet. Wash your feet in them, bro. Trust.
Well, I could put more imagination into it than that, but
Nah. You ever use one, Battle Mod?
no.
Shoots like a jet of water up into your arsehole.
Yeah, I know. Closest thing I got to that is hooked up to my sink in the kitchen for rinsing dishes.
And you use it for that?
I use it for rinsing dishes, yeah. I'm not gonna bust my ass out in the kitchen sink where I wash my dishes.
That's why you wear a dress for easy access for that thing.
Or kill, huh?
Battle Mod's slagging people off in dresses, and he sat there with like crotchless.
That's why. So that's why you guys wear them kilts, so you can just easy access to the ball washer, huh?
Yeah.
Spray your bunghole and your testicles.
Only
we're all out there now. Damn it, we're all out there now. There's 5 girls on the live stream and 2 in the VC talking about, I wish these dudes would shut up.
Yeah. Wishing never done anything. Keep on wishing. Right.
Everybody gotta have a dream, right?
When you started talking about kilts and men wearing dresses, I was just reminded. I did. I'm a very good seamstress, so I can basically
that
sew.
again?
When you were talking about kilts and
Right.
men wearing dresses and that shit, so I looked up when the sewing machine was invented. A couple of years ago, I did read a very interesting book about how clothing has evolved. And there's some really interesting stuff in there, the wacky things that people used to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, some very weird stuff.
Got an example?
The kilt, it was easy to make without a sewing machine.
Yeah, of course. There's a weave.
Not only their clothing, but their shoes and their hair and the makeup, and they didn't used to bath, and they didn't used to wash their hair. In France, especially in like the 17th century, those people who had one bath a year,
Yeah.
they used to douse themselves in perfume.
And petunia. Well, a lot of the time, you use patchouli and stuff, essential oils. Really, back then, perfume. Yeah, if you were higher class, you would have perfumes made up, right, and suspended essential oils in an alcohol.
Here's the thing. Here's the funny thing. Isn't toilet water French perfume?
What?
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. It's a
toilet water.
It's a watered down version of actual perfume, because perfume always comes in different strengths.
It's not. Order to let.
It's a weaker version of an actual perfume.
Yeah, you're correct.
But I was thinking the invention of the sewing machine really changed the way people operated in this world. Because prior to that, where everything had to be hand sewn with a needle and a thread,
Cool.
People used to own one outfit. Like, this is my outfit for doing everything. And then maybe like switch it out with one other outfit
Why
for
do you
special
think-
occasions.
Why do you think the Scottish guys wore kilts? It was so that you were able, and I know that's why you're saying it. And that's the point. Is it was very easy to carry 14 pieces of brilliantly woven cloth because we had looms, right? We had the ability, and we had very good weaves and very good weave patterns even. So you have the right fastenings, right? To simply attach this together, right? You have the right findings, and it's very easy to change that out so you're not so dirty,
Exactly.
when you get cold or wet.
So this whole feminization of men and the way they dress has really got to do with just generally how mankind has become so decadent. You can never fill an empty person's need. They'll always find another product that they think they have to have because it will make them happy.
Amen. Them people don't know happiness is a choice. Once you choose it, you don't need shit.
Same as what success is.
Yeah, happiness is a job, man. You gotta choose it, and then you gotta work to stay happy. It
you gotta get after it every day.
It can't be based on accomplishments or ownership, material things.
Oh no, damn straight. Damn fucking straight.
Alright. Do your best, try your hardest, and be happy with your results. You gotta choose to be happy.
You true, bro. Happiness is
I
definitely
worked my entire life. I worked my ass off, and I chose to do it, and I was happy while I did it. I worked my back into the ground, and I'm still happy even though my back's sore all the time. I choose it. Yeah, it's Uday Talawada. Uday Talawada.
You're an idiot.
Down. Oh my god, I thought that stuff was so strong when my grandma used it. And now I found out it's watered down. Oh, the France must have stunk.
Of course it did. The French are dirty bastards as well. End of. You're a twat. Where's everybody at?
England.
America.
Huh?
Nouvelle-Zélande.
Did you say to me?
Take to
Antarctica.
BC.
You just call my mum a bitch. Fuck.
No.
Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Yeah, I called her that last night, mate.
Nouvelle-Zélande.
You're at a bar there. Oh, Sierra Leone.
Yeah, Sierra Leone. Fuck, you got it.
That doesn't sound like a Sierra Leonean accent.
That's definitely not, mate. It's fucking a Nouvelle-Zélande accent.
New Zealand.
People can move.
You having a tinny in the park playing some cricket?
Definitely not, mate. Don't dabble in that shit. But having a game of cricket by mind you.
Wait, so you're not having a tinny, but you are playing cricket?
I'm not doing either of those things.
Why? Were you lying then? You said you were.
I was just going along.
Why would he lie? Why would he lie?
Why would he lie?
Why would I lie?
Would I lie to you, baby?
Baby, will I lie to you? Tell me
Don't
once
you
or
even
twice.
know? Would I lie to you?
That's such a tune.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Like epic 90s.
I'm about to start clapping up pricks.
That's not 90s.
Come on, let me crush the blood clot road then. Piece of shit, you know.
Demands them? Did I say that right? Allow it? Am I down with the kids now? I just said demands them, allow it. Am I down with the kids yet?
Not yet, mate.
Oh.
You got to first. You got to be
but you
skiing
aged
first.
like 20 years or something. What's wrong with you?
Bro, you got to be skiing first.
Alright. I got to learn how to kiss my teeth.
Bitch canaille. Oh my days. Oh, that girl's butters, bro.
I know what that means. That's Essex slang.
Yeah, I know. You're like to me. You're like you haven't met Essex girls. I'm like, I fucking have. They're slags, I know.
Hey, you can't complain about Essex girls unless you're from Essex. It's not allowed.
Right.
I will not allow it.
I won't allow it. You overstand me, Crypto.
Yes, I overstand you.
Yeah. Don't start like over-explaining shit, man. Already overstands. No, I don't want to receive.
You don't understand me. No, I understand you. No, but you don't understand.
Yeah.
Isn't that a
Exactly.
legal term?
Probably.
Overstand? Yeah, no, it's no. It's a fucking ghetto term.
How's it, my brew? I'm speaking to the South African lady. How's it, my brew?
Oh, right.
Is lekker?
Oh,
I'll be right back. One sec.
you've hung around with some South African.
I'm half South African.
Oh, really? Praat jy die taal, broer?
I don't know much Afrikaans. Like, I know, like, slip it. It's like, course is on the top, whenever it's dinner time. But no, I couldn't have a conversation.
I hardly speak it anymore. I was with my sister on the phone, and I was trying to say to her, I was wearing gloves, and in Afrikaans the word for glove is literally translated into hand shoe, a shoe for your hand.
So handschoenen. What would shoe be? Handschoen. Yeah, okay.
And as I said the word in Afrikaans, handskoene, then it suddenly occurred to me that that's not even a word. And I was like, is that even a word? I said to my sister. And she was like rolling on the floor at me because I don't use my mother language. I use it so infrequently. And I don't read in it. I don't look at the news or what's going on in South Africa. So suddenly talking in that language was like, I just said this word. Is it even a word? It just sounded so.
That's a lovely language, though.
It just sounded so. No, that's too stupid to be a word.
Yeah. The thing is, though, I mean, Dutch, German, and Afrikaans by extension, they do have a lot of these very literal words just like smashed together.
Yes.
Well, there's a word, I think, like a wardrobe.
Like to make an omelette?
Sorry?
It says smash together. I'm asking to make an omelette or something?
Exactly.
Okay.
German is the omelette of language. But they'll literally take 3 or 4 words and they'll just go, oh, well, I like all of the meanings of all these words. I'll just put them together.
That's a good way of explaining it, actually.
Yeah.
So you get a shoe, and you get a shoe for your hand. It's a glove.
Yeah.
Why not?
The Germans are probably looking at us going, why do you need a separate word? What's wrong with you? We already have hand and we have shoe. Hand, shoe. Does that come from Dutch, or is that just like an Afrikaans thing?
I think it's also a Flemish thing, because I went to Belgium, and I was in the shopping district, and I went to have a meal in a restaurant, and I was sitting there, and I could absolutely understand everything that people were talking around me, more so than in the Netherlands, where in different regions people can sound, and they talk quite, they sound different. It's like the difference between an English person and somebody that you'd meet in Sucky Hall Street in Glasgow.
I see, yeah.
I find it far easier when I'm traveling in Belgium to understand people, all the time. In the Netherlands, not so much. But I was really surprised because I came with 2 Swedish brothers, and we've come to the realization that so many words from Dutch, which obviously occurs in Afrikaans, they're exactly the same as in Swedish. And the word lekker actually is in Swedish as well. And I thought that was a really unique South African word. But it's quite surprising how in Europe, Well, you know, when I came to Europe, I knew nothing about Europeans. Nothing. I didn't know about.
Didn't miss much.
Oi!
I didn't know how much the Dutch hated the Germans and how much the French looked down on everyone. And how
I think a lot of that's kind of not really true. It's kind of like we have these stereotypes. So, like, as an English person, it's like, I have to hate the French. Well, I don't. So, you know, it's a personal decision just not to hate them. You know.
Wait, have you never met them?
I mean, I've got French family.
Ah, okay, so it's an obligation.
It's not optional.
Oh, God, bastard! Yeah.
it was things that people in Europe sort of, I'm not saying that expressed feelings or ideas about people. You know, in the gaming world, Russians have a very bad reputation.
Russians in what world?
In the gaming arena.
You talking about Vlad?
Because hacks.
No, you're talking about Vlad. We have a resident Russian gamer.
Yeah, I've spoken to Vlad.
Yeah, he's
So it's these funny conceptions that Europeans have of each other, which to me was like everything was so new, you know.
Where are you from? South Africa?
I'm from Durban, which
Durban?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Durban.
my family heritage is actually German/French.
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
No, fucking hell. Sorry. It is like that though, isn't it? It's just like all South Africans have got like German descent somewhere. Unless they're black, obviously.
I think during the gold rush, people from all over Europe ended up in Africa and left roots
Of course.
there.
You kind of got to go there to colonize it, right? You know?
You know, it was all about the diamonds and the gold.
Of course. It's really actually, I love gold mining. Like, I know quite a lot about it as well. I'd love to be able to be involved in gold mining, but there's not enough gold to invest in that anymore, really.
I was watching a guy on YouTube the other day who was gold mining with a magnet.
Really?
He was like casting it into, chucking the thing on a string, and then just like reeling it in. I'm fishing for gold with my magnet.
What an idiot. Gold is not magnetic. Gold isn't
there's-
magnetic.
There's some kind of magnet that you can actually use. You can Google it.
I don't know.
mean, check it out on YouTube.
Is it like a handheld small hat?
You mean small hats? What's that? Oh, I see what you mean.
A yid on a string.
No.
Oh, that's funny. No, it was actually.
Who's that speaking?
It's Mr. Savvy, of course.
Elisha! My G, my South London G.
Hello, guys.
That's some fake news, by the way.
Yeah, it's fake news, but that's the point. I love you, bro. Missed you.
Hey,
Missed you, darling.
Hi, this is Conspiracy.
Hi, Conspiracy.
Hello.
Hey, I was in a Facebook game group tonight, and someone sent me a link on Elon Musk's Starlink satellite stream seen in the sky view,
Right.
and it looks like a bunch of like party lights, like just going across the night sky. Has anybody seen that? I posted
Yeah, I did.
What do you?
It's proof of Santa Claus, finally.
Well, I'm not suggesting that it's proof of anything. I was just wondering if you guys seen it and what
Yeah.
were your thoughts on it.
Never
bunch of
seen it.
rockets.
I'm looking at it now. I have no idea what it is.
I saw it in real life. I observed it, but I could also hear it.
I observed it as well.
I could hear it as well, though. I could actually hear it.
It looks like one of those planes with a banner on the end of it.
Right, because personally, I haven't really been under the belief that there are actually satellites up there.
Can I just
in
mention
outer
this? When I witnessed it and I could hear it, right? It was like a volley of rockets. No joke.
Just to look at, you couldn't hear anything, could you?
I heard something, but I'm in a different location to you, so altitude's important, right? I could personally audibly hear them.
Was that guy?
So do you think that's 60 satellites just or what do you think that is?
They are being launched with balloons. You can check out the Swedish space agency, where they launch these massive. Well, we refer to them as satelloons. And you can see how many of these have been launched. You know, you can't produce helium. After the Second World War.
Don't tell me what to do.
You know, the Zeppelins?
Yeah.
In Egypt. So that was a psyop to get rid of those things, because they would give private individuals the ability to go up and see that the Earth wasn't rotating.
Yeah.
So they couldn't have individuals, because you can produce helium you can do it. It's not like a big thing.
This is the issue as well. It wasn't just helium. A lot of it was hydrogen, right? So that's what made them so fucking explosive. You know, I don't know if you've looked into this, but they use them now. Like there's actually a ship that they have now called the Flying Bum. It's called that because it literally looks like a bum and it flies, obviously. But this thing.
Have you seen the ones that NASA and them create?
Yeah. I'm talking about the military one. I'm talking about the military one. Though.
Yeah, JPL does them for the military too, Zeppelins, and they look like jets or flying saucers.
The one I'm on about looks like a flying bum, and the way they want it carries 6,000 men. Right, sorry.
Why does that make sense that there would be that many satellites? And look how close they are together. Like, what would be the logic in having?
Well, the idea behind it, I guess, would be
propaganda, surely.
Yeah,
it's the Skylink thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's supposed to be a relay of information, connectivity to one another in order to have better connectivity to the ground.
Building this grid.
What do you think of the 5G thing? How do you guys feel about 5G? Like, there's been a lot
that's related to it.
So, hey, you know they make upper atmospheric airships. They call them airships now. The Army, the Marine Corps, the Navy.
Yep.
They can go in the upper atmosphere with their new Zeppelin.
Yep.
It's called a dirigible.
Just to say to that lady, remember I said about this thing called the Flying Bum? I'll get a picture of it for you in a minute. Don't worry, no bum pics. But so basically, the way they
look like
altitude, yeah, just type it in, you'll find it, BMod, like straight away. But yeah, so the way they increase and decrease in altitude is actually by releasing. Wait there, one sec. They decrease and increase the amount of helium, right? And that's how it's very accurate going, increasing or decreasing its altitude. And they just use push propellers for the ability to actually turn left or right. And they're able to actually spray helium out, right? Actually into the propeller, for instance, when they want to change like the density of the gas where the propellers are, for instance, like either to like not so much brake, but to like get rid of thrust straight away when these things are spooled up really fast. They can like instantly change the pressure behind it. It's really fucking weird the way they work, but they're very, very accurate what they are.
So I saw a guy explaining from looking at the paperwork from the Swedish space program that the different parts of the Mir space station, the International Space Station, was launched from there via these helium balloons. And if you look at the amount of helium that NASA buys every year, and there's no plausible explanation for what do they actually need that for. So that's part of the reason why I am here today.
They're the largest. They're the largest consumer of helium and hydrogen. Yeah. And they're the first ones that came out with the Satelloon project. It was Echo 1. Echo 1.
The other day I was looking at flight paths in real time. You know, I don't know. You can just Google it; it comes up, and you can actually see which balloons are also. You also see balloons if you look at the flight paths where the aeroplanes are flying at the moment. If you look at it in real time.
So how long do these things that you've posted, Crack and Battle Mode, how long can they stay in the air without having to refuel for just helium?
Indefinitely, technically.
Yeah, definitely. Because they
Okay,
can.
so
They,
this is the other
they
question.
can
I
use
have they got?
electrolysis to.
Oh, they produce it on board.
Mate, literally right there. So they've got scrub machines on board that are able to scrub everything out of the atmosphere other than helium as well, Elisha.
Nice.
So they're able to
Because
collect.
my thinking was like, well, if you have enough of it and you've made it big enough and you have a decent lightweight container to recompress it, then you can take and fill up, like, you know, just like you were saying, filling up or reducing the amount of helium, and you'd never have to actually get a new supply, right? Because
DARPA is one of the largest producers of these ships.
Well, as well.
What you said, it's even better, right? They'd only have to go down
so they've
for
got
food.
listen. They've got two systems, right? So they have the scrub. They have a carbon scrub type chemical carbon scrub. It's a bit more difficult than that. It's like like a rebreather when you don't want to produce bubbles with, diving like the Navy SEALs use, right? So, what's it? So they can scrub out other parts of the atmosphere and pull helium back in. Then they have a system that's able to re-energize helium that has basically slowed down. So it electrifies it inside of the fucking thing.
So wait, all they need is a recycling for water and some hydroponics, or whatever, and they would never have to come back.
Listen, you do electrolysis. Hold up. You do electrolysis. And simple dehumidifiers can extract the damn water from the atmosphere up there.
Right.
So you can have a constant supply of water.
So as long as you go up with enough seeds, you'd never have to come back down for anything.
It's already on there, the system for it, because you think about when you constrain moisture from the air, you can collect it on, finials that are tilted, and then you can collect that condensation. But that's beside the point. There's people that can create machines now that can bond hydrogen and oxygen together, right? And create water out of thin air as well at low altitude, at ground level, right? Sea level. So you think how easy it is up there. And then, like I said, there's one that says 6,000 men, but then I'm reading a minute ago, basically they reckon they fit 20,000 Marines on one. So you could easily fucking have cows and shit on this fucking thing, and you could have so much shit on it, bro.
Yeah, you could just dump the waste over the edge.
It's like a small town.
Like a train that just dumps crap at different points. They just go over Pacific and go ching. That would be hilarious. Now all you need is a cloaking device, and then we can all disappear when the world goes crazy.
Yeah, I don't see why the shuttles couldn't be an airship. A shuttle.
Well, I've said this as well.
Look, they make them in Canada too. This one's from Quebec.
Isn't that what I think it's that Dutch guy who's got some out there ideas who comes in here every now and then. He says that's how they do the rockets, right? That the rockets are like primarily filled with helium.
Rockets, technically, by description.
Arwen, that's the one.
Arwen, yeah.
Arwen.
I remember him saying something about it. Yeah, I don't know whether what he's saying is legit, and that's why I said he's got some out there conceptions. But he
just
did
want to
mention.
say it. Arwen does the science, bro.
Don't. Listen, I love what he says. Sometimes he's brilliant. Don't get me wrong, but it's mad.
What he says about the rockets makes sense, though, right? Why would they waste on fuel when they can just fill up that dildo with helium and just chuck it in the air.
That phallic symbol. That phallic symbol.
Yeah, that's why I said it like that. Because they're a bunch
The
of
very phallic nature of a rocket offends me.
Yeah, man, they're obsessed with penises because they don't seem to have any.
And balls, too, obviously.
Oh, well, that's a given, right?
Best, right? But listen,
It's got to do with that mentality that men rule Earth.
But no, you're right though. So in essence though, it's like the whole thing with rockets. It's like people are just. I don't know why people don't understand this. That we went to the moon. No, there was an arms race. Rockets, intercontinental ballistic missiles, right? Basically planes that don't need to have wings, for instance, because there's no people on board. Meaning, you're not going to kill people with these G-forces. So now you can fast travel to somewhere, right, across the Earth. This is a big enough motivation for the whole race with the arms race, right? Being able to tactically strike an area to create a radar corridor. If anyone knows what a radar corridor is, it's where you wipe out radar strategically in a straight line into the capital city of a country, so that you're able to take big heavy bombers with multiple 2,000 pound bombs and fly through and not be detected by the radar, and thus automatically locked onto with surface to air missiles, right? So this is why rockets are important. They're so fast that it's hard to take them out once they start going. And then when you start talking about shape charges mixed in with bunker busters and all these different things, you even hit some of these rockets, they're able to just break in half. This is why they had so many catch and release systems with rockets, because the whole point is to negate any type of countermeasure that would stop them from doing their fucking job.
Obviously.
All we have to do is turn our homesteads into able to convert them at a moment's notice into one of these Satelloon thingies. And then
You got a
we're sorted.
homestead?
Not yet.
Oh, I was about to say,
think
I'll come
about it,
over.
right? You have like a huge system, and whenever it gets to that stage, you just hit the big red button, and then the whole thing just goes whoop up in the air. See ya.
So what you're saying is here comes the man, honey, hit the button.
Yep.
Wow, man. Not just one man. If it's just one man, I'll grab my 22, but not even that. I'd grab my flipping pebble and just launch at him. But
One man,
when the whole place
if he's not armed, just me, the pit bull, and the machete.
Oh, if he's not armed, I'll send the little puppies to deal with him.
You need a pit bull.
I got some of these.
You hear battle mod? Overkill much. I need a pit bull and a machete for a man that's not armed.
Well, my machete's a survival machete, man. I'll split a log with it.
I don't care. I get that. This guy ain't surviving.
And it doesn't even need to be because things have got bad. It just like it's a bit rainy. It's a bit rainy this autumn. I'm gonna take my homestead to Hawaii.
Yeah, it's not an overkill, bro. I don't half-ass anything.
No, but
get her done.
Get this right. You're not getting enough sun in your summer, so you just hoist up your homestead and you take it to the equator for a bit, so you can get some good juice.
Mike could be like, "Hey, hon, let's have lunch in the rainforest or over it."
Here's a good point. B-mod.
Let's go check that out.
Listen, wait there, all of you guys. I don't know if any of you heard about this. This is very fucking interesting. There's a guy, that created an island that was 3 miles squared out of plastic bottles. It had grass. It had trees on it. Yeah. No joke, innit? It's 3 miles squared now, right? And he floats around. Listen, he did it over like many, many years, but he floats around the Mediterranean. It's made out of tires. It's made out of inflatable devices. And he literally like got soil, put it on it, started planting fucking seeds. He's got banana trees, oranges. He's got almonds. He's got he's got an oak tree on it now. Literally like a 25-year-old oak tree. He's got a brick house. I'm not even joking you, right? I don't know how he managed to stabilize that so that it doesn't fall apart. I'm pretty sure he sort of used like a rubberized type of sediment, between the bricks or whatever. But mate, it was, to be fair, I sort of kept up with the guy for a bit, and I just remembered as we're talking about this that I need to look back into him, because I remember when I first heard about him, it wasn't that great, but it got better and better over 5 years. I was like, wow.
Interesting. So I don't think you'd be a fan of instant recycling of plastic.
No, he does
we
that.
just pour an Enzyme on his island and it's all gone.
Right.
I was just watching a guy in the Far East who made a machine that he takes plastic and he this machine reverts it to its original.
Yeah, I think he's a Japanese guy. He just he had a machine. He applies electricity and flame, and he gets it back to oil. Yeah, post a video. I posted that like a couple days ago.
You know that people in Syria are doing that all day, every day, like just burning plastic and turning it into diesel. Yeah, I've done it.
Seriously?
Yeah, that's what that guy's doing, but just in a different way. He's just doing it in a different way. He's using a slightly different method. Like, mate, I've done that myself. Mate,
Seriously,
bro. Yeah. I don't know if anyone else has done that.
I posted the link. You don't necessarily have to go this detailed, this nip about it. You can do it more basically, for sure.
Yeah. 3 kilograms of CO2.
It's the way of these Nipponese. They like to take things to the extreme.
I was reading an article on Zero Hedge last night about where are all these lithium batteries going to come from for
the salt flats in Mexico.
For the manufacturing of all these electric vehicles.
Do you not know that?
That is just pure and utter stupidity. But he was actually going into so the base metals, where are they? What prices are they currently selling at? So the whole green agenda rests on, this zero carbon emission and replacing everything with electricity that's just going to, magically appear to power up your lithium battery, which is like...
Yeah, this is the issue.
But it is a good topic, though, because all those things require loads of silver, so...
can I just add as well?
For you, if you want to get an investment that's going to...
Silver is important. In this,
this whole Wall Street, when everybody was holding onto their silver and buying silver, and then somebody said, manufacturing industries, especially the solar industry as well, they use a lot of silver. So if there's no silver in circulation and people are going to present themselves with their share certificate to say, I demand the physical silver, give it to me now, which is what you can do.
They won't get anything.
And then I was reading about silver mining, that silver in the Earth's crust, it's spread very thin. So the mining process for that requires so much water. Same for lithium mining. So, you think these people can sell you the idea that an electric vehicle is like the best thing for the environment. In the meantime, if you think it through, it's more damaging to the environment.
Well, it's a lot worse.
It's yes and no, because the way they're doing it is a scam currently, right? The original idea was an electric vehicle. Before petrol, it was electric. But if you take it the proper way and you do it the proper way, it won't be damaging. Not that damaging even means anything, really. People don't know what they're talking about half the time. But it's more efficient and it's better. The whole reason, well, part of the reason why they even started burning pretend fossil fuels was, sorry, that was a bit loud. Was because it was a byproduct for all the nonsense they were doing. It was like, we need to get rid of this, and it was all agenda. It's all the love of money, that kind of stuff, right?
Well, listen, do you know what it is, right? Do you know why the idea of fossil fuels is introduced and why we pretend it's a finite resource? It's because what you need to do when you start off selling energy to people is you need to make them understand that this thing can run out so that you can put a hefty price tag on it. So and then but it becomes natural to pay this amount, right? Natural. That's what we've experienced. That's what we understand. So when we go over to some form of even an energy that we just take out of thin air, something that's renewable, right? Even systems like using like the pyramids, for instance. Like it's not some like voodoo hoodoo poco shit. It's literally like fucking limestone, right? Water running down it. You have a pressurized system in there. You have potentially, acoustic frequency. You have quartz crystals inside of, forms of sheets of marble. Water runs down it. It gets energized. It runs through the limestone that you can doctor to make this work better. And in doing so, if you collect that then onto something that can collect the energy, like let's say gold rods, for instance, that are vibrating, because you've got a guy in the corner singing all day, right, echoing it off of a pyramid shape. You can actually collect energy, right? So the thing is like, so what we're saying is with some prerequisite materials, we can literally take energy out of the air. So okay, so we make something renewable and we don't tell people the methodology of which we're going to retrieve it, and then we can sell it to them at a trickle rate, and they will find that normal and easy. But another worrying thing about this lithium shit is that so recently they found some of the biggest lithium deposits in the world ever seen in Mexico. And I'm like, wow, that's good, isn't it? Not, because people are staging coups over the minerals that are used in the screens of phones. People are staging coups over lithium itself. Elon Musk literally made jokes on Twitter about the fact that he's basically started a coup, and because they're paying different groups, to be able to get control of these resources. But the fact that they found these salt flats that have high amounts of lithium in Mexico is so dangerous with the cartels there and the shaky government. Those interests going toward that country now, that's fucking highly dangerous. You've got different players that are definitely be willing to put the legwork in to try and obtain said materials at any fucking cost. So...
And this is mainly my opinion, but the whole idea of lithium is completely unnecessary.
Sorry, what was that? I forget her name.
I cut you off.
Elon Musk's mother is a Jew, so he's a crypto Jew. funny how that's like not a thing.
Crypto Yid.
Yes.
It's Yid-ish because they're not quite Yid enough.
Yeah.
As well.
But yeah, I mean, and I know I'm going to repeat myself, but the lithium thing was never the original thing needed to do an electric car, right? I mean, Tesla, other people, because the first car was electric before Tesla anyway, but they never used lithium. They either converted. After the fact, they ended up you can just convert current vehicles, right? But originally it was just one little thing, a little motor, boom, 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 and you didn't need these stupid metals. And the other thing is, even if you wanted to, right, you don't actually have to damage the environment, rightly or wrongly, depending on how you see that, in the manner in which you mine it, right? Because if everything is done the purer way, the proper way, using like real radiant energy and all that kind of stuff, then you could go and do efficient mining without burning a bunch of rubbish, without poisoning your workforce or whatever. So all you're doing is just taking resources from the ground, and that doesn't hurt anyone. That's just what they're there for, clearly.
Well, the other point as well is that with main roads and stuff like that, right? So the design of a tram or a bumper car, right? You actually have a live wire going to the thing. I mean, we've got established fucking roads, bro. Like you're telling me that you can't have a system where cars unplug and plug back in, based on some form of a connection or grounding to an area, for instance, right? Like, I just don't see why you can't actually build wires with.
I get that, but then that's ripe for abuse because it's like who controls your road, right? You don't say the right things, then you can't use the road. Whereas if I have my own car that's running on water or hemp fuel or electricity, the way I've done it, then nobody can control it.
No. Yes, they can. You genuinely believe that? I could stop your car if it's electric. Mate, you can stop a car that's electric, petrol, any of them technically, right?
With an IED?
Yeah, well, listen, no, because listen, Elisha. So all I have to do is instate laws that state that you're not allowed to have a vehicle unless it has certain regulations fit, right? Which is already in existence. Okay, every car pretty much that's on the road, other than some classical cars, and even them, actually, in fact, can still be destroyed. Can literally just be EMP'd, and you can do personal EMPs with directed energy as well, and they can be set up at the side of the road, and they can choose to turn your car off at any point you want. You can blow spark plugs, you can blow whole electrical systems up, you can destroy many systems very quickly with a direct EMP.
Not if I build it, because if I build
Of course, mate, but the laws. Listen, what you're going to build is not going to be road legal, so you will get took off the road anyway. Because they already make sure.
I'll just hover over the road and I'll be like, I'm not using the road. What are you talking about?
Well, this is the point. Airspace.
Can't crack.
Airspace.
Hit me with your best shot.
Airspace. Mate, you want to take up airspace instead of road? That's up to you, but it's actually a harder crime, so well done.
Then I'll do cloak and then they'll have to find me.
Alright. Well, at that point, you're on your own. You know, you're Batman. Cool. Do what you want. That's not everyone else. I'm saying everyone else's car can be fucking turned off. So create a wired system with a car with a system that actually, you know, is able to run off its own steam at the same time, right? You know, you're able to do that, is what I'm trying to say. It wouldn't affect anyone at all.
I get it. You know what would be funnier, though? Is just to convince, not convince everyone, but see if you can get everyone to just go back to a horse and cart. It's like, find me now. Get like a bunch of bikies, right?
I wouldn't mind that lifestyle if I had a community of flat earthers in the same location.
Yeah,
you could supercharge the horse.
The Amish. They don't choose anything.
Niggity. 1 second, someone DM'd me. Niggity. Dignity. Basically, dude, yeah, cars can be remote control, but you can't just remote control any car. They have to have the actuators in order to actually move, let's say. So it's like a fly-by-wire plane, for instance, like an F-22, right? A Raptor can be flown potentially with a remote control. Why? Because it has a fly-by-wire system. So now all we need is something that tells those.
From what I understand, you can take over the systems in the car, like the actual electrical. You know, you connect electrically through like.
Cool. This is what I was saying about EMPs and stuff.
Yeah, but you know what you were saying. It has to have a certain like what did you say it has to have?
You can't just like let's say you've got a BMW M3, right? Like I don't care if you've even got power steering. I don't care, right? There is nothing to control that throttle if it doesn't have an actuator to pull the throttle and open up the carburetor.
But you don't think you can tell the car to do that, to accelerate? You can't. You don't think you can code?
No, not. Listen. That's what I'm saying to you. I know this for a fact. You can ask BMod. He's an engineer.
No, I understand. I'm just asking the question.
The car would be able to be remote controlled if it had the technology in order to actually control actuators that are able to do the mechanical jobs needed. But it takes a lot of energy to actually have actuators that are able to open up a carburetor to allow the fuel to come in, right? The oxygen fuel mixture to open up that throttle, right? So just that alone, let alone turning a steering wheel, right? At this point, we're talking a lot of energy in order to do this, usually electrical energy, because we need precise movement. So at this point, we need a lot of battery power, right? So if the car isn't retrofitted, or you'd have to retrofit a car after the fact. You know, this is why electric cars are the ones that are likely to work with this system.
Well, I sent you a video, and it was just a brand new car that they took right off the street, and they remotely hacked into it. So I don't know.
It's doable with certain cars. That's what I'm saying to you, right? So
no, I understand what you're saying, and it has to have the actuator. What did you call it?
It has to have an actuator that's able to remotely be controlled by a different person, right? It also has to have the ability to receive said signal, Okay, like you could even have all that equipment on a car that would allow it, but if you don't even have a receiver to take on said signal, you ain't gonna be able to do anything with it because there's no way of transferring the info.
No, I feel. But what if the car has like a Wi-Fi receiver in it?
Of course, listen, it can have all of that
There's all
shit.
kinds of shit. I'm just kind of. Yeah, you're good. Bro.
I understand that. I'm not like arguing it. I'm just letting you know
No,
it's
I'm
not
not
as
either.
simple as people think because
Definitely no. I know.
definitely
I know.
needs
It
to
takes
have
some
a system.
skills. No, I know. It
But
takes some
it's not
skills that
skills,
you can only be done on certain cars. I understand that. I know you can't just take
Yeah,
a
it
car
needs
from
to
the
be
90s
engineered.
and fucking control it remotely.
Even most cars now, I'll be honest, most cars now even don't have the ability, unless they're completely, like I said, like a fly-by-wire system where every single part of it is an electronical system. Like so like for instance, like a clutch being pushed in, right? The car would have to be automatic for one. Or it would have to have some form of gear change that's very simple, right? Like a 2-stage gear system, like what a flappy paddle gear system is, right? It'd have to have some, because if you're talking about a car with a clutch system that has to manually move a gear with torque, you do need the actuators that are going to push this thing in the way that it's needed in order to do it. All right, and this has got to be very precise, and it's for every individual part of the car. It's for the steering, it's for the clutch, it's for the acceleration, it's for the brakes, and every part has to be able to be pushed and pulled. And usually, these systems are quite big, especially on a petrol car, because it's going to take up the space of where the fucking driver is going to be at some point. It's just not as simple as people think to have cars.
I know it's not simple. I just said it can be done.
Yeah, no, it can be done, but not on a big scale, like where any car can be like driven off of a cliff by someone, or some shit like that. It just, the car would have to be pre-fitted with the requisite material that would allow it to do it. I'm not having a go at you. I'm just explaining.
No,
it.
I know. I definitely agree. I guess in my mind, I just think I'm just over here thinking that there's special people with special abilities that have the ability to hack into like a Tesla automatic, their system and reprogram the GPS to go somewhere else. And I just feel like there's ways of, I like you said, like maybe you have to have this actuator I'm not aware of and shit like that. So
it'd have to be on every mechanical part that needs to be moved.
I get it, but what if the way the car works though is it moves based on you setting a destination and it automatically goes. So if you're able to set that destination, it overrides all that, would it not?
Of course, if the car's a self-drivable car, then it has all of the fly-by-wire.
Well, that's kind of what I was referring to. I didn't really make that.
Those cars are like not even 0.001% of cars that exist.
Really? I don't know, man. There's a lot of new cars, man.
Dude, do you know how many cars that get invented and created? Like, and how many get bought and comparatively? So I'm on about cars that exist in the world, right? Okay, so not just the different makes and models. I'm on about how many cars actually are owned in this planet, right? And on the road. I'm telling you right now, the cars that are able to self-drive are literally less than 0.01%. I can guarantee it.
0.01%? Well,
Yeah,
I'd have to
we're
disagree on
talking
that
billions.
observation, but
No, listen, we're talking about billions of cars here, bro.
yeah,
And we're
I
talking-
understand that, man.
Yeah,
We're
so
talking
literally
about at least 5 to 10 million people have self-driving cars.
Yeah, and that's a very low percentage of.
That's a low
billion.
percentage, not 0.01 or whatever you said. That's very low. I mean, I just disagree with that observation. Just that particular.
Well, you can take it. It's not an exact number. Listen, it's not an exact number. It's not an exact number. It's just to illustrate how low the number is. I believe it's lower
like
than
5%. If you would have given it 5%, would have been good. No,
that's not factual. That's not factual. 5% of
No,
cars.
I didn't say it's factual. I just said you don't think 5% self-driven.
No. That's ridiculous.
I think what you
5%.
think
No.
there's correlation between the cars owned. Like there's that many people, so there's that many cars. There's way more cars than there are people.
No, I know. Oh, I know.
I just don't think you understand. Like,
I'm aware of that. I'm okay. I'm talking about cars that are operational on the road. I'm not counting cars that are sitting in warehouses or cars that are,
Right, so I'm just telling you, bro, that every 100 cars that you see, 5 of them are not fucking self-drivable. Okay? I can assure you of that. And you know that. I'm telling you, it's literally like every 1,000 cars you see, you probably don't even see a self-driving car. And I'm telling you that, and even in London or in Dubai, you don't fucking even see them 1 out of 100. I'm telling you, it's lower than 1% on the road.
Really? Maybe I'm just seeing the same Teslas, bro. But I see quite a bit.
I don't know, mate. Do you know how many Teslas have been built? Not that many. Very low number.
I'm from Indiana, Michigan. Sorry to interrupt.
I'm looking for an article that was on Zero Hedge that said that 143,000 Tesla cars were recalled last week because of systems malfunction. And one of the things that they were concerned about was the dash display.
They can't even get these self-driving cars to work at the moment. The military have only been able to, in the last 10 years, start to control vehicles accurately enough, really, on self-driving abilities. Like, I'm just letting you know, mate, this shit is not simple at all.
Didn't say it was simple, man. It
No,
can
I'm
be
not
done.
saying
That's
that.
all.
No.
My point is, it can be done. That was all I was saying. It's all good, man.
No, I'm not saying that. It's not about like an argument between me and you, mate. I'm just.
Oh, I get it. I know. I understand your point, and I agree with you. Yeah. No big deal, man. I totally agree. I just underestimated it.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like it's because the way I used to see it as well, it's like, oh, every car's got an electronical system and an ECU, so just hack into the ECU, and boom, you can drive it. But it's like, well, what if it doesn't have the fucking parts needed to push the, steering wheel around? What if it doesn't have, or the steering column, for instance? What if it doesn't have the bit to open up the throttle?
You're right, dude. You're definitely right, bro. You got me there. I didn't think of that for sure. So I agree, man. It's definitely it's something I didn't think about, and you're right.
No, that's what I mean. I thought the same like a while back. Like I thought the same. They could just destroy it. They could take it over, but
The weird thing is, I swear I read an article about that before self-driving cars were even like a thing, and like it was just starting to become a thing. And I just don't know. Well, I read it in like 2009, 2010 that they were able to do that, but I just don't know. That's kind of what I was going off of.
Yeah, they were really rare examples where people had engineered like an individualistic prototype. And honestly, because I've been following the self-driving car thing for a while. And they've been trying to do it for ages, and
like GeoHots?
Huh?
Have you seen GeoHots? Self-driving car. He made a camera for it. Never mind. Continue what you were saying. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I'm just saying that they've made a few leaps and bounds in it, but like I said, on a mass level, it's not really been rolled out, and there are actually a lot of worries and certain laws even that restrict these self-driving cars. Like even with like the Teslas, right, that are able to, you put them in autopilot mode, they still have to have that thing where you have to sort of be sat in the car still. You can't. The system doesn't work if you're not in the car. You can't just get it. Like there's no Tesla out there that can drive to your work and pick you up if you decided to get a lift the day before.
Wait, what are you talking about? Aren't there Teslas that you can call your car? It literally does that.
No, they're not legally allowed to do that with that technology. They're not allowed to do pilotless cars through cities or streets at the moment. That's what I'm saying. Like
parking lots, though. That's what I was talking about. I've literally seen somebody call their Tesla to them in the parking lot.
Well, that's cool. I don't know, mate. Maybe look that up, but I'm pretty sure you're not allowed. I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to be in my country. You're not allowed to call your Tesla across London to come and pick you up. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, not across London, obviously, but I'm talking about
the same principle,
10 feet. 10 feet from the.
Well, that's just pulling it out of a spot. So like that's completely different. Like that's literally just like movement from there to there. Like. Right. That's not, and you have to be observing it do that, right? you're technically there around your vehicle in proximity to it, right? This is what I'm saying. The laws in my country, anyway, it's like you're not allowed to basically have a vehicle under your fucking like control, basically, if you're not sat in its seat, because how are they gonna like? There would just be an issue with that because liability type factor and stuff like that, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Who did? Who caused the accident? The car or you?
Yeah.
I get it.
Or some other prick that crashes into you, you know, sees that you're not driving your vehicle and like, oh fuck it, I'll rob it, you know. Insurance isn't going to want to cover it at the beginning. No one wants to cover that at the beginning. Nobody is going to want to cover it.
I wonder how that works when Tesla's actually getting accidents and their self-driving fails, and it was because of that. I wonder if insurance wants like depending on your company what they do. It's interesting.
Mm-hmm. I don't know, man. I don't know where that goes. But Tesla's, like she was saying, is that article? You still got that article?
Yeah, I
Lovely
posted
lady.
it. Yeah, it's all over the internet.
Where is it? No, I just thought you were reading a bit out of it. That was all. Yeah, Cartoon Globe said there isn't a legal framework yet to allow automated driverless functions yet. Teach automotive mechanical, and some of my students work at Tesla. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I thought. In my country, that's the sort of law it is, right? Bloomberg. No, I just thought if you wanted to read it out, that
There's no legal framework, but is there any illegal framework making it illegal to do? That's what I'm saying.
That's what that means. That's what that means. That is what, yeah.
Okay.
Basically, meaning
I thought he was referring there wasn't anything. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, they would have to draw up a legal framework first to allow pilotless automated vehicles.
But what I'm saying is there isn't any rules about it. Does that make it wrong then?
No, it means you don't.
Am I confused the way I'm reading
The point is at the moment to legally have a vehicle that's a weapon. Technically, you have to have someone that's liable sat in the seat. At the minute, the way licensing works is that you as a human are trusted to drive this, meaning that that's the prerequisite. Anything outside of that, right, is not allowed. So you have to create legal framework in order to include pilotless driving. Not that, just because there's nothing written about it, that means it's legal. No, that don't work that way. There's already laws set out that like sort of restrain what we're allowed to do, right? And that's already in there, that you can't just have a pilotless car because it doesn't fulfill the prerequisite of something that's able to be legally insured and covered to be on a road or anything like that. You know, that's what a license is. It shows what you're allowed to currently do, basically. I guess.
It's a privilege, not a right.
Apparently, yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Ariel, I was only asking about the thing because I'm not able to like read any articles or anything right now. What did it say about the dashboard? I know you said something about the dashboard, but
Well, here's a bit that's interesting. It says,
oh, thank you.
yeah, Tesla said it wasn't aware of any crashes or injuries caused by the problem, but the unavailability of the backup camera display, defroster control settings,
Oh, I missed it all. I got disconnected.
and turn
I missed all of it. I got disconnected. Oh, sorry.
So the processor wears out after about 3,000 program and erase cycles. So it needs a firmware update. So it's all kinds of bits that get affected, like the backup camera display, the defroster control settings, and turn signal lighting. These things may increase the risk of a crash. But I've legitimately heard of cars just like going out of control and the driver can't, get control back. And still they are denying that any of this has been caused by like
lack of control over dethrusting. Meaning,
blue screen. Oops.
Mate, that's so hilarious. They just admitted that you haven't got full control over defrosting if this thing goes wrong. I can't let my foot off the accelerator and slow my vehicle down. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That would help cause
I've heard that. Cars just mysteriously speeding up and crashing.
Well, that's what they just admitted to.
Yeah.
They said it, the dethrust capability. It's like, we'll put it in code, like dethrust. People might not know what that means.
There's that.
Oh my god. Wow.
Yeah, they did, didn't they? That makes sense. And they put it in light code to kind of like trip people out to make sure.
Put it in plain language.
Yeah, right, yeah. They just tried to hide it with synonyms, intense synonyms.
This is what they do. Like, this is the point. It's like to have a car that's self-drivable and all this shit. The amount of code and stuff you need, and it's like what the military have done with certain armored vehicles, and the way they do that. But yeah, so the military, what they've done, right, is in order to have like let's say we've got a Mastiff, right, a big vehicle. It's IED resistance, it's got a V-shaped hull, all these different types of things, and we've got a variant of it that's remote controlled. But what they did in order to get away with all the coding issues is they've got a separate server that links up to this thing. This thing's got actuators that work within certain parameters that control the steering column, the accelerator, all this sort of shit, and they've put it all into separate segments. And all the separate segments of the information that needed to like do the acceleration, all this shit, are like singular toward the vehicle in like a blockchain, and then it deletes itself. So the input has to be reset every like millisecond, basically, and meaning the input's always like constantly connected to the thing, and the input is constantly reset. It's not like, oh, you press accelerate to 20% and it stays on that. It's like it has to constantly receive a signal of input to 20%, 20%, 20%. And if anything gets fucked up, the vehicle just shuts down. If that chain gets broken and any of it changes based on what you put there, you know.
Like the wireless signal.
So, yeah, so if any of the commands change, like, you know, any of the percentage that you haven't put as an input for this, like, you know, for acceleration, for instance, it fucks itself up somehow. It will just turn off. But this thing's to be used off-road, to be used in crazy
Cartoon
situations.
said it's called pulse width modulation. Regeneron. Or, I mean, my bad, live stream. Voice text. He said it's called pulse width modulation, which you're talking about, I believe.
Yeah, it's something like that, I think so, yeah. But yeah, it's pretty cool. The way Cartoon Globe, it's pretty cool. Some of the systems that the way the military have done it, it's not the same the way Tesla's done it, I don't believe. Well, not from what I've read and what I know about it personally anyway. The way they've done it is it's a lot more safe anyway. But it's quite a robust system that we're talking about with very powerful actuators and stuff like that. And it's on a car that is actually not battery powered. The car's a fucking, you know, it's a fuel glugger. And yeah, so there's a bit of difference there. Big difference, in fact. When you have a whole electric car and you've got the electrical engine and every component's electrical and you want it to be luxurious inside, you know how much can get fucked up.
Well, I'm just going to build myself a big transformer. Literally. I'm just going to get in my transformer and go where I want to go.
Wait, Optimus?
Yeah.
Ah.
Like, it will fold up into like a little square when I go to my destination.
Right, and if anyone tries anything, you just blast them.
Hell yeah. Yeah, they can't see around corners.
I'll just go wherever I want to, through fields, people's back gardens.
That's what I like. Off-road vehicles are fucking cool, man. You have to admit, like, I love anything that's off-road.
He's a young hillbilly.
It is though, like anything that's an off-roader is so much better than like a road car. I don't know why. It's like
What makes an off-roader? The tires, the lift, the car, the Jeep, the type. What makes an off-roader for you?
You definitely need
It's in the name.
suspension because you're going to get shook around a lot.
Is it the bar on the top, the light bar on top that makes it an off-roader?
No, it's the ability to go off-road.
No, I mean you can take anything off-road though. Like most of the four-wheel drive vehicles, most four-wheel drive vehicles.
Something that works off-road is an off-roader, isn't it? You know.
No, I get you. I'm just saying, what sets a normal Jeep from an off-roader? That's all I was trying to say.
I know I'm being a prick on purpose. Or something.
Oh, it's good. It's good.
Imagine being in your big transformer and the police pull you over, and one hand of the transformer is this big clamp.
That's actually funny. That kind of put a funny thought in my mind. Pulling over a transformer, homie just like transforms.
Mate, it's all about clamps. You know, you can just put clamps on people's cars and shit. Because that's what they do. Like, I know people that do it. Yeah, like a clamp, a wheel clamp, right? So, like, the idea of impounding someone's car.
Okay. I was about to say.
Yeah, there's videos about it, right? So, like, you can literally have a car in your street, right? You don't want, like, and you're just being a prick trying to get money. You can just buy your own clamp because it's your property. Put it around that wheel with your number on there and be like, when you want me to release your vehicle, come and pay me £500 and I'll release your car.
That's called extortion.
Well, it's technically not. It's not a form of extortion because you're not forcing anyone to pay any money with a threat at the end. It's just that they're losing property, not life or liberty.
The threat is you're not getting your car, I suppose.
Yeah, but it's sort of.
You call the cop, I don't think it would go well for you with the guy with the clamp. That's all I'm saying.
No, the police have been called when this happens, and the police are like, "Look, it's a civil matter. It's nothing to do."
Really,
with us.
when it's on somebody else's property, they say somebody just barely on my driveway, and I just slap that clamp on there.
There's thousands of examples of it that you can watch where people show up.
Oh, dude, I bet you those are some mad people, bro.
Yeah. My friend does it. My friend does this as his job.
Oh, he's a scammer. He scams people. He's like, "Yeah, that's my property."
It's not technically a scam. It's technically not actually a scam at the same time. Sometimes what happens is in certain areas, like my friend where he works, people always park in ways that literally, like, a lorry will show up to do a delivery to, like, you know, this factory basically crushes like rocks and bricks into a form of dust, and that gets used to make concrete.
Right.
And people will park cars in ways where, like, lorries can't get through, but other cars can. And whole deliveries won't show up because they just turn around. They won't go down. So, like, to teach the people a lesson, he just started clamping their cars. But people just don't learn.
Yeah, they deserve it, man. Those are people that deserve it. I thought you were just picking up some, like, random mom, like, single mom that has kids and, like, fucking, like, needs us working their ass off. You just slap a clamp on there and, like, yep, give me $500. You can't get your car. It's like, well, I gotta pick up my kids from Stockton. Too bad, $500.
But the point is that technically that road, he doesn't own it, right? So I'm saying there's ways of just doing it randomly to people as well, in a sense. As long as it's not, as long as it's not like, you have to understand the land that you're stood on at the time. Obviously, you know, can't be somebody else's land because then you're trespassing. It has to be a form of land that they're allowed on, but they're sort of maybe not in the right place. But many people will park the way they are, and you know, you wouldn't think twice of it, and it might not even be inconvenient to anyone, but you can still clamp their car. There's certain circumstances where you can do it because people do this as a scam as well.
Yeah,
I don't know how it works in America, but people do it in England. I know that.
Yeah, but it's not really a thing over here as far as I know. I haven't really heard of that being
It's sort of quite rare, but yeah. It happens. Pretty mad. Well, you think about it, the police and stuff do it to people like traffic.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. No, there's jobs out here that people get. They walk around just to look for cars and without not paying their parking meters and all that shit.
Exactly. So there has to be the framework almost to allow that to happen as well, right? So
how petty is that? We fucking we pay our taxes for people to go pay people to bust down people who can't pay a parking. Pisses me off. We spend our time and money just running after the pettiest things.
It's pretty crazy.
And why should I have to pay for a space anyway?
Well,
it's public, bro. Everything in the way of the world is just it should be public. Everywhere. Yeah, I know. I just think the world is just, you're a part of it and you're an animal in it and you deserve to be anywhere, anytime you want.
At the same time, you have to, when you look at it from the other side as well, that you have the roads and you have maintenance for the roads, potholes, and then you have people that are, basically parked on roads for periods of time that are too long and it doesn't allow proper flow of business. And you know what I'm saying? People that aren't part of that business or part of that community parking there, and it affects the way the flow of their life goes and
that's true.
Towards the road. And so it starts to become pretty nuanced in the ways that they get these laws pushed through. And it is fucking petty.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.